Hello check. Hello check check. Hello check. Hello check. Hello check. Hello. Hello check. Hello check. Hello check.
हेलो, आ रही है आपको? आवाज आ रही है सूरज जी आपको? अपना हेलो, ठीक है सर। अच्छा, उधर आवाज बट इधर नहीं आ रहा है। सब पीपीटीज सब जो टेक्निकल है सबका ही है।
Make this program successful. Nice to meet you.
I'm actually working for a dictator.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this day-long workshop on multidimensional approach to development of the girl child. Uh, and thanks for coming on time on this chilly morning in Patna. So there are a few changes in the schedule. Unfortunately, Shri Sanjay Kumar ji is unable to join us today. He was supposed to chair this session. The first session is completely a virtual session, and we have uh, three very eminent speakers who have already joined. Two of them are joining us from US, and it's really getting late there, so we don't want to delay the proceedings further, and we'll start the session. So I would request Professor Prabhat Ghosh, Member Secretary and Director of ADRI, to please join us on stage.
Recording in progress.
So, now I would invite Srimati Harjot Kaur Bumrah, Chairman cum Managing Director of Women and Child Development Corporation, who are the primary organizers of this program, to be on stage. Thank you, ma'am. So like I said, Sanjay ji is busy with PM's program on Pariksha Pe Charcha, and he might not be able to join us. I would request Professor Ghosh to chair the session in his absence. So I would hand over the proceedings of this session to you, Professor Ghosh.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Friends, good morning to all of you. Before I start the session, I might make a small comment that some people say that organizing workshops of this type is a somewhat academic formality, because after all, the main problem is on the ground, not in the academic seminar. I don't think this statement is very true, because when you think of the reasons behind the social default so far as the girl child is concerned, there are many factors. Resource factor is there, awareness factor is there, and policy factor is there, and so on and so forth. Some of these countries, which are almost at the same place as India, a couple of years back, are now slightly ahead of us, not because of their resources are more, or for that matter, the awareness level has suddenly gone up so much that things are better. It is precisely because of the fact that such workshops where the problem was discussed and experiences were exchanged were able to identify some of the important strategies which are feasible and efficient. Bangladesh is one of them. I wish Dr. Nafisa was here. Sure, I think. So I strongly disagree with the observation that such workshops are some kind of academic formality. We do need such workshops to discuss among ourselves how best the state or the society can intervene in the process so that the problems of the girl child is gradually eliminated. Because the fact that the gender equality that we talk in the society actually starts from the girl child itself, right from the bottom of the system. With these observations, I welcome you all again, and now start with the technical session. We have Professor Anita Raj, Director, Center for Gender Equity and Health, University of California, San Diego. A brief introduction of Dr. Raj is Professor Anita Raj is a Tata Chancellor Professor of Society and Health at the University of California, San Diego. She is the professor in both Department of Medicine and Education Studies and the director of the Center on Gender Equity and Health. Her research, including both epidemiological and intervention studies, focuses on sexual and reproductive health, material and child health, women's economic empowerment, and gender inequities, including gender-based violence and child. Early and forced marriage. She has served as an advisor to UN Women, UNICEF, the World Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the David and Lucille Packard Foundation, and was invited to speak at the UN General Assembly on the issue of child marriage. That's an exceedingly appealing profile. I now request Dr. Raj to make her presentation.
To be here. I am so pleased to be invited to this, and I thank you for your consideration of including me. You can actually just put my picture on the screen. I made slides, but I thought, when you do academic presentations, they just come one after another, and it can be a bit numbers thrown at you without really the stories of the girls that we often work with. So I thought what I would do today is talk a little bit about the girl child and her trajectory in the context of India, in the context of Bihar, and what is happening and where are the levers where we could potentially change the trajectory from where it is right now. So I know I don't have to tell all of you in this group that we have in India a child sex ratio issue. And that being, of course, that the number of boys relative to the number of girls, you still tend to see that exceeding number. What I think often gets focused on is the sex ratio at birth. And I think there's a danger in emphasizing that so much in some ways, because it is not all that makes that child sex ratio, number one. And number two, family planning, contraception is a fundamental right and choice of women. And we want to ensure health services. And unfortunately, a lot of these discussions end up talking about things like sex-selected abortion and restricting that as a solution. So let me just talk a little bit more about what I mean by this. So we know that when we know that we have a skewed ratio at birth, that there is more likely to be a girl, more likely to be a boy child born. And we understand that the likelihood of that is skewed by the fact that there's potentially, an abortion that's chosen in that circumstance. But it's not always that. Sometimes it's the decision whether or not to contracept after you have achieved both the gender and, both the number and sex of the children that you want. And if we start going down the path of that being the solution, to start really monitoring women's access to reproductive health services, then we are only changing potentially a sex ratio without actually altering why we have a sex ratio imbalance, which is, how do we value women and girls? And how do we value their choices, whether that be in marriage or reproduction? So what I want to posit today, I want you to think about today, is I want you to think about moving beyond this notion that legislative goals or even our public health goals should be to encourage contraceptive use and reduce sex-selected abortion access as solutions to this endeavor. Because I pose to you that the data tell us that that is actually simply affecting women's access to the kind of care they want to have on the terms they want it. And that is affecting what these girls who become born, the lives they will lead long term. So let's go to the next issue. Now we have girls, right? So the girls are born. We potentially can increase the number of girls through some of those other mechanisms around family planning, or to make it a more desirable choice for families, which I think is really what our goal should be, is to have the girls be a valued birth in the lives of families in India. And I say that as a third child born after a boy and a girl. And I know point blank that my parents wanted to have an abortion, but it was 1970s America, and they did not have access, early 70s. And I don't think that that's a solution. I think I was a joy to my parents, but I don't think the country had the right to restrict that choice from my mother. So now let's go to talk about what's now happening for these girls as they're getting a bit older. So the girls are actually, what we know from the data from NFHS is oftentimes in many states, the girls are actually entering into school earlier, into early childhood education earlier, which is very interesting because we thought, the goals of education we thought might be different. But as you know, universal education is really largely being achieved. But we've seen that the girls are entering earlier than the boys because there is when it's oftentimes it's a third born girl that you start to see that the mother is potentially going back to work, and you're starting to see it. So there's a demographic reason for that and an economic reason for that. What's then happening as the girls getting older? Well, yeah, we're encouraging girls to have an education, but for what purpose? So we've been doing research on this. What do the girls want out of their education, and what do their parents and the people who are community leaders wanting for their education? Well, what we're finding is that the girls are saying doctor, teacher. These are the most common types of jobs reported. In some areas we had we've been asking parents as well, what would you like to see for your daughters and for your sons? And we're seeing government jobs in some places. But at the end of the day, when we start doing the qualitative work, what we're hearing is, what's the value of education for girls? It is helping them have better husbands, have better marriages, and be responsible mothers. And so at the end of the day, are we supporting girl education? Are we encouraging girl education for the opportunities and choice it's going to bring them? Or again, because we're ticking a box? And again, I just want to highlight that. At a certain point in public health, in government, too often we have these metrics that are box tickers. Sex ratio, number of girls in school. Is this changing the fundamental value girls are having in our lives? Is this changing the opportunities that girls are having? I would argue no. And it's not changing why there is an ongoing greater desire for boys relative to girls, and an ongoing belief in investment in the boys relative to girls. So we get to the point where they're in school. Now, when there are dropouts, why is there dropouts? What you start to find is that the boys are far more likely to drop out because they are bored with school. And you find that the girls are more likely to drop out because of marriage or domestic responsibilities. But here's the really important thing. You're always going to find kids who want to drop out of school. School's not fun. It can be far. The real distinction seems to be that the girl's reasoning is often more heavily influenced by the family than the boys. So again, we're seeing just not the same kind of choice, the agency we'd like to see in girls in making decisions for their lives for their reasons. Okay, so then we go from education into now, what is the greatest opportunity for a girl to advance? It is not education. Let's look at the demography. It's marriage. Marriage will bring financial security for many of the girls that are there. And it is not surprising then that a lot of people will say, okay, it is actually to my benefit or my child's benefit for her to marry at a younger age. She's not going to have the job opportunity. She can have the opportunity to have more economic security. We have a lot of these discussions about early and child and forced marriage. And what we're actually finding is not only are parents choosing this belief, with the belief that is in the best interest of the girl, not because they're trying to remove her from the family because she's one more mouth to feed, which is often what we hear, but because this is an economically viable and secure circumstance for the girls. We would often hear that the reason they would go ahead is they found a boy who wasn't drinking. This is going to be a safety from domestic violence. We found a boy who's working and has a steady income. This is going to mean her economic security. So these are rational decisions, but they are ultimately made because the opportunities for girls to envision their lives and advance is so restricted. I want to talk a second now about, okay, now you've got a group of girls who might have that opportunity for mobility, might have that ability to go away to school or leave the village to have a job. Here's the reality. Many families don't want them to do this because their risk, their honor, their risk for sexual violence is greater. Sadly, it's true. What we're finding in the data is that when girls are more mobile, when they live farther from their families, when they're not with their families and they're unmarried, they are more likely to have a sexual assault outside of marriage. They are more likely to have a sexual assault inside of marriage when they marry young. So again, just systematically, how we are building on a foundation where we're not supporting girls in terms of their viability in their early, as an infant, in their educational processes, in the opportunity to choose what they want to do subsequent to their education. And at that point, what we're doing is we're entering into marriage, and the issues of domestic violence are great, but now we come back to this issue of reproductive health. The girls are entering marriage, women are entering marriage, and we can say what we want about child marriage. The reality is it's an arbitrary number for 18. So what we know is that the younger you are, the more vulnerable you are in your marriage. And at the same time, the older you are, the less positive prospects you have for the marriage. Yeah, I'm going to be shorter than that. I have a 5-minute thing. So what I really want us to be able to talk about is, okay, that's the trajectory we're going on now. What could we do instead? I posit that the beginning of this process has to move. It needs to shift away from the goal of the child sex ratio being aligned. I'm not trying to say that's not important. I'm just trying to say that the rapid ways to do that ultimately are restricting reproductive health. And so the very girls that we are trying to increase the number of become the women that don't have the opportunity to be able to make the decisions for their own body. I would say that with regard to education, we need to start thinking about what the value of education is and moving from an education to vocation model that is inclusive of women and in ways that are really fundamental to ensuring that they have that transition with the kind of diverse choices that males are often given the opportunity to have. And then finally I would say that we have a fundamental problem, and this is not, and I say we because I very much view myself as Indian, and we have a fundamental problem in India. I do see it in America as well. I think it's a problem all over the world, which is that girls do not have the safety in their societies to be able to advance, to be able to position themselves, to be able to independently move, to make the kind of choices they want to make because of the threat of sexual violence. And as long as we don't value girls in our lives from the idea of birth, ensure that their education gives them the choices they want to make in life, and create a society that is safe and free from violence from partners and the sexual violence, we're not going to see girls survive and thrive. We may get to survival, but thriving will not happen. So I leave that with you. I leave you with that today, and I hope that was very clear. I didn't have slides, but I'm happy to give the research resources for everything I shared, and I thank you.
For your excellent presentation. Friends, we will now go to the next presentation by Dr. Badri Narayan Gopalakrishnan, who is former head, Trade, Commerce and Strategic Dialogue at Niti Aayog. Please hold for a meeting. I'll give his.
Can you hear me?
Okay, you start. Please start.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh, for the introduction, and thank you for having me here. So it's a pleasure to, it's a really a privilege to be part of this August gathering. So when it comes to girls' education, it's a global issue, and girls' safety and protection in general, as Dr. Raj was mentioning before. So there are two things here. One is the importance of girls' safety, girls' education as an end in itself, and second is how it is important for the society and the economy in general. So on both counts, it's essential, but we have to definitely think of it from the first perspective, so how it is important as an end goal in itself. But just to motivate ourselves to get the larger picture, worldwide, based on a lot of research and observations, many experts have pointed out that investing in the education of girls can transform the whole community. And particularly if we look at some of the research, and summaries from the global research, we can actually find that the girls who receive education are less likely to marry young, and they are more likely to lead healthy and productive lives. They also earn higher incomes. They participate in disease so they actually contribute and participate in various decisions that affect them, and they build better futures for themselves and their families. So this is very, very important. It's a holistic thing. It's not just about education, but this kind of a holistic thing. How girls have to be given that opportunity, and it also the second aspect wherein the the benefits of girls' education to the community. What we can say is that uh, the economy itself can get strengthened when the girls are educated, because there can be more stability and resilience in the society when the women are educated and the girls are educated. And also we can also envisage lower levels of inequality. In some of the research I did before, I could also see some evidence for interaction between trade and environmental policies and gender inequality. So when we have more open economic and trade policies, particularly in the context of India and South Asia in general, we see that there are more opportunities overall for everyone, but particularly in the sectors where women are employed. So, and also when we get into more climate-friendly growth, we are embarking on a net zero kind of target in the next few years. With all these kind of strategies, there is going to be a greater role for women to play in the society and in the economy. So the sectors that are more intensive in terms of women, they are likely to flourish more in the future. And that means that there are going to be greater opportunities for women. So that is from a purely economic point of view. So I think I've mentioned enough kind of broad findings from research on this point. But now coming to the situation, again, I still want to stay with the global focus. We can talk a lot about what is good and what should be done. But at the same time, we also have to get the realistic picture as to what is happening actually. So globally, the UNICEF, one of the UNICEF reports suggests that globally, 129 million girls are out of school. Of them, 32 million are of primary school age. So even at primary school level, there are 32 million girls who are not going to school, and 30 million at lower secondary school, and 67 million at upper secondary school age. Of course, one important reason for girls being out of school is the various types of conflict. So, in countries affected by conflict, the probability of girls being out of school is twice than that of girls living in non-affected countries. So, but if you also look at the countries, there are only less than half of the countries in the world have achieved gender parity in the primary school education. And at secondary school level, the gap even widens further. So only 42% of the countries have achieved gender parity in lower secondary education, and only 24% in upper secondary education. So there are many reasons for this, like poverty, child marriage, gender-based violence, and so on. And these vary across countries and communities. In fact, another important reason is that many times the schools do not meet safety, hygiene, or sanitation needs of the girls. And also, many times the teaching practices are not gender responsive, and they result in gender gaps in learning and skills development. So again, I'm still talking about the global trends. So initially, I was talking about the importance of girls' education in general, and about the global trends. Now, coming to the Indian policies, which is the last part of my discussion, I would like to highlight some important government policies that exist in India. So before going to that, just to get a broad idea, in India, the sex ratio at birth is 896 females for every 1,000 males. So it's definitely worrisome. Um, uh, so for several centuries, we have had this kind of preference for males in the society, and that is we have this kind of patriarchal system to a large extent, and that has resulted in this over time. So this means that just like we have how we have a reservation because of the to reduce the imbalances that existed for centuries, we also have to have policies to specifically address the gender inequality. So maybe I'll just talk about a few schemes, but before getting into the schemes, some broad philosophies or principles behind these schemes. One aspect from a financial thought process is that if in all many of the schemes that I'll be talking about, the interest rates are high when you're availing any scheme, any kind of saving scheme for women, girls. The interest rates are much higher than any other market interest rates you can see. So that means that there is greater benefit of saving. And secondly, the savings on the the income generated from these savings also are exempted from taxes. But at the same time, all these things are done with a very clear-cut definition and motivation to benefit the girls. So there are many schemes, both at the national level, central level, and at the state level. So I'm almost done. We have schemes like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, and that is for girls' education at a national level. And even the Central Board of Secondary Education, there is an Udan scheme, and there is Balika Samriddhi Yojana, Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana. These are all at the national level. So we have various ministries, including the postal services, who are included in this. Then we have Ladli scheme, and we have the Kanya Kosh scheme, and we have national scheme of incentive for the girls of secondary education. And there is in states like Madhya Pradesh, there are schemes like Ladli Lakshmi Yojana. In Karnataka, there is Bhagyashree scheme. In Maharashtra, there is Masi Kanya Bhagyashree scheme. And in Tamil Nadu, there is Chief Minister's Girl Child Protection Scheme. So likewise, there are many schemes at national and state levels. I don't want to take a lot of time discussing all these schemes, but very finally, I want to highlight the need for more action, and it's not only policy, it's not only from the government. We also have to think of broader society level, community level interventions, which can change this thought process and the mentality, which Dr. Anita Raj just mentioned. So we have to go beyond just saying that yes, once we educate the children, the job is done, but we have to have this greater sense of fulfillment in the girls, and also the girls should have their own career, their own thought process, which we right now have achieved in the more elite sections of the society, but it has to penetrate into the entire society. So thank you very much once again, and I look forward to the rest of the event. It was great to discuss here and express some of my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gopal, for valuable presentation. May I now request Professor Rakhi Dandana, Public Health Foundation of India and University of Washington, Seattle. Before she goes, a little introduction of her. Dr. Dandana, you are here? Yeah.
Yes, I am. Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Ghosh.
Dr. Rakhi Dandana, PhD, is professor at the Public Health Foundation of India and professor of Health Metrics Sciences at the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation, University of Washington, Seattle. Professor Dandana has held a variety of grants for public health research, including from the Wellcome Trust, UK, the National Institute of Health, USA, and Bill and Melinda Foundation. She has about 250 peer-reviewed publications. Professor Dandana is an associate editor of the journal Injury Prevention and serves on the editorial advisory board of the Lancet Psychiatry and Lancet Public Health. With this introduction, may I now request Dr. Dandana to make her presentation.
Ghosh, for that introduction. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, you are audible.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I will just share my slides. All right. Great. Thank you very much. I hope you can see my slides. Perfect. I take the liberty of just taking the violence a little broader than just the violence that we've heard about, which is in terms of intimate partner violence or sexual violence. As my presentation, I would highlight that. All of us know this. Thanks. So I to start again, all of us are aware of this case of Shraddha and Aftab. It took us by surprise, like many other cases in the past. I won't, you go through the details, all of us know these details very well, how she was cut up into pieces, stored, and then, her parts were put around side, and the husband, the live-in partner actually just went on with his life as if nothing had happened. But what I want to highlight out of this case is that we now know she was victim of intimate partner violence. Importantly, that this was known to her family, her friends, and her employer, and she had reached out to police, who in fact persuaded her to go home and to live with the same boyfriend who was beating her up. Within the health system context, she was admitted and treated for internal injuries in a hospital, but the connect to the domestic abuse was not made. And that clearly highlights the monumental failure of our systems to protect her. The unfortunate part with this case was that the public discourse in India, once this case came to light, was around three issues: communal and political overtone, blaming her for her decision to be in a live-in relationship, and there were some sane voices calling for justice. Unfortunately, what's happening in India over the last many years is when we bring interfaith relationship or victims' choices, her life choices, as Professor Raj also indicated, into conversation, that's a tactic being used to move away from real issues that women in India face, which are the absence of safety net for the women and the fact that police and health systems fail to protect these women or stand up to these women when they actually need them. The analysis of, and this is what's seen in the analysis, so the data that I'm going to use today will be the data from police reports. These are the National Crime Bureau reports, which is what the government uses predominantly for action on violence, all kinds of violence, including that on women. Now, there is increase in domestic violence, 53% increase in the cases filed as for domestic violence. These are filed under cruelty by husband or relative. This is the government data, the NCRB data, and as you can see, it's going up over time. In 2018, which is the last year of analysis that we had done, 28 of 100,000 women reported, that was the rate of the cases that were filed over 20 years. What's interesting is, if you look at Bihar here, these are the EAG states, data from EAG states from 2001 to 2018. Assam has shown a clear increase in reporting of these cases, so has Rajasthan, and then a drop. Bihar, the trend, like many other states, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, has been very stable. Now, so we really need to understand, are these data issues or are these reporting issues? And unless we try to understand, are these data honest enough for us to take action based on these data, we will still be struggling with what action to take. And just because I will show this Bihar here, this is how Bihar looks. It's actually in blue. So the more blue it is, the better the situation is. Now, Rajasthan is really red. So the reporting of cases in Rajasthan by for cruelty by husband or relative is really high. Bihar is actually in blue. This actually makes sense to us. Tamil Nadu is blue as well. So it's important that we start looking at what's happening in terms of data that we use for policy making. But the story changes when you look at the rate of dowry deaths. Bihar is actually in red, with Uttar Pradesh, with Orissa, and with Jharkhand. So there's a clear pattern of what gets reported in Bihar and what doesn't get reported in Bihar to police. What's also sad is that we have seen increase in the number of cases being registered, which is great, that people want an action for that crime that has happened. But the mean number of people getting arrested for these cases has actually gone down. Whether it's a cruelty case, whether it's a dowry death case, or whether it's abetment of suicide, the number of people getting arrested for these crimes has actually gone down over time, which is also reflected in the legal system. Only 7% of all of these filed cases had completed trial in 2018, and unfortunately, most of the accused were actually acquitted. So this, if you look at this entire story of people not reporting cases, but when people do report cases, there's hardly any action on those cases, and you have to wait for years to get an action on cases, is something that we really need to step back and understand. If we really want to change the system for women, we really need to change the system. It just simply can't be a lip service anymore. There was a lot of protest and shouting around, when the Shraddha case came to light, that let's hang the offender. But hanging the offender or shouting is not the solution. The solution lies in effective implementation of policies, the safety net that we talk about. And it's important that the safety net we talk about actually is available to these women. The safety net should work not only on paper, the safety work needs to work in real life for us to save these Shraddhas of tomorrow. What's also interesting is the lesson that, the other speakers have also talked about, that you can't take IPV or any violence as something at that point in time. Shraddha's case is a good example of showing that, it's a dynamic and cumulative. It changes over a period of time. And hence, life course approach is very important if you really want to make solutions to address gender-based violence. One thing, as I said, I would take a broader view of violence, is many of them get beaten, which is part of gender-based violence. Some of them get killed, like Shraddha, but some of them also take their own lives, which is suicide. But somehow the conversation around suicide actually gets missing from this concept of violence. Indian women have global suicide death rate compared to the average. I mean, that's pretty scary, come to think of it. The rate at which women take their own lives in India is double the global average rate. Very high, higher than many other rates in many other countries. So something for us to really worry about. This is the NCRB data looking at the suicide death rate between women who are never married, currently married, and previously married. Unfortunately, the women who were previously married actually take less of their lives. Women who are currently married and women who are never married are the ones that account for the highest burden of suicides in our country, which is, again, to a lot of it is related to domestic violence and family problems. So again, what happens within a family structure is not necessarily only intentional violence in that someone is hurting this woman, but it's also about the women not able to take it anymore and Zoom every time. I do want to touch base upon education. Professor Raj has very beautifully alluded what education actually means for women. Many times when I talk about suicides, many people who, just come back and say, let's educate women, they'll get empowered and the suicide will go down. But let's look at that. The data is very different. Suicide is much higher in South India than in North India. We do know women I'm back. All right. Can you confirm if you can hear me, please?
Yeah, you can.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm thinking there's some connection issue at whichever end. So education will really not to empowerment is what we know. Education is an opportunity for women, but is it really leading to the choices that women want is something we really need to think about. This is the data from this time I might not be able to join again. It's a lot of connectivity issues. But the point for education that I wanted to highlight here is this is the suicide death rate from NCRB data based on education of women. Look at the way it goes up all the way from no education till class 12, and then it drops. So clearly there is something about a threshold of education, and what kind of opportunities these women with this education are getting is something that we really need to think of if we want to really change what happens with girl child as she grows up. Just 2 slides on sexual violence. These are again data from NCRB, and if you see the rate or the reporting of sexual violence, this is all rape related, a variety, was a flat line in India from 2000 until the Nirbhaya case happened. It was a flat line irrespective of the type of states you look at. Bihar is in the lowest DI state. And it just jumped up after Nirbhaya case happened. So clearly it's a reporting issue and not necessarily that the crime itself has gone up. But this could also be debatable because we really do not have a good sense of what the reality is. Is it just a data jump or actual jump in crime? But you see there's a distinct jump in crime, reporting of crime. Most of these cases, 60% of the cases that go to police in terms of rape-related cases are assault on modesty. And this is how Bihar looks. Again, a really flat line, clearly showing that the reporting is really poor. People report less of these cases in Bihar compared to the other states that you see. But between 2001 and 2018, there's a clear higher reporting across different states. Rape-related cases, again, this is how the 2001 looked, this is how 2018 looked, and Bihar continues to look blue, irrespective of you look at 2001 or 2018. Unfortunately, like the previous domestic violence cases, only 10% of these cases had completed trial by 2018, with acquittal in 73% of cases, again highlighting our legal system, the delays, and the actual justice that happened. Government of India is committed to this. Yes, we do know that, but there is very low budget priority, and that affects the quality of services that are available to these women. Less than 1% of the total India's budget was allocated towards safety of women, which is, a very meager. I don't even think I need to say this amount per capita women, which is 25% less than what you actually need to take care of women in the context that we are talking about today. Lastly, to really make a difference, we need real and honest data that allows us to understand the magnitude to take action. As researchers, clinicians, policymakers, and program planners who are sitting here today, we really need to take a whole society view of what gender-based violence actually means and how we can, in reality, improve lives of survivors and support them. We need more in-depth understanding of where the violence supportive norms are. It's okay to have a health system, it's okay to have a legal system or a police system to say that women can get to the system, but the system is failing them. We need to understand why. And we need to invest in better measurements involving people with experience of this violence so that whatever action we take, whatever measures we record, what actions we take actually are more meaningful to the people who've experienced this violence. To conclude, these deaths are inexcusable and preventable. The numbers will not go away by themselves. We need to act. And we need to focus on the society and not necessarily on the victim if we want to save the next Shraddha Volga. Thank you. Apologies again for this internet issue. I'm not sure which side it was, but thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dandana, for your excellent presentation. Thank you. Friends, before we end this session, we'll have a presentation by MS Harjot Kaur Bumrah, who will be telling what kind of things we are going to do the rest of the day. In other words, this is what you call the context setting.
Thank you very much, Professor Ghosh. My name is Harjot Kaur Bhamra. I am the Chairman and the Managing Director of Women in Child Development Corporation of Bihar. And I've been patiently listening to many of the speakers here talking about various issues which are affecting women in Bihar, and especially girl child also. So reverting to each and everything that we've been listening and what we've been talking about today. Number one, Bihar has come a long way from where it was as far as women's empowerment or the development of the girl child is concerned. And there are many statistics to show so. As Dr. Badri Narayan had rightly pointed out, in the case of globally, if we see, many countries are facing uphill battles about primary education and secondary education. So it gives me great pleasure to say that in Bihar, we seem to have won the primary education race as far as we are concerned, and there are more than 99% girls. In fact, the recent Udais and other so-called data which was published recently in the newspapers points out that 99% of the girls are in school as far as the primary education is concerned, and that is not a mean achievement for a state like Bihar, which is one of the lowest on the development round. has a huge population, a high density of population, and is generally considered to be one of the poor or the more backward states of India. Secondly, even if you look at the secondary or the middle or the secondary education statistics, we find that increasingly the girls' number in those educational institutions is rising year by year. Of course, we haven't achieved a 99% rate as such in middle and higher secondary school, but the government of Bihar is committed towards that, and a large number of schools have been opened, and facilities or infrastructure in major schools have been augmented, and efforts are also being made to ensure that the teaching standards in all these schools are high, and there is many pilot projects going on which is basically talking about teachers' education, their attitude towards the girl child so that she doesn't face any gender bias from the teachers or other community members at the school level. Apart from that, in order to make the community aware about the value of education, as Professor Anita Raj has said, well, in the case of Bihar, we are not talking about education per se only for the fact that generally the narrative all over India and all over the world, the development narrative is that if you educate a child, especially a girl, you educate a family and you educate society. But yes, we also believe that education is per se for an individual, not especially only for society. And as has been pointed out, that what is the value of education for girls in societies like Bihar or in the Southeast Asian countries. In Bihar, we seem to have made that effort, and the Honorable Chief Minister came up with this idea of giving reservation for women in all government services, and it seems to be a tide changer as far as Bihar is concerned. Initially, yes, parents used to feel that, okay, educating a girl child would have what kind of consequences and for what purposes. She's eventually going to get married and things like that. The general consensus was that girls do not have many working opportunities in society or in the state, so education per se is not going to help much in their development. But with these recent reservations, it is very heartening to see large number of girls competing in different examination and getting their piece of the cake as far as the working pie is concerned. And I'm also very happy to state that in Bihar is the only state in the country which has more than 30% of girls in the women as in the police force, which I think really speaks volumes about what is happening in Bihar. So a silent revolution is definitely happening in Bihar. But to say that we have reached our goals or we are on a way on, we've already achieved all, made all the milestones would not be correct. We are working on that road. We are moving ahead on that road. But as they say, we have miles to go before we sleep. And we are accepting that challenges and taking it head on. So as far as those things are concerned, the value of the education of the girl child, sex determination at birth. I think if you do a little more research on the data which is available in Bihar, and we recently had a workshop with UNFPA about the PCPND Act and how it is actually working in Bihar, we found out that when it comes to the first child, the sex ratio in Bihar is not bad. The parents do not have any issues as far as the first child is concerned, whether it's a girl or a boy. The issues start happening when it is the second child and they already have a girl child, and then they want to have that kind of an experience that, no, we want a second, it should be a male child and not another girl child. And then the whole PCPND Act comes into being. Now the choice of the women. The government of India and the government of Bihar has never restricted the choice of a woman for or her reproductive rights as far as abortion is concerned, or whether she wants to have a child or not. So nowhere in the rhetoric we are saying anything about the right of the women to abort a child if she herself does not feel happy about going through a pregnancy. The only thing that we are trying to do is that it should not be a sex selection-based abortion, and she should not be forced into it by her family or community. Increasingly, data would suggest that mothers as such would not like to go for an abortion, given the, unless or until they have some other reasons, poverty or health issues, or maybe the fetus is not good, or maybe they have some other. So nowhere in that rhetoric the government of India or the government of Bihar or any state government is saying that we are trying to impinge on the right of abortion of a woman. The right of abortion is sacrosanct and it is the woman who has to make that choice. But it should not be forced upon her. She should be able to make that choice herself. So increasingly the PCPND Act is doing that. So to also say that we should not be worried much about the sex selection based abortions, I'm sorry, I would not like to agree with it because of these reasons only. Whenever a woman is forced to abort her child, it should be her own independent decision and not based on the fact that she is going to give birth to another girl child or anything else. So it does make and it has developmental impact as far as societies are concerned. And if you really want to take care about crime, if you're talking about an equitable society, then the government per se, worth its name, would be taking efforts in this space also. Then coming about different ways about what will she do, early child marriage and things like that. Well, there is a program being run all over the country, but it was pioneered in Bihar called the Jivika, which is also named as Ajivika for the rest of the country, in which basically self-help groups have been formed across the state, and more than 1 crore women are benefiting from that. It's not only the women who are benefiting, it's also the families which are benefiting from this program of Jivika. And large number of money is exchanging hands. They've also been given loans, not only through the government setup, but also through the banking setup. And they are into diverse activities, productive activities, right from agriculture to small petty shopkeeping, animal husbandry, dressmaking, beauticians, or whatever. So the basic scenario in the villages of Bihar is changing little by little. And the WCDC has also pioneered a program along with the Jivika and other stakeholders to ensure that domestic violence in Bihar also comes down. Coming to the fact that what Dr. Rakhi Dadonia was talking about gender-based violence, well, I would like to say that Shraddha Walkar case is one of those media highlights that we have, and if we go by those standards, I think even America is not blessed with not having those kinds of domestic violence figures. One woman in every 7 women in America is also facing domestic violence, and 1 in 25 men in USA is also facing domestic violence. As far as the suicide rate is concerned, I think USA has an even higher rate, with 1% committing suicide every 11 minutes in America. Now, these are countries which are on the highest parameters of the development index. And we are states which are like on the lowest a development country, having a large number of issues and talking about that. And I think another telling fact is that, as she was saying, that women who are previously married do not have very high suicidal tendencies compared to women who are currently married or who are single or thinking. I think it is the pressure of performance, or the pressure of loneliness, or pressure of other things which women face when they move out of their households. So those kind of issues are there, and I think they will increase as we are moving into the developmental indices, as we say, because that is something which we have seen all over the world happening. Domestic violence cases, yes, they are increasing in India, and Bihar, fortunately, does not seem to have much of crime against women as rape is concerned, as Madam was saying. But to be blue is not only to say that we do not have the data for it. To be blue also means, if we can take the research question in both ways, interpretation of data, that yes, rape cases are less in Bihar compared to many other states of India, and one should take it with a pinch of salt. There's nothing wrong with it. But as far as domestic violence data is concerned, yes, we are a little on the lower side, for the simple reason that yes, many women are not aware about their rights about domestic violence. Society as such is not very observant or very much aware about what their legal rights are. And as far as domestic violence is concerned, the Prevention of Domestic Violence Act is being implemented in Bihar. We have one-stop centers in all districts. We also have women Mahila Thanas in all districts. And we are also about to start the counseling centers in 210 circle police stations of Bihar, where all counselors would be available for women who come up with these kind of cases. Legal counseling is also given to those women. Social and psychological counseling is also given to those women. And we are trying to make that awareness drive reach each and every corner of all villages of Bihar. So women are come to know that they can come and register their cases. The biggest stumbling block is that given the cultural or the economic situation in Bihar and the way we are in our country, a woman feels that if she makes a complaint, then she will have to leave her husband's house and she has nowhere to go. Once you get married in India, culturally it is said that your in-laws' house is your own house and you're not welcome anymore back into your maternal house, which is also the case with Shraddha Walkar. But coming back to that Shraddha Walkar case also, I would like to say, you cannot dictate what the media will highlight, which aspect of the case. There are divergent point of views in society also, and I think in a democracy, all views are welcome. You cannot gag any views, whether it is left, right, or center. But as far as Shraddha Walkar concerned, it does make us wonder that here is a woman who is economically independent, who is in a live-in relationship, but still somehow persists in an abusive relationship. So I think we really need to be talking about those aspects also as to why women feel a little hesitant to take that decision to end a relationship, to move out, and to live independently without that person who is in. So even ending an abusive relationship, why does it cost so much to a woman? Is it the societal attitudes towards single women? It is the societal attitude towards women who want to live independently without the so-called security of a guy in the household. So maybe things are changing in the society in India, even in cities. But yes, the rate of progress may be a little slow. But those questions are still pertinent as to why a young woman who is economically independent is still not able to take a decision to move out of an abusive relationship, let alone what we talk about rural women who are uneducated, illiterate, has no economic independence, and feels that if she leaves her husband's house, she has nowhere else to go. So we are working on that so that she can take those opportunities to come out of the house, to remain in her own house and live a dignified and life with self-respect. So the awareness about the Domestic Violence Act needs to increase in states like Bihar. But as far as crime is concerned, I think we are happy to be in the blue side, and it's not only because we are not reporting our rape cases, as Madam has suggested. It is also because that we are one of those states which do not seem to have very high rape rates as far as we are concerned. And the whole aspect of this workshop today is basically to have a kind of a dialogue between the researchers who are researching various aspects of different things regarding gender, and the policymakers and the practitioners of government, so that both of us are on the same side, able to appreciate each other's point of view and learn from it and make a difference as far as Bihar is concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kaur. We'll end here, and I thank all the resource persons as well as the audience for having the session very smoothly. Thank you very much.
So we will have a short tea break before we start the next technical session. So I would request all of you to join us for tea in the next room. Session is named as to give her the best environment to grow, and I would request the chairperson of this session, Shri Tripurari Sharanji, Information Commissioner, State Information Commission, Bihar, to please come on stage and take his seat.
Yes.
Director, Data and Learning, Care India, to kindly come on dais. I would also request Dr. Seema Handu, Country Director, Pronto International, to come and take your seat. Lastly, I would request Dr. Geeta Verma, Chief of Party, India Leadership for Early Learning, Care India, to come and take your seat. We are about 20 minutes behind schedule, but that is fine. Each speaker has about 15 minutes. I would now request Shri Tripurari Sharan to take over the proceedings of this session and begin this session. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you. It's a very exciting session, and the girl child and empowerment of women, these are issues on which we can talk endlessly, but sometimes also quite aimlessly. So to have a meaningful discourse or a dialogue, it's best to support ourselves with concrete data available from the field. So fortunately, we have with us Mr. Mahapatra, Tanmay Mahapatra, who is some kind of a अभी इतना लंबा चौड़ा बताना ज़रूरी नहीं है. Tanmay is basically he takes care of care, the work of care in Bihar, and I would request Tanmay to begin his presentation on what the data says.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm not sure what's the time right now. So, since morning we have listened to researchers' viewpoints and Madam's guidance towards understanding what Bihar is doing for their girl child. So, first of all, I'd request all of you right now to focus on the girl child. Data will be there, efforts will be there, problems are there, and we will all try to resolve those problems at our individual level, at a collective level, at system level. But what about the girl? Now, just to start with, on this occasion where we are gathered here to think about that girl child, and we want to, every one of us want to give our girl child the best environment to grow. Let's see what the data says, that where we, what have been done, and where we will reach. In our previous session, we heard about several global perspectives and several impressions regarding the national level data and other stuff. Good that Bihar has a lot of resources in terms of research, thanks to ADRI and other organizations, where several researchers across the globe actually got gathered and generated quite a few nuanced data. Now, every child deserves a kind of environment that can give her the best opportunity to grow to the best of her potential, his or her. Gender discrimination barriers often hinder this. Efforts are long and ongoing to fight against the menaces like female feticide, dowry, early child marriage, etc. We all know about it. We speak about it. Let us see where were we during the census 2011. This 914 under 6, and specifically this under 6 have been focused because that's our ICDS focus population for children. Among them, 914 was the sex ratio, which was ever the lowest. And There were 3 million missing girls, 78.8 million in 2001 to 2011. Each year, we used to have about 1.5 million girls under 18 to get married, to give us the ominous distinction of being the largest home of child brides. Boys receive more nutritious food at home for different reasons because they need to show get into different bread earning work where power is required. Nothing that we need to see at data. Have we ever seen my mom eating before my father? Have we ever seen at the family some person, some male person, going and trying to see what is there in the kitchen for the personnel who are actually the homemakers? Now, when we talk about the distribution of occupation, do we include being a housewife, being a homemaking as an occupation all the time? Could I do anything if my mom didn't do everything for me? Given all this, and she's doing right now also. She's right now thinking what I'm presenting here. Now, the point is, despite all this, the nutritional intake for girls remained relatively inferior for both terms of quality and quantity. What the outside environment can do about it? So there are 2 points. Number one, our accountability to ourselves and our family. And number two, if I'm a girl, it's my accountability to myself. Bihar is one of the most progressing state of India right now. We all know that the neonatal mortality has gone below the national average right now. Still, we have female literacy, although growing progressively, 78% in urban and 63% in rural. And female workforce participation rate was 2.8% was. Nowadays, we see a lot of female workforce in different kinds of professions, starting from driving an auto, working in a shop, and all others. There have been several efforts made to improve the situation in health, nutrition, education, and also. And it is very important to take a closer look at the gaps that existed, the initiative taken towards improvement, subsequent changes, and the most important, as my previous speaker mentioned, that we should not be complacent. Where were we? What was the situation at the past? I'm first talking about health because I have a medical background. Frontline workers' visit after 1 week of birth is considered to be one of the key factors for having the National Health Mission programs, newborn care being established properly, taken into consideration, and the newborn being taken care of. Frontline workers were more likely to visit. These are all results of a statewide representative sample size of 78,435 sample size study of 10 years. And logistic regression analysis have been conducted each year to understand what was there, what was more likely, and how things are going to change. Frontline workers were more likely to visit the mothers at home for less than 2 months old male child more than the girls within 1 week post-birth. 3 to 5 year old females were more likely. When I'm saying more likely, it's a statistical terminology. That means when I'm doing a logistic regression analysis, the significant association showing that 3 to 5 month old babies' mothers were more likely to breastfeed the boy child as opposed to the girls. And we must keep in mind that life goes in cycle. If I don't take proper care of my kid right now, who is a girl, who will become adolescent tomorrow, and then for some reason we may try to fill, getting her married will be my main objective, and after that she is going to have children, maybe every alternate year, because I want a boy to be born, and then my girl will ultimately not be able to have enough milk to feed her baby at that 3, 5, 4, 5 months. And then she may make a choice because being pressed by the social and cultural pressure, because the boy is going to take care of the material poverty that my family is suffering for long. It's very easy to say that there is discrimination, there is all those stuff, but we need to go to the root cause. And the root cause is not that I don't like to see my girl child playing, thriving, and being agile. The problem is, under the material poverty in which I was born, and I am telling you the story or a story of a typical poor, impoverished, less privileged family, where a woman is always trying to ensure that that material poverty she is taken care of. She worries about her girl's safety. That's why she wants the boy to go outside and do some work. These are the principal problems that we need to deal if we are here today to join hands for having a better girl child or a better day for our girl child. Mothers with a male child, whether he is 6 to 8 months or 9 to 11 months old, were more likely to receive advice on dietary diversity, meal frequency, and other feeding practices from the frontline workers. Because all our cultural, mythical, magical barriers that अंडा गर्म होता है, banana ठंडा होता है, वो जो leafy vegetables है वो हजम नहीं होता है, बच्चे ना रोने से नहीं खाना दिया जाता है, all those apply to that boy child. I want to protect him. He is going to help me to earn my bread. That helps nobody. I'll come there. Full immunization coverage was higher among males because although it is free, but somebody needs to take that baby to that immunization center, and time is money. I may be a wage labor. So the efforts which were made to address these gaps, and I have my co-speakers here who will be actually describing you those efforts in detail. In very brief, Government of Bihar, joining hands with all the development partners and funding organizations and elsewhere, in the last few years launched several model schemes and policies towards empowering young girls and women. We have several discussions on that today, so I just go briefly on these. Broadly, the schemes did focus on the health, education, gender discriminatory norms and practices, social protection and household infrastructure. A few of them: मुख्यमंत्री बालिका पोषक योजना, नई पीढ़ी स्वास्थ्य गारंटी कार्यक्रम, मुख्यमंत्री नई नारी ज्योति प्रोग्राम, मुख्यमंत्री कन्या उत्थान योजना. And then during 2011, based on a conversation between Honorable Chief Minister and Mr. Gates, Bihar Technical Support Program took its birth with a multi-organizational collaboration with CARE leading the implementation. And it was initiated to support the health and social welfare departments of government to reduce maternal, newborn, and child mortality and malnutrition. We all see NFHS data. We know stunting and wasting has reduced. We know neonatal mortality gone below the national average. Maternal mortality also reduced. But still, we cannot be complacent. Immunization rates are improving, and it is almost reaching close to 100%, but we may need to focus that dropouts are quite a few, especially after the measles vaccine. Improve quality of reproductive health services, including family planning. These were attempted. The overall reproductive, maternal, newborn, and child health and education, adolescent services in Bihar was tried to be improved through a particular program where nurse mentoring, she's a woman, she's going to give birth to another woman. That first arrival need to be a best experience for the mother-child dyad. For that, it was an effort to ensure that she has enough skill and she has enough confidence to make that moment the best for the dyad. The program is still running, almost a decade. The program aimed to build the capacity of nurses and ANMs, as I mentioned, for managing the childbirth complications, provide basic emergency and other reproductive health services. Health system strengthening response to gender-based violence was tried over a pilot in Vaishali district of Bihar, which could bring significant success. And I just tell you in one sentence how things actually changed. When we spoke to the providers, doctors, nurses, and other health professionals, they tried to actually express that it's a problem, but it's not his or her problem. It's actually problematic to get into that problem because somewhere you have to be present in the court or something related to legal aspects, etc. And they also underreported the over problem based on what we have in the data. Interestingly enough, over the journey of that program called Saja, which was actually to kind of ensure that if a woman is seeking care to a health facility, it is very easy to say that violence is high. What we have done for that? The point is violence does not happen only in physical violence or sexual violence. Those are the most heinous crimes. That's why we speak of those to ensure that the audience is awake. But economic violence, emotional violence, all kind of violence are there and often less perceived in the audience, less perceived in the community. For that, most interesting part was, over the journey of this program, we found that the providers are asking for more training. They're asking for more orientation and sensitization. They are saying that previously we were not fully aware of our role in this. Right now we want to do. So we all have a heart. We need to make them beat. The program aimed to strengthen the health facilities, as I mentioned, and improving the monitoring as well as reviewing. And then, where are we now? I'll look at the current data and changes noted from the past. Definitely there will be some good things to be proud of, but I will request all of us to ensure that we don't miss the points where we have miles to go. We are keeping the girl child at the center. Across years, we found that the mothers of male infants who are 0 to 2 months old were more likely to receive these visits. We have seen that they were better counseled regarding overall newborn care, dry cord care, delayed bathing, all those which are for better. And we have already seen the final impact in terms of neonatal mortality. I'm not going into the details. Significant improvement also received in terms of all kinds of counseling. And those counseling regarding all these kinds of recommended practices to keep the newborn healthy and alive improved in both the sectors, in both the segments for the male child and the female child. The gap that we had seen before started diminishing. In nutrition, the interesting part is wherever there is a penny, it goes for the boy. Rest improved. So, if I am talking about the IYCF practices, infant and young child feeding practices, it's actually better for the female. Because what we need, I'll come to that in the next slide. Females aged below 3 months were more likely to be breastfed exclusively. Why? We all know. Let's ponder for a minute. I'll come there soon. And they're less likely to be bottle fed or animal fed. 6 to 8 old female child were more likely to be breastfed. So early initiation of breastfeeding, continued breastfeeding, exclusive breastfeeding, all are better for the female, but not for a good cause. I'll come there. Mother with a male child were more likely to feed their baby with milk and milk products. I already spoke about the problems of leafy vegetables, fruits, animal protein, and all of the stuff, because we want to protect the boy child more, and that's why my myths and misperceptions is actually still keeping me away from the proper dietary practices. Females were more likely to be fed on the flesh food, egg, and pulses, because pulses, is that a good food? Who knows? And other things, flesh and egg, I already spoke about. The girl remains in mother's lap. What mother is eating, something goes there. But for the boy, I am fully cautious. Now that's why, though there were significant improvement in exclusive breastfeeding, flesh food, pulse, fruits, and vegetables, these were better for the girls, but not the boy. For the boy, formula feed, animal feed, milk feed were more. Gender lens helps nobody. I just want to tell you this as a story. I have this all here, but don't want to waste time. So the point is, the girl is born, better breastfed, more protected by maternal antibodies. The boy, I earn money, I want mera vansh ka chirag, they get that. So everything which was from the market goes for the boy, ultimately ending in not exclusive breastfeeding, ultimately ending in more exposure to unsafe water, because formula feeding needs water to be included. Everyone don't have safe access to water, don't have that orientation regarding wash. End up in the boy having more, acute respiratory illness being less protected by maternal antibodies, and diarrhea being more exposed to unsafe water. Whereas the girl actually more protected regarding that. But then the non-qualified practitioners are often the most preferred choice for the girl's ailment, whereas private practitioners, private clinic practitioners are more preferred choice for the boy. Both are probably doing equal irrational use of antibiotic, ending up not so equal, not so important difference in the mortality. So gender lens actually help nobody. Targeted intervention to improve position of the women in the family and society may be considered critical at this juncture while addressing community behaviors, because we need to have that community culture to ensure that the positive deviance regarding all these newborn and child care is sustained. Reproductive health and family planning, I just want to bring for one point, because we have seen in NFHS data that 2005 to 15-16, this one decadal increase in the modern contraceptive method use was slower, as we have seen in the next few years post-16 till 1921. There is a shift. Previously in Bihar, family planning was all about sterilization. So a woman, a girl child getting married at the age of 16, getting the first baby at 17, and 17, 19, 21 in search of that Bangs ka chirag, ultimately have 4 child by the age of 24 and getting sterilized as a young woman. So the focus was more on the young and zero-low parity, and ultimately what we found that this gap between fast use of contraception and marriage actually reducing. There is actually increase in the mean age of marriage, and though slow, but it's increasing. And the good thing is, it's actually associated with improvement in all kind of maternal and child health indicators and family health indicators. Now, as I told, the change in the shift towards the spacing method and more delaying, as well as more contraception use we are seeing. But there is increase in the traditional method also. Different forum, but that's a point of ponder. Now, while thinking about this, we found that all kinds of reproductive methods improved over time, but it's miles to go. We started from a poor baseline. I'm not going into the details of these. The data is here, data that has been used by the globe, by all the modeling exercise and everything coming out of Bihar only, sample size of 22,800, which is showing that reproductive health and family planning is improving, but there is something called gender measures. We are having issues with balance of power in the family. Reproductive coercion is there. We need to focus on those things. Regarding childhood illness, I already highlighted that. There are issues regarding making the choice of the practitioners. In Bihar, we have the informal practitioners, very important part of the health system. Whether we accept or not doesn't matter. Parents willing to spend more on the treatment of male child. So again, material poverty, again associated with the gender aspects. We need to work on that. Education among girls in Bihar, data shows that the increase in the percentage of girls attending in schools in Bihar in NFHS 4 to 5 data. We have seen there are difference in performance, as well as need to focus on retaining girls because there are more dropouts, because the national picture is a little different. When we actually inquired the parents regarding the reasons for dropout and other stuff, because in primary we are seeing dropout is less and girls are more at school. But when we are actually reaching from primary to upper primary, secondary, dropouts are more. Definitely, I am worried about my girl going to school because she is becoming a woman. I am worried because the school does not have, all the schools don't have the separate toilets maybe. There is also the issue that I want my daughter to be married first, so that's the focus, not the education. These are the social stigma or curse we need to actually fight with. These negative attitudes, because in the study we heard that mothers or parents are saying, the boy or the girl don't want to go. Who wanted to go to school? So there is a requirement of conviction. And girls need to work with the mother to help them in the household chores. We need to ensure that she can help much more. Girls are performing at par with boys at primary classes, but in the class 8 and 10, we see that boys are marginally better. First of all, this kind of analysis should be stopped. Boys and girls, why we will compare? Did I teach them separately? Is there a bias? We need to focus on that. We'll listen something like that today. It's actually higher among girls in the secondary, as I mentioned, and school infrastructure, I already discussed about the toilets and other stuff. We need to focus on that. So I'm on my last slide now, the way forward. My request to this audience, to this august audience is, let us focus on the way forward. I tried to present to you a synthesis of 10 years of $30 million data. Now the question is on that. What are different actions when coupled and amalgamated to the national level data as well as all kind of surveys? We need to generate awareness in the community to create attitudinal shift against the gender bias. We should not think about who is a girl, who is a boy for all of our actions. We should break myths and stereotypes around genders. We should institutionalize gender-sensitive process, gender-inclusive programming within various systems such as law and other stuff. Encouraging community ownership in preventing violence and violation based on gender discrimination. Improve reproductive health for young girls and adolescents. Need to emphasize on mothers' literacy to improve child nutrition irrespective of gender. Improvement of negotiation skills. We need to empower those girl childs with better negotiation skills, a better self-efficacy, so that she can negotiate better with the normative boundaries to exercise her agency properly. We need to have integrated efforts for better health services, make services accessible, affordable, and acceptable for all our girl child. Need to strengthen initiatives to address deficiencies of not just iron and folic acid, but also vitamin B12, vitamin D, and zinc. Close gaps in girls' education, whatever is there. Increasing school enrollment is not the final solution. Higher retention rate and lower dropout need to be ensured, and higher parental engagement in that. Higher engagement of the school management committees into that. Having more and more Mata Samitis working with those school education system. Basic amenities like toilet facilities for girls need to be improved. In urban areas, there is a requirement to build safer environments around and to school. There is need to not only close the gender gap, but also focus on improving the health, nutrition, and education of children, irrespective of gender. It should be an integrated gender transformative approach. If we ensure good health, good education, we can guarantee a healthy society. If we can educate girls, we educate the family. So let's create a better place for her. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanmayji. I think all that you presented by way of data, is very sort of enlightening, and it obviously has dug deep into various layers of either inaction on the part of parties that should have sprung into action at the right time. But nevertheless, I think there is always an occasion for all of us to shake ourselves out of our reverie and get into action. I'm sure women empowerment and the girl child, they are in good hands when the Women Development Corporation is steered by somebody like Harjot, and tremendous responsibility on your shoulders, Harjot. Okay, but anyway, so Dr. Handu, Dr. Seema Handu, who's the country director of this organization called Pronto, you'll have to forgive me my ignorance about whether it is an acronym or it's the name of the organization, so you will have to educate us on that. So Dr. Handu is now going to make a presentation on improving the quality of maternal and newborn care, avoiding the gender bias.
Thank you. Thank you, and let me thank Tanmay here and Ashmita for inviting me to speak here. We have been working in Bihar, Pronto International, and I'll talk a little bit about that for about 7 years in collaboration with Care India in the maternal health space. And so Tanmay talked a lot, and even before Tanmay, in the morning session, we were talking a lot about the gender based issues, you know, the domestic violence, the education, the poverty, and everything that comes with the girl child and women in general. So I'm going to focus a little more on more specific health, basically. So just like Tanmay talked about, there are, you know, it's a multidimensional approach that you need to take. And so Pronto International has been focusing on health, and I'll talk about that. Now, you talked about Pronto, what Pronto is. Pronto is actually an international NGO. It's based out of the US, but we've been working in several countries around the globe, many African countries and India. We have a big program in India. And we've been working in Bihar and UP mostly. And what we do is, Tanmay talked about Amanat. Amanat is a program for Apatkalin Matritva and Navjat Shishu. What's the next one? Yeah, it's emergency management during childbirth. And so we have been working with Care India in implementing Amanat program all across Bihar. So I'll talk a little bit about that and how does that translate into better health, better childbirth, better neonatal rates and maternal mortality rates that Tanmay showed the data on, and how has that improved. Right. So let me just, yeah. So just in general, as we heard, so achieving gender equality, which has been our goal for many, many years, is now become one of the 8 stated goals of the UN development goals. And addressing this gender bias, it needs a multidimensional, holistic approach. Education, poverty, nutrition, health, and health is what I'll be focusing on. And also we all know that empowering women in general, in many different ways, empowering women will promote the health, education, and it will result in better outcomes for children, especially the girl child. And so the 2 points that I'm going to make today are focusing on health and empowering. Because although Pronto has been working in the healthcare, maternal health, neonatal health, but one of the big byproducts of that is actually empowering the healthcare providers, who are none but just all women, because nurses in Bihar are almost 100% women. So we'll talk a little bit about that. So Pronto was started in Mexico, and that's why the name Pronto. Pronto actually means quick in Spanish. And it also means program for resuscitation and obstetric and neonatal technologic something. I forgot the whole thing, but it's a Spanish acronym. So it also means quick because when there is a maternal complication, when there is an emergency, you have few minutes to respond to that. So how do you train your healthcare providers, who are mostly nurses? In Bihar, if you go to primary health centers, there are no doctors there. It's mostly nurses who take care of the mothers who come in there, right? So how do you train them so that they don't even have to think, it becomes a muscle memory for them, and then they are able to deliver babies, as well as handle complications and emergencies in a matter of minutes. So that's what Pronto means. So our goal here, or our vision, is to create a safe, respectful care for everybody involved in childbirth, whether it's woman, the mother, the child, gender, there is no gender related to that. It can be a male child, it can be a girl child, and even the healthcare providers, who are all women anyway. So how do you create an atmosphere that the experience is very positive for them? What we have seen, and it's true in Bihar, not just in Bihar actually, it's true in many states in India is also, that the women do not have a very positive child birthing experience. And that's the reason sometimes they don't even go into the facilities, and they would rather do it at home. So we want to go away from there and make sure that it is a positive experience for them. So what we do is we actually provide training to the healthcare providers, and so that they become good at skills, clinical skills, but at the same time, they also become very good at identification and management of these complications, and they're able to, we train them on team training as well as communication, so they're able to talk for themselves and think for themselves, which I think is more important. It leads to empowerment. So one of the things, which I'm not going to get more into the clinical skills, but the only thing, one point I'll make here is, we use simulation technologies, and that's why we have been working with CARE very closely, where we have introduced our simulation methods into Amanat program. And it gives the healthcare providers basically an opportunity to try and mimic those emergencies before they actually go take care of mothers in real clinical setting. So after they have studied, done all the didactic studying, then they do simulation. We teach them on simulation, having these different mannequins and all, so that they actually do role plays. It's like a drama. We basically will create an emergency scenario where they actually try it out and see, okay, if this is a complication, how will I take care of the mother? Before they actually go into the clinical setting and actually deal with real patients. And so this has really made these, the healthcare providers, the nurses in Bihar who, when CARE started 10 years ago, what I've heard is, I wasn't here, that they could not even measure a blood pressure. So starting from there to now, they can handle complications, postpartum hemorrhage, birth asphyxia, preeclampsia without a doctor being there. So that's a huge improvement that has happened, and we have seen numbers in increase in, or decrease in the maternal mortality rates and infant mortality rates. So along with the clinical skills, we teach them teamwork and communication. And so what I find most interesting about this program is that these nurses, when we train them, the day one of training, they don't talk about, they just don't speak because they have no agency. They have no confidence. They feel they're just there to do some work and they cannot even think or make any decisions. By the end of our training, they're all talking so much that they all want to answer all the questions, and they have become, all of a sudden very confident. And what we realize is over a period of time, 7 years that we have been here, is one thing that I have noticed is that these nurses have become so empowered that they can, within their own setting, within their own facilities, they can question the hierarchy, the medical officers in charge, or even, well, not question, but at least discuss with them and say, we're missing this or we need this. They can speak for themselves. And that's really a huge change that I have seen. We have empowered them to the point where it really impacts the, the pregnant mothers who come in and how they treat with them and how they manage, child delivery. So I'm going to quickly move here because the focus is more on how we are changing the system in terms of empowering the mothers and making it better for women and for kids. So our technology, of course, increases the confidence, communication, and clinical skills. Clinical skills is given. We obviously have to do that. But it's the other two things that I feel are more important is this confidence and communication skills of the nurses, which increases the respect and the final outcomes of the patient. And they're able to use all these evidence-based practices now in their day-to-day management of patients. And it actually leads to more positive outcomes for the system in general. The healthcare systems are improving in Bihar because of many interventions, this being one of them. This is our, so the way we train the people, and that's another thing I want to talk about is sustainability. Because we come, we train the people, the government of Bihar invests a lot of money, development partners are working together. But once we are done and we go away, what happens? Does it sustain? And so the way we train is we do this training, the training cascade, which is we train the trainers who are facility-based nurses. These are the government nurses who are in the facilities. We come, we train them to become the trainers, and then they train all the nurses in the system. So the whole idea is that tomorrow we are not here, we are not going to be here all the time, but the capacity stays within the system, and the government-based nurses can continue this program forever if there is proper investment in the system. All right. So since 2014, when the Amanat program started, we have trained over 6,000, I would say, 6,000 nurses in the facilities, and about 3,000 of them are mentors in the facility. So they can continue training the staff nurses in Bihar, all through the Bihar. And we have seen overall improvement in normal deliveries as well as in newborn care. So there is 37% increase and 26% increase in the newborn care. And that results in lower NNR and lower MMR. We also, the couple of other things that we focus on is respectful care. I talked about that. Because if you go anywhere, you'll see that, the mothers, especially mothers who come to the public health facilities, are not educated, they're illiterate, they're poor, and there is so much bias against, even there is caste-based bias, education-based bias, and of course financial bias. So they are really not treated very well by the nurses, who themselves are not treated well in the system. So there is a whole, hierarchical system here. So we offer special trainings on just respectful maternity care. And we have seen that even not just the nurses, but even the support staff starting from the ambulance driver to the security guard to the cleaner in the facility. So we offer respectful maternity care to them. And what we have seen is that they feel very empowered. They feel, wow, okay, now we know what it is. And what is it that we can do? Because always the challenge is they'll say, oh, we have too many people coming in. We don't have the resources. We don't have the infrastructure. And by the end of the training, it comes down to, okay, given the condition that you are in, what is it that least you can do to change the system? And they themselves are able to think back, reflect back, do thinking, and come back and say, no, we can make changes regardless of whatever the resources may be. Because just speaking nicely or giving some privacy or confidentiality or asking them their name does not take resources or does not take infrastructure. So those are some of the things that we have seen are changing in Bihar. We have in fact seen an improvement in the patient satisfaction survey that the government does. So, so that's a great thing to see. We also offer several such other trainings which are very much, complication related. For example, in operation theater, in newborn sick units. How do you, how do you focus on these things so that the mother and the child is at the center of everything? Anything that happens, we always try to come back to, okay, think about the mother, think about the child. Because finally, that's what it's going to be. And when we talk about just the girl child, of course, we want to make sure it's no gender bias there. But you think about it, because it's the mothers who are obviously women, who, these girls are going to become mothers, and the providers who are all nurses, who are also all women. So these girls are going to look at these mothers and the nurses who are going to be their role models in the society. And if they are empowered, and if they can think for themselves, you can imagine that a girl child is going to become a lot more, grow up in a much more positive environment. So respectful maternity care, I talked about it. We have trained, okay, this I'm writing about Bihar and UP. That's okay. And so what happens in this respectful maternity care training, if you see what these people, we do a lot of, it's, okay, you can tell them you should do this, you should do that, but that doesn't work because everybody knows what should be done. But how do you make them feel that, okay, what does it feel to be in that shoes, So this whole building this empathy thing. So if you'll see, so we do a lot of activities. So if you see here, we have an activity called empathy belly. So we take this empathy belly, which is heavy, it's basically a bag kind of thing, which has sand in there, and we make people wear it. And so whenever we do this training, all the men we have seen always, whether they are the security guards, whether they are ambulance drivers, they say, we want to wear it because we want to see what it feels like. So we make them wear this, and then we make them walk through the rooms, go out, come back, get down, pick up stuff, sit down in the chair, for some time. So there are men going around wearing all this. And they say, wow, now I know what my wife felt like. And I've done it only for an hour kind of thing, right? And my wife has done it for 9 hours, or 9 months, sorry. So things like this. So there are several such activities that we do because respectful maternity care or, taking care of a girl child or whatever, we know a lot of theory. And everybody knows, you say, yeah, they'll say, yes, we should be polite, we should be, give them privacy, confidentiality, but do you do it? Or how do you do it? And so we go through this whole, a list of, small things that can be done that will change your attitude, behavior, but it still needs a lot of practice because we know that, changing behavior, changing culture is not an easy thing, and it requires a lot of commitment from the system, whether it's the government, whether it's your medical officer in charge, whether it is, just that that head nurse that may be in a system, or the doctor, or whoever it is in charge, needs a lot of commitment and investment to be able to continue offering these things so that it becomes your habit, it becomes the norm. So the norms, you got to change the norms, because right now the norms are not for the girl child. So how do you change the norms is the most difficult part, right? So we also do, talking about focus very much on this respectful maternity care. We have put these kinds of posters in, in district hospitals, because that's where we did it, in 36 district hospitals and 2 sub-district hospitals in Bihar. Where this is now, we talked about that women in general don't know what their rights are, especially women coming into public health facilities. So we keep posters like these all over, so that when mothers are coming in and with their companions, who could be their husband or their mother-in-law or whoever, or a neighbor, they read these things, because they're just lying all around. And this, basically, we want them to be aware of what their rights are and to generate demand for respectful care. Otherwise, they don't know. They're just happy. Oh, they took care of me. Oh, they give me, they're not asking for anything. They don't ask for water. They don't ask for a toilet next to the labor room. It's not even there, right? So things like these are very subtle things, simple things, but the whole idea is to generate demand for respectful care from their end. Okay, let's see. How much time do I have? So one more thing I would want to just talk about this is, we also, as I was saying, we do a lot of activities and things, because the whole idea is to use what I say is persuasive technologies, and not prescriptive, saying, okay, these are the 10 commandments, follow those, because that doesn't work. So using different techniques, which are like, sorry about that. Sure, no problem. Oh, make room. My stuff is. So as I was saying, we try to stay away from thou shalt do this kind of thing, because that doesn't work. So we use different methods, different technologies to make them feel or change their behavior. So how would they do that? So for example, for the nurses, we have created a cartoon series, and there are 10 modules in that, and it's called The Adventures of Super Divya. And the whole idea is to strengthen your, the educator skills or the trainer skills, and also to maintain engagement and interest. And I'll show you. So, and also to do team building, self-help techniques for the nurses, because we know the nurses have a very tough environment that they work in. And so how do you make it, how do you relate to that and say, okay, there are different ways in which you can do that. So so we have created this module which the nurses love, and they feel that it really helps them. It speaks to them that this is their challenges that they face every day and how they can overcome them. So it has some, solutions in there. I'm going to play a 1-minute video, if the volume works here. Does the volume? Can you hear? The volume is not. एक मिनट, वॉल्यूम है क्या इसमें? नहीं है ना, वॉल्यूम से कनेक्टेड नहीं है ये तो इसी का
पूरी शक्तियां कोशिश कर रही है और उन्हें हराना हमारे सकारात्मक अनुभव बनाए रखने के लिए मुझे आपकी मदद की ज़रूरत है। हमारी इस यात्रा के दौरान मैं आपको उन जादुई टूल्स और तकनीकों से परिचित कराऊंगी जिनकी ज़रूरत आपको सिमुलेशन को बचाने में पड़ेगी। दुष्ट प्रोफेसर अग्नि के हमलों के खिलाफ इस लड़ाई में आप मेरा साथ दें और फिर आप भी मेरी तरह एक सुपर फैसिलिटेटर बन सकते हैं।
So this was just an example of the kind of things we do with the healthcare providers to make it, for them to maintain, keep motivated and keep an interest going. This is especially for sustainability, because when we are not here, how are they going to learn and how are they going to, keep improving upon that? So that's the whole idea we create programs like this. So I'll just move on to the last slide here. And basically, what have we achieved here? Okay. So in collaboration with CARE, we have trained and empowered over 5,000 women healthcare providers to do, these are all nurses, majority, to provide quality care to pregnant women and their newborn. And there is no gender bias here. It's always the mother and the child at the center of everything. And we promote respectful and kind maternal care for mother and the newborn. And we have developed self-help techniques so that these nurses can work under the difficult conditions and increase awareness around gender equality issues. We train the mothers on breastfeeding, thus improving early nutrition, which is also an important aspect for the newborn, regardless of gender. And we continue to improve their clinical and non-clinical skills to be competent and thus empowered in their own professional and personal settings. So this is one thing we have learned from the nurses. Whenever we talk to them, what do you think about the training? What happened? They said, yes, we use in our clinical setting, but more than that, I use it in my day-to-day setting. I'm able to now ask for things. I'm now able, I have my own agency. I'm able to talk to my husband or mother-in-law or neighbor and ask for what I need. And thus setting a positive role model for a girl child. So that's all I have to say. And thank you for listening to me.
थैंक्स अ टन। हम आज के इस कार्यक्रम में माननीय मंत्री समाज कल्याण श्री मदन सहनी जी का स्वागत करते हैं और मैं आग्रह करना चाहूँगा माननीय मंत्री जी कि आप भी हमारे साथ शिरकत करें इस तो एक बार फिर से बहुत बहुत स्वागत आपका माननीय मंत्री जी। मैं आग्रह करना चाहूँगा आपसे कि हमारा ये जो कार्यक्रम चल रहा है इसके संबंध में तो आपके विभाग ने आपको ब्रीफ किया होगा। हरजोत जॉइन अस। तो हम सब बहुत उत्सुकता से इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं आपके संबोधन का। तो मैं आग्रह करूँगा।
एवरीबडी, ये हमारे लिए बहुत सौभाग्य का विषय है कि आज की जो हमारा कार्यक्रम है मल्टी डायमेंशनल अप्रोच टू द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ गर्ल चाइल्ड, बालिका दिवस के उपलक्ष्य पे हम लोग इस तरह का कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं जिसमें आद्री और महिला एवं बाल विकास निगम और इसके अलावा केयर इंडिया ने मिलकर ये कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया है। और ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि आज हम लोगों के बीच में समाज कल्याण माननीय मंत्री श्री मदन सहनी जी आए हैं और मैं आप सबसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से उनका स्वागत करें। जैसा कि आप जानते हैं कि बिहार सरकार के द्वारा बालिकाओं के उत्थान के लिए, उनकी विकास के लिए बहुत से कार्यक्रम किए गए हैं। इससे पहले कि इन सब कार्यक्रमों के बारे में बताएं, कुछ बेसिक बातें राष्ट्रीय बालिका दिवस के अवसर पर। बिहार सरकार द्वारा जब से भी कमान संभाली गई है तब से ये दो बातों के ऊपर उनका बहुत ज़्यादा ध्यान है। सबसे पहले तो महिला के विकास के बारे में, क्योंकि सरकार का ये मानना है कि जब तक महिलाओं का विकास नहीं होगा, समाज की आधी आबादी का विकास नहीं होगा, तब तक समाज का सही माने में सामाजिक विकास नहीं हो पाएगा और ना ही राज्य का आर्थिक विकास संभव है। इसलिए महिलाएं जो आधी आबादी का हिस्सा हैं उनको डेवलपमेंट के या विकास के मॉड्यूल के अंदर सभी पैरामीटर्स के ऊपर आगे बढ़ने के लिए सहूलियत दी जाए और उन्हें आगे बढ़ाने का ध्येय लेके ही सरकार चल रही है। इसी के तहत बहुत से कार्यक्रम चलाए गए हैं, जैसे मुख्यमंत्री कन्या उत्थान योजना, जिसका मूल है कि जो हम लोगों का जेंडर रेशो है या सेक्स रेशो एट बर्थ है, जो थोड़ा बहुत एडवर्स है, उसमें ये जो वैल्यू ऑफ गर्ल चाइल्ड है उसको बढ़ाना, समाज में जो ये कुरीति है जिसमें लड़का और लड़की में भेदभाव किया जाता है उसको समाप्त करना और लड़कियों को भी लड़कों के समान अवसर मिलें, इसलिए प्रयासरत होना। इस प्रोग्राम के तहत जन्म से लेकर उसकी ग्रेजुएशन तक और अब तो सिविल सर्विसेज या उससे ज़्यादा एग्ज़ामों के लिए या फिर स्टेम कोर्सेज़ में यानी कि इंजीनियरिंग या डॉक्टरी पढ़ने के लिए भी सरकार ने बहुत से कदम उठाए हैं, जिसमें प्रोत्साहन राशि दी जाती है उसके जन्म पर, उसके इम्यूनाइजेशन के ऊपर, उसके प्राइमरी स्कूल में दाखिले पर, आगे बढ़ने पर, स्कूल से लेकर जब तक वो आगे बढ़ती है हर तरफ पे उसको छात्रवृत्ति मिलती है, उसको पढ़ने की पूरी सहूलियत है और लड़कियों की पूरी शिक्षा भी पूर्णतः निःशुल्क है। इसके अलावा मुख्यमंत्री बालिका पोशाक योजना जो कि स्कूल यूनिफॉर्म से है, और उससे भी ज़्यादा जो एक बहुत बड़ा गेम चेंजर रहा बिहार में, मुख्यमंत्री बालिका साइकिल योजना, जिसके तहत हम सब ने ये बहुत से नज़ारे देखे कि लड़कियां साइकिलों पर बहुत जगहों पर देखा गया बढ़ चढ़कर स्कूल में आने लगी। स्कूल एजुकेशन में, प्राइमरी एजुकेशन में लड़कियों की सहभागिता बढ़े, इसलिए भी बिहार सरकार ने बहुत प्रयास किया है। और जैसा कि मैंने प्रथम चरण में भी कहा कि अभी जो हाल फिलहाल के भी आंकड़े आए हैं और जो हम लोगों की अपनी भी रिपोर्ट है, तकरीबन 98 to 99% बच्चियां स्कूल में प्राथमिक शिक्षा प्राप्त कर रही हैं। और जैसा कि बाकी वक्ताओं ने भी बताया कि प्राथमिक शिक्षा में लड़के और लड़कियों में कोई फ़र्क नहीं है, उल्टा लड़कियां लड़कों से ज़्यादा अच्छा कर रही हैं जहाँ तक कि शिक्षण योजना का है। इसके अलावा मध्य एवं उच्च विद्यालयों में भी लड़कियों की उपस्थिति ज़्यादा रहे, छीदन दर कम रहे, ड्रॉप आउट रेट्स कम हो जाएं, और भी जो समस्याएं हैं जो लड़कियों को स्कूल तक आने तक रोकती हैं, जैसे कि आर्थिक समस्याएं या फिर केयर की समस्याएं कि छोटे भाई बहनों का ध्यान रखना है, या फिर एजुकेशन की वैल्यू को सही रूपे नहीं समझना, या फिर जैसा अन्य वक्ताओं ने कहा कि स्कूलों में शौचालय की समस्या हो या अन्य तरह की परेशानियां हों, उन सब से निपटने के लिए शिक्षा विभाग, स्वास्थ्य विभाग, समाज कल्याण विभाग और महिला एवं बाल विकास विभाग, इसके अलावा माइनॉरिटी एजुकेशन, ओबीसी डिपार्टमेंट, SC/ST डिपार्टमेंट, यानी कि सरकार के विभिन्न आयाम लगे हुए हैं ताकि वो लड़की आराम से सेकेंडरी से एजुकेशन तक प्राप्त करे। और इसके लिए उसको आर्थिक प्रोत्साहन भी दिया जाता है। जैसा आप जानते हैं कि ग्रेजुएशन करने पे 50,000 रुपये और सिविल सर्विस प्रोत्साहन योजना में भी अगर लड़कियां पढ़ती हैं तो उसके लिए, प्लस हायर एजुकेशन में खास करके डॉक्टरी और इंजीनियरिंग सर्विसेज में जिसमें ज़्यादातर लड़कियां बहुत कम होती हैं शिक्षण संस्थाओं में, वहाँ पर भी 30% सीटें उनके लिए आरक्षित की गई हैं। स्पोर्ट्स में भी आरक्षण दिया गया है ताकि लड़कियां खेलें कूदें भी, सिर्फ उसी पे नहीं निर्भर रहें। तो हर जगह पर लड़की को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए बिहार सरकार कटिबद्ध है और बहुत सारा के इस तरह के कार्यक्रम उन्होंने बना रखे हैं जो पग पग पर उसका ध्यान रखते हैं। पोषण की बात की जाए तो पोषण के लिए बिहार में लड़कियों में ज़्यादातर एनीमिया पाया जाता है, महिलाओं में भी एनीमिया पाया जाता है। इसके कई कारण हैं, कुछ कारण आर्थिक हैं, लेकिन ज़्यादातर कारण गलत पोषण या पोषण की सही जानकारी ना होने के कारण है। कई जगहों पर चीज़ें उपलब्ध भी होती हैं लेकिन उसका सही इस्तेमाल नहीं होता। जैसा अभी केयर के वक्ता ने बताया था कि बहुत बार आजकल जो सिचुएशन है कि लड़कियों को तो माताएं जो हैं अपना दूध पिला रही हैं, लेकिन लड़कों को इस गलत फैमिली में माताएं दूध नहीं पिला रही हैं, या समाज की ये सोच है कि शायद वो डब्बाबंद दूध से ज़्यादा बेहतर आगे बढ़ेंगे। तो ये सब जो कुरीतियाँ हैं, जो अज्ञानता है कि पोषण कौन सा सही है, खुद का माता का दूध पिलाना या डब्बे का दूध पिलाना, वीनिंग कब करना, बच्चे को खाने का कब शुरू करना, 3 महीने से, 4 महीने से या 6 महीने से, पानी पिलाना कि नहीं, क्या चीज़ें खिलानी चाहिए जो हमारे यहाँ पर बहुत इजीली उपलब्ध हैं। जैसा कि हम लोग जानते हैं बिहार की आबो हवा इतनी अच्छी है कि खाने पीने की यहाँ पर चीज़ें बहुत हैं, हरी पत्तेदार सब्जियों से लेके दूध दही भी कोई कमी नहीं है। और सरकार ने मिड डे मील योजना के तहत भी 14 साल तक के बच्चों को सही पोषण मिले, इसके लिए भी बहुत प्रयास किया गया है और जगह जगह हर जिलों में इस तरह का मिड डे मील प्रोग्राम दिया जाता है ताकि बच्चों का पोषक विकास भी अच्छे से हो। तो इन सब चीज़ों के लिए सरकार बहुत हद तक कटिबद्ध है और यही ध्येय रहा है हमेशा कि लड़कियां आगे बढ़ें और समाज में अपना सही स्थान प्राप्त करें। समाज का जो दृष्टिकोण है लड़कियों के प्रति, उसको बदलने के लिए भी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की अगुवाई में समाज सुधार अभियान चलाया गया है, जिसके तहत उन्होंने अक्सर इस बात के ऊपर बल दिया है कि जब तक लड़कियां पढ़ेंगी नहीं और जब तक समाज लड़का और लड़की के भेदभाव को मिटाकर लड़कियों को भी लड़कों के बराबर नहीं समझेगा, तब तक सही मानों में समाज का विकास नहीं हो पाएगा। और इसके लिए जो सबसे ज़रूरी चीज़ें हैं कि बाल विवाह बंद हो और जो डाउरी या दहेज प्रथा है उसके ऊपर अंकुश लगाया जा सके, क्योंकि ये सब चीज़ें जो हैं ये एक तरह से सिंबलाइज करती हैं लड़की की लो वैल्यू का समाज के अंदर। और इसी के तहत, इसी से प्रेरित होकर महिला एवं बाल विकास निगम ने एक जेंडर ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव पॉलिसी भी बनाई है और इसी अप्रोच के साथ चल रही है कि जब तक हम लोग कन्याओं को या लड़कियों का आत्मविश्वास नहीं बढ़ाएंगे और समाज में उनको बराबरी का हक नहीं दिलाएंगे, तब तक ये जो सामाजिक कुरीतियाँ हैं जैसे बाल विवाह या दहेज प्रथा, इसको हम लोग समाप्त नहीं कर पाएंगे। इसके मूल में यही चीज़ है कि लड़का और लड़की में भेदभाव नहीं हो और दोनों समान माने जाएं। इसके लिए भी हम लोग प्रयासरत हैं। तो आज इस ओकेजन पर हम लोग बहुत सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि माननीय मंत्री महोदय ने अपने व्यस्त कार्यक्रम से हम लोगों को ये समय दिया है और आप लोगों का और समय नहीं लेते हुए मैं माननीय मंत्री महोदय का स्वागत करते हुए उन्हें यहाँ आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी कि वे अपना स्वागत भाषण दे सकें और बता भी सकें कि बिहार सरकार द्वारा लड़कियों की उन्नति के लिए कितनी तरह के काम किए जा रहे हैं। आदरणीय श्री मदन सहनी साहब, माननीय मंत्री समाज कल्याण विभाग।
तो बाद में कर लेंगे, जब बुला लिया तो क्या, चलिए ठीक है।
माननीय मंत्री के संबोधन के से पूर्व विधिवत इस पूरी जेंडर कार्यशाला जो हम लोगों का है आज, उसका विधिवत उद्घाटन के लिए माननीय मंत्री जी का श्री त्रिपुरारी शरण जी का और डायस पे बैठे सभी सम्मानित अतिथियों को मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ। इसी रोशनी का स्वागत करते हुए माननीय मंत्री समाज कल्याण श्री मदन सहनी साहब।
आज के इस बालिका दिवस समारोह के अवसर पर बालिकाओं के लिए विकास के जो बहुआयामी दृष्टिकोण है उस विषय पर आज विस्तार से चर्चा के लिए हम लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं। इस कार्यक्रम में मुख्य रूप से श्री त्रिपुरारी शरण जी जो मुख्य सूचना आयुक्त भी हैं और बिहार के पूर्व मुख्य सचिव भी रहे हैं, श्रीमती हरजोत कौर अध्यक्ष सह प्रबंध निदेशक बिहार राज्य बाल एवं महिला विकास निगम, श्री तन्मय महापात्रा जी आद्री समूह के प्रमुख हैं, केयर इसमें आद्री लिख दिया है, नहीं उसमें भी हमको लगता है आद्री लिखा हुआ है। ना ठीक है, हम सुधार कर लेते हैं केयर के प्रमुख, लेकिन हमको लगा कि ये आदरी से ही हैं इसमें, लेकिन ज़्यादा आदरी का ही नाम है। हाँ, चलिए बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, सुधार कर लिए हम केयर के प्रमुख। और श्री अजय श्रीवास्तव जी, श्रीमती अंजू कुमारी जी, डॉक्टर गीता जी, ये भी केयर से हैं। ये भी केयर से है ना, केयर आदरी दोनों लिखा हुआ है इसमें ना, ठीक है ना, लेकिन फिर भी सुधार जरूरी है ना। और श्रीमती निशा झा जी जो पूर्व में बाल संरक्षण आयोग की भी अध्यक्ष रही हैं, तो आपका भी, और समाज कल्याण विभाग के आप सचिव श्री शशांक शेखर सिन्हा जी का, उपस्थित सभी आप सभी का यहाँ हम लोग स्वागत करते हैं। हरजोत कौर जी ने विस्तार से आज के विषय में बताया, उसमें कुछ बात हम लोग भी अपने ढंग से रखना चाहते हैं कि चूँकि आज जो विषय है, सबसे पहले तो ये बालिका दिवस है आज, तो आज का दिन महत्वपूर्ण है और चर्चा तो इस विषय पर हमेशा होते रहना चाहिए। आज इसका खास दिन है तो इस पर विशेष हम लोग चर्चा करें और कैसे हम लोग बेहतर कर सकते हैं महिलाओं के लिए, लड़कियों के लिए। यह काम हम लोग अगर देखें, चूँकि यहाँ आदरी और केयर दो बड़े नाम हैं, संस्था हैं देश के, ये लोग आए हैं इस चर्चा में शामिल होने के लिए और अपनी बात को रखने के लिए, तो यह बात और ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है और यह चर्चा भी महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है। खास करके जब हम बात लड़कियों की करते हैं तो अंतर तो बड़ा हम लोग को देखने को मिलता है। एक जनप्रतिनिधि के नाते अगर पूरे ईमानदारी से हम लोग कहें तो बड़ा अंतर, और यह अंतर कोई सदियों पुराना अंतर नहीं है। हम लोग ये 20 से 25 साल के दरमियान जो अंतर महसूस कर रहे हैं या देख रहे हैं वह बड़ा अंतर है, लेकिन इसमें और भी अंतर हो सकता है और इसकी आवश्यकता भी है। क्योंकि जो बिहार सरकार के द्वारा, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के द्वारा जो बिहार के अंदर में महिलाओं के लिए या लड़कियों के लिए काम किए जा रहे हैं, वह तो देश के लिए भी उदाहरण हो सकता है। हो सकता है अन्य राज्य में भी इस तरह के कार्यक्रम चलते हों, इसमें कोई कंपटीशन की बात नहीं है, लेकिन सरकार के द्वारा जो काम हो रहे हैं, खास करके जो बहुत तरह के संस्था के द्वारा जागरूकता के तौर पर, सुझाव के तौर पर या आवश्यकता अनुसार जो बात कही जाती है, उसको हम लोग समझते हैं कि यहाँ इम्प्लीमेंट हो रहा है। और यह हो सकता है सरकार खुद का ज़रूरत के हिसाब से काम करती है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं आप लोगों का भी जो बात आता है छन करके, उस पर भी सरकार का ध्यान होता है और उस हिसाब से भी काम किए जाते हैं। तो लड़की की सुरक्षा के लिए हो, उनकी जागरूकता के लिए हो, उनको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हो, सरकार के द्वारा अनेकों काम किए गए हैं। उसमें जो प्रमुख काम बिहार के अंदर हुए हैं, जिसमें साइकिल योजना की बात बिना किए हुए पूरा नहीं हो पाता है। हालांकि यह अब बहुत पुराना लगता है कहने में कि बिहार के अंदर में या अन्य जगहों पर यह पुराना मामला हो गया, लेकिन आज भी इसकी आवश्यकता है और आज भी उतना ही है। चूँकि आज 10 साल पहले अगर यह योजना का शुरुआत हुआ तो उस समय जो लड़की ने लाभ लिया इसका, या उसके कारण जो उसके अंदर में अंदर से जो मजबूती हुआ, फिर दूसरे लड़की आज 9वां में जा रही हैं, 8वां में जा रही हैं, 10वां में जा रही हैं, तो उनको भी उसकी आवश्यकता है। और पहले तो एक साइकिल चलाने में इतना झिझक था, घर से निकलने में परेशानी था, तो आज तो साइकिल से भी हम लोग आगे बढ़ चुके हैं। अब तो स्कूटी से, बाइक से, 4 व्हीलर से भी हर तरह का काम जो एक पुरुष या लड़का के द्वारा किया जाता था या किया जाता है, वो सारे काम आज लड़की भी कर रही है। और बहुत सारे मामलों में तो हम लोग देखते हैं कि कई मामलों में लड़की आगे है। और हम लोग देखें अगर सिर्फ बिहार के संदर्भ में, तो यहाँ मैट्रिक का जो रिजल्ट आता है या कई तरह के और रिजल्ट आते हैं, उसमें लड़का से आगे लड़की बढ़ चुका है। जहाँ 50% का गैप था संख्या के आधार पर, आज हम बराबरी से भी आगे बढ़ चुके हैं। तो यह कोई साधारण परिवर्तन नहीं है। और इसी परिवर्तन के कारण हर बार हर वक्ता को, जिनको भी बोलने का मौका मिलता है, खास करके लड़कियों के ऊपर में, छात्राओं के ऊपर में, तो साइकिल योजना से हम लोग शुरुआत करते हैं। लेकिन वह आगे चल करके, चूँकि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की एक खासियत यह भी है कि कोई भी योजना का शुभारंभ करते हैं तो उसको आगे और कैसे ले जाना है और आगे इसका क्या हो सकता है, तो उसके लिए भी सोचते हैं। तो इसी सोच के तहत जो लगा कि भाई आप मैट्रिक कर लेते हैं, इंटर कर लेते हैं, लेकिन जब आपको उच्च शिक्षा प्राप्त करना है तो उस समय जो आवश्यकता होगा तो उसका पूर्ति कैसे होगा। तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने स्टूडेंट क्रेडिट कार्ड का शुभारंभ बिहार के अंदर में किया, और जिसके तहत 4 लाख तक का लोन दिया जाता है। कहने के लिए तो यह ऋण है, लेकिन महिलाओं को मुक्त है, इस ऋण से महिलाओं को मुक्त रखा गया है। और दूसरी तरफ जो अन्य लोग भी हैं, अगर किसी कारण से उनको जॉब नहीं मिल पाता है तो ऋण माफ़ करने का भी प्रावधान है। तो यह एक कड़ी हुआ कि हम सिर्फ साइकिल नहीं देते हैं, हम आपको आगे भी ले जाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, उच्च शिक्षा भी देना चाहते हैं। और जब उच्च शिक्षा हम लोग दे रहे हैं तो उसमें एक और है कि जो बीपीएससी या यूपीएससी का जो एग्ज़ाम होता है, प्रतियोगिता परीक्षा होता है, उसमें अगर आप पीटी पास कर जाते हैं, समाज कल्याण विभाग या महिला विकास निगम के अंतर्गत महिलाओं को दिया जाता है यह लाभ। जो बीपीएससी और यूपीएससी में अगर आप सफलता हासिल करते हैं तो 50,000 और 1 लाख की राशि आगे की तैयारी के लिए दी जाती है। अभी तो हम लोगों ने विभाग से दिया है 22 छात्राओं को, जिसमें से अंतिम रूप से 5 कैंडिडेट सफल भी हुई है। तो यह एक उदाहरण है। ऐसा नहीं है कि हम लोगों ने जो लाभ दिया तो हम लोग को रिजल्ट 0 मिला। हम लोग को इस बात का खुशी है और संतोष है कि जो हमने सहयोग दिया उसका रिजल्ट पॉजिटिव आया। 22 को हम लोगों ने दिया और 5 अंतिम रूप से सफल भी हुई। तो यह काम भी हो रहे हैं। अगर पंचायत के अंदर आरक्षण माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने नहीं दिया होता तो हम लोग को याद है, हम पिछले बार भी बोले थे, आज भी बोल रहे हैं, और वह दिन कोई दूर नहीं, मात्र 2006 में जब हम जिला परिषद के सदस्य थे और 8 में अध्यक्ष बने, तो उस समय कई महिला सदस्य, हम लोग 47 सदस्य में 27 महिला सदस्य थी और हम 20 पुरुष सदस्य थे। और कई महिला ऐसी भी थी जो चाय भी नहीं मीटिंग में पीना चाहती थी, बहुत जिद करने पर घूंघट के आड़ में चाय पीती थी। और आज आप देखते होंगे कि इतना कम समय के अंतर पे इतना ज़्यादा बदलाव हुआ। जो हो रहा है वो तो सब लोग जानते हैं, लेकिन उससे क्या बेनिफिट हुआ, उसका क्या प्रभाव पड़ा समाज पर, ये हम बताना चाह रहे हैं कि आज इतना कम समय में, लोग पहले कहते थे मुखिया पति हैं, जिला परिषद के पति हैं, प्रमुख के पति हैं, आज ये चीज़ अगर उनसे हट रहा है, वह स्वतंत्र रूप से काम कर रही है, तो यही इसकी खासियत है। और इस खासियत को, इस विशेषता को हम लोग को और आगे ले जाना है। एक चीज़ जो महिलाओं पर उत्पीड़न से जुड़ा हुआ मामला है, इस पर जरूर गंभीरता से हर समय विचार करने की है। उसमें भी हम लोग देखते हैं कि अन्य जगहों के बारे में हम बहुत नहीं कह सकते हैं, लेकिन बिहार के अंदर में बहुत ज़्यादा इस पर कंट्रोल हुआ है। लेकिन एक चीज़ आप देखेंगे कि कंट्रोल तो हुआ है, लोग निर्भीक भी हुए हैं। महिला अब दिन में हो कि रात में हो, कहीं जाने से उनको कोई डर नहीं लगता है, उनके मन से डर निकल चुका है और यही सबसे बड़ी विशेषता है। लेकिन एक चीज़ है कि लोग को मजबूर कर देता है, चाहे कोई भी लोग हो, कि एक ऐसा घटना घट जाता है एक समय के अंतराल पर ही सही। इस तरह का घटना रोज रोज तो घट भी नहीं सकता और घटेगा तो फिर ये दुनिया चल भी नहीं सकता है, हम आप घर से निकल भी नहीं सकते, चाहे हमारे घर की बेटी हो या कोई भी हो। घर से कैसे निकलेगी जब कोई घटना देश के अंदर भी कहीं भी, चाहे अपने राज्य में हो चाहे किसी दूसरे राज्य में हो, अगर एक ऐसा घटना घट जाए जो पूरा देश दुनिया को झकझोर दे और लोगों को सोचने पर मजबूर कर दे, तो वो घटना कैसे रुकेगा। इसके लिए सब आदमी को मेहनत करने की ज़रूरत है और महिलाओं के प्रति, बालिकाओं के प्रति लोगों का भावना कैसे पवित्र होगा, लोग उनके प्रति आदर भाव कैसे रखेंगे, उनका बराबरी का जो इस पृथ्वी पर अधिकार है उसको हम कैसे दे पाएंगे। और देने से ज़्यादा तो आवश्यकता अब हमको लगता है कि जैसे सरकार का जो कार्यक्रम होते हैं उसका एक बेनिफिट यह भी है कि हम उनको इतना जागरूक कर दें, इतना आत्मनिर्भर कर दें, खुद के पैरों पर खड़ा रहने लायक, चलने लायक, काम करने लायक बना दे, जिससे वो सभी तरह की परेशानियों का सामना खुद से कर सके। तो वो तो सरकार कर रही है, लेकिन कुछ लोग समाज में ऐसे होते हैं जो कुछ न कुछ ऐसा काम कर जाते हैं जिसका खामियाजा समाज के सभी लोगों को भुगतना पड़ता है। और जब समाज के सभी तबका को या जितने तरह के लोग रहते हैं समाज में, सभी को मरमाहत करते हैं, दुख पहुंचाते हैं, तो हम सब लोगों का यह कर्तव्य भी बनता है, नैतिक दायित्व भी है और जिम्मेवारी भी है कि हम लोग जिस तरह से अन्य काम किए हैं और इस तरह का घटना किसी भी बेटी के साथ नहीं घटे, उसके लिए हम लोग को और मेहनत करना पड़ेगा। और उसके लिए जो हमारा पुराना सामाजिक पद्धति रहा, ऐसा नहीं है कि पहले के ज़माना में, चाहे वो 100 साल पहले हो या 5 साल पहले हो, 500 साल पहले, हर काल में हम लोग देखते हैं, सुनते हैं और पढ़ते हैं कि कुछ न कुछ ऐसा घटना घटा जो एक उदाहरण के रूप में है। इसलिए हम आज नहीं यह कह सकते हैं कि आज ही इस तरह का हो रहा है, यह हो सकता हर ज़माने में होता रहा है, लेकिन जो आज हो रहा है उसमें कुछ चीज़ हम लोग देख रहे हैं जो सोच से परे है। और इतना विभत्स घटना अगर कोई करते हैं तो वो किस मानसिकता के होते हैं और ऐसा क्यों होता है, इस पर ज़रूर हम लोग को चिंतन करने की आवश्यकता है। लेकिन घर में हम लोग जब हर विषय पर हम लोग पढ़ाई की बात कर रहे हैं तो हम लोग को संस्कार अपने अंदर, अपने बच्चों के अंदर कैसे विकसित हो और हम अपने साथ, अपने समाज में रहने वाले या अपने स्कूल में साथ पढ़ने वाले या जो हमारे नाते रिश्तेदार हैं उनके साथ हमारा व्यवहार कैसा हो, हम किस तरह से बात करें, किस तरह से व्यवहार करें, इस पर भी ज़रूर हम लोग को एक सिलेबस होना चाहिए, किताब होना चाहिए जो स्कूल के अंदर में शुरुआत से ही, एक तो स्कूल के अंदर में इस विषय पर होना चाहिए और दूसरा घर के अंदर जब हम हर विषय पर चर्चा करते हैं, कोई हमारे यहाँ आते हैं तो कहते हैं बच्चों कि भाई ये हमारे बड़े हैं, आप इनसे आशीर्वाद ले लीजिए, पाँव छूइए, नमस्ते कीजिए। तो यह भी जब सब कुछ बताते ही हैं तो यह भी बताना चाहिए कि हमारे घर के अंदर का लड़कियां हो, रिश्तेदार की लड़कियां हो, पास पड़ोस की लड़कियां हो या कोई भी लड़की हो या साथ काम करने वाली कामकाजी हो, तो उनके साथ हमारा किस तरह का व्यवहार होना चाहिए, हमारे मन में उनके प्रति कैसा आदर होना चाहिए, यह बात अगर हम शुरुआत से ही उनके मन में लाते हैं और इसके लिए सब लोग प्रयास करते हैं तो जो बीच बीच में हम लोग ऐसा घटना सुनते हैं या देखते हैं, वह लगता है कि हम लोग को देखने को नहीं मिलेगा। और यह बहुत आवश्यक है, क्योंकि घटना तो हमेशा हम लोग देखते हैं कि कुछ न कुछ छोटा बड़ा होता है, लेकिन हम उस घटना के साथ साथ वैसे घटना का भी चर्चा करते हैं जो देश को पूरा आंदोलित कर देता है। पूरा देश उसके पीछे लग जाते हैं कि नहीं, ये घटना नहीं होना चाहिए, और इस घटना को जो अंजाम दिए हैं उनको फांसी पर चढ़ाना चाहिए। लेकिन घटना होते हैं, फिर उसका आग भी ठंडा हो जाता है, लेकिन दोबारा किसी बेटी के साथ वैसा नहीं हो, भविष्य में कभी भी नहीं हो, इसके लिए हम लोग को जरूर कोई बड़ा प्रोग्राम, बड़ा सोच रखना चाहिए, जिससे कि हम लोग उसको बचा सकें। हम आगे ले जाते हैं। हम लोग आज पूरे भरोसे से कह सकते हैं कि आज की बेटी, आज की लड़की, आज की महिला किसी भी मायने में, न बुद्धि में न संस्कार में, किसी भी मायने में पुरुष से पीछे नहीं है। उसके बावजूद भी अगर उनके साथ किसी तरह का धोखा होता है, उनके साथ फ्रेब होता है, उनके साथ गलत होता है, तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी हम सब लोगों को लेनी होगी। और ऐसे समय में हम समझते हैं कि हम लोग जब यहाँ इस अवसर पर, इस शुभ अवसर पर एकत्र हुए हैं, और आप सभी लोग एक्सपर्ट हैं, और आपका नाम, जो आपका संस्था है उसका नाम विश्व स्तरीय है, तो आपके इस संस्था से हर लोगों को उम्मीद है। और हमारा डिपार्टमेंट समाज कल्याण विभाग और ख़ास करके महिला विकास निगम की CMD का विशेष जोर रहता है। एक तो ये खुद भी महिला हैं, और ऊपर से इनका दिलचस्पी हम लोग देखते हैं कि बड़ा अच्छा है, और इसलिए हमको जब भी इनके द्वारा मैसेज जाता है तो हम चले आते हैं। और हम लोग देखना चाहते हैं कि कम से कम जो समाज के अंदर में हम लोग देख रहे हैं, उसमें बड़ा अच्छा अवसर मिला है। और सच पूछिए तो अगर इक्का दुक्का घटना नहीं घटे तो आज हम लोग बहुत आगे जा चुके हैं, और यह सिलसिला अब रुकने वाला नहीं है। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी जो कुछ घटना है वह नहीं घटे भविष्य में, इसके लिए हम लोग को संकल्पित भाव से काम करने की आवश्यकता है। तो आज हम लोग ज़्यादा समय नहीं लेते हुए, चूँकि आज तो सुनना है, और सुन करके समझ करके उसको हम लोग को इम्प्लीमेंट करना है, और लोगों तक इस जागरूकता अभियान को हम लोग आगे ले जा करके और बेहतर काम महिलाओं के लिए करें, लड़कियों के लिए करें, तो हम लोग समझेंगे कि आज का यह कार्यक्रम पूरी तरह सफल हुआ। और इन्हीं चंद शब्दों के साथ फिर से एक बार आप सभी लोगों का अभिवादन करते हुए मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम दूंगा।
बातें आपने कही और हम आभारी हैं आपके संबोधन के लिए। अब हम इस सत्र की अंतिम वक्ता हैं। इसके बाद हरजोत, यू वुड लाइक टू स्पीक? तो इसके पहले कि मैं हरजोत को आमंत्रित करूं अपना संबोधन करने के लिए, अभी एक वक्ता हमारी बची हुई हैं, डॉक्टर गीता वर्मा। तो मैं डॉक्टर वर्मा से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो अपना प्रेजेंटेशन करें।
आप सभी का धन्यवाद, स्पेशली विमेन कॉर्पोरेशन डेवलपमेंट की कमिश्नर और माननीय मंत्री जी का यहाँ होने के लिए। आई थिंक अपनी बात कहने का इससे अच्छा मौका नहीं है, क्योंकि मंत्री महोदया भी यहीं पर हैं। और आदरी का बहुत धन्यवाद यहाँ बुलाने के लिए। मैं अपनी बात थोड़ा हिंदी और अंग्रेज़ी में दोनों में करूँगी, क्योंकि हिंदी मेरी मातृभाषा है तो मैं बोलती भी हूँ, और अंग्रेज़ी क्योंकि आसपास ज़्यादातर लोग मानते हैं। जो बात मैं दो आप लोगों के साथ साझा करना चाहती हूँ, एक तो ये है कि जब हम गर्ल चाइल्ड की बात कर रहे हैं और आई थिंक हम बहुत सारी चीज़ें हमें पता हैं, लेकिन कुछ मुद्दों पर आई थिंक क्षण क्षण में रुक कर हमें उस पर बात करनी चाहिए और देखना चाहिए क्या हम सही दिशा में जा रहे हैं या हमें उसमें कुछ और बदलाव की ज़रूरत है। तो थोड़ी बातचीत को मैं आज जो आज की वर्कशॉप है, जो हम बहुउद्देशीय डेवलपमेंट की बात कर रहे हैं गर्ल चाइल्ड के लिए, मल्टीडायमेंशनल अप्रोच टू गर्ल चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट, जेंडर इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन प्रोग्रामिंग क्या है, हम उसको कैसे देखते हैं और स्पेशली इसकी हमें ज़रूरत क्यों है। थोड़े से फैक्ट आई थिंक जब आज हम यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए हैं, सिर्फ हम बिहार की बच्चों की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम लगभग इस देश में 587 मिलियन बच्चियाँ हैं जो खासकर जो 0 से 14 साल की उम्र में हम उनकी बात कर रहे हैं, उनके बारे में सोच रहे हैं। तो आई थिंक जो चर्चा है बहुत सीमित नहीं है। सो मैं आपको जस्ट रिमाइंड कराना चाह रही थी, हम एक बहुत बड़े तबके की बात कर रहे हैं और ये हमारी जो बच्चियाँ हैं लगभग 48% जो टोटल चाइल्ड पॉपुलेशन का हिस्सा है वो हैं और तकरीबन अगर हम सेंसस का डेटा देखें तो 80% ऑफ अ गर्ल्स लिव इन अ रूरल एरिया, गांव में हमारी बच्चियाँ ज़्यादातर हैं देखी गई हैं। बिहार अपने आप में एक सिग्निफिकेंट स्टेट है जब हम बच्चों की बात करते हैं और ख़ासकर लड़कियों की बात करें तो देयर आर अबाउट 16 मिलियन गर्ल्स बिटवीन द 0 to 14 ईयर्स और उसमें भी अगर हम देखें तो 0 से 6 साल की बच्चियाँ बहुत ज़्यादा हैं कंपेयर टू अदर एज ग्रुप। उसी की दिशा में ये कुछ और एज वाइज डेटा है बच्चियों का, जो हमने देखा कि 48% गर्ल्स हैं, 52% बॉयज़ हैं। आई थिंक जो प्रीवियस सेशन में बात हुई 4% का जो गैप है, आई थिंक हम जेंडर रेशो, सेक्स रेशो पे हम बात कर चुके हैं, बट स्टिल नीड टू थिंक अबाउट why do we have this gap? It is because of the choices or it's because we are doing something different or we are not allowing women to make those choices about the child they want to have it. So this is just the data to sort of remind us where we are. If we look at where do our girls live, and again this is 2011 data, I'm hopeful that by new data which is going to come this year, the situation will change. Most of our girls live in a 6 Indian state, and UP, Bihar, Maharashtra, MP, Rajasthan, West Bengal, and Bihar is on the second state, which means that we have a huge responsibility if we want to change the narrative, not just for our state, but also for the country at large. And we have a significant population. Our girls are young. अगर आप इस डेटा को थोड़ा देखें, 16 से 17 साल वहाँ जाते जाते बच्चों की संख्या कम हो जा रही है, लेकिन जो 6 से 10 साल है, वी हैव अ ह्यूज पॉपुलेशन टू कवर। और ये डेटा क्योंकि 10 साल पुराने हैं और ये बच्चियों को 10 साल हम ऐड करें, सो दे आर ऑलमोस्ट लाइक अ 21 एडल्ट। सो वी स्टिल हैव अ पॉपुलेशन टू थिंक अबाउट, एंड दैट्स वाई आज का डिस्कोर्स हमारे लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। Bihar has a significant role to play in changing the narrative for girl and also for all the children in our country. अगर हम शिक्षा की बात करें, आई थिंक शुरुआत के सेशन में काफ़ी साथियों ने बात भी किया एंड दे टॉक्ड अबाउट वेयर द गर्ल्स आर, एंड माननीय महोदय मंत्री जी ने भी कहा वी हैव रियली चेंज लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स। इफ़ वी लुक एट प्राइमरी, जिसको हम कक्षा 5 तक की शिक्षा मानते हैं, हमने नेशनल लेवल पे और इवन स्टेट लेवल पे ऑलमोस्ट 100% गर्ल्स आर कमिंग, बट उसमें एक जो दिखाई देता है, जो ग्रॉस इनरोलमेंट रेट होता है, उसका मतलब है कोई भी उम्र हो वो लड़की स्कूल में, वहाँ हमने काफ़ी अचीव किया है। लेकिन अगर हम उसको उम्र के साथ लगाएं, जिसको हम नेट इनरोलमेंट रेट बोलते हैं, माने कि अगर मेरी उम्र 8 साल की है तो मुझे कक्षा 3 में होना चाहिए था, there is a gap. हमारे पास क्या तो बड़ी उम्र की बच्चियां हैं या छोटी उम्र की बच्चे हैं, वो लगभग हमारे पास 13% का है। और वो करेक्ट करना इसलिए ज़रूरी है क्योंकि वी आर एक्चुअली वेस्टिंग टाइम ऑफ अ लॉट ऑफ गर्ल्स और द चिल्ड्रन इन आवर कंट्री, क्योंकि वो जो 5वीं में होना चाहिए था वो बच्चे हमारे 3री में बैठे हुए हैं। बट ये एक बहुत ही हर्ष का विषय है कि हमने प्राइमरी पे और अपर प्राइमरी पे एक्सेस का लक्ष्य पूरा कर लिया है। ऑल गर्ल्स ऑल बॉयज़ आर कमिंग टू स्कूल। इसमें राइट टू एजुकेशन जो एक्ट 2009 में आया था, उसका एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा। अगर हम बिहार की बात करें तो बिहार बेसिक एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम जो कई सालों तक चला, उसने बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई थी, जिसमें बहुत स्कूल खोले गए थे, ऑपरेशन ब्लैक बोर्ड था। देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ वर्क दैट हैपेंड एंड एज अ रिजल्ट वी आर इंश्योरिंग आवर गर्ल्स आर कंप्लीटिंग एटलीस्ट 8 years ऑफ एजुकेशन। लेकिन जब हम उनकी 10 साल की एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं और जो हम 12 साल की एजुकेशन की बात करें, अगर इस थोड़ा घेरे को देखें जिसको मैंने घेरा लगाया है, आपको सिग्निफिकेंट ड्रॉप नज़र आएगा। मतलब 12वीं तक की हम बात कर रहे हैं, लगभग हमारी 44% बच्चियाँ जो हैं 12वीं तक की एजुकेशन पूरा नहीं कर पा रही हैं। और क्यों 12वीं का सिग्निफिकेंस है हमारे लिए? बहुत सारी स्टडी विभाग ने अपनी तरफ से, सरकार ने अपनी तरफ से भी किया है कि अगर शिक्षा का पूरा मूल्य हमें लेना है, जिसको अगर हम इकोनॉमिक्स की भाषा में बोलते हैं ग्रोथ डेवलपमेंट में इनका कंट्रीब्यूशन देखना है, सो वी हैव टू इंश्योर every child, every girl must complete 12 years of education. It's like you invest in a bank or you put in a FD, लेकिन वो एक maturity से पहले आपने निकाल लिया है. So in a very simple economic sense, we are investing, but we are not investing long enough to get the right benefit for us, for the society, for the state. And hence, we have to really work around that area. Just to reiterate on what ma'am had already covered in the morning, many initiatives have been taken in the last 20 years in Bihar. I think provisions like Balika Cycle Yojana जिसकी हमने बात की, school level provisions हैं जिसमें toilets हैं, sanitary napkins हैं, सेल्फ डिफेंस की क्लासेस स्कूलों में इंट्रोड्यूस हुई हैं, पोशाक योजना, आई थिंक वी हैव ऑल हर्ड अबाउट इट. देयर इज ऑल्सो स्टाइपेंड एंड स्कॉलरशिप टू गिवन टू आवर गर्ल चाइल्ड, and we also have a very special scheme. This is called Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya, run by the Department of School Education, and we also have a school that are run by the Social Welfare Board, which are for girls who come from a marginalized family, जो ड्रॉप आउट हैं या फिर बहुत ही गरीब परिवारों से आती हैं, और जो स्कूल 6ठी 7वीं 8वीं तक थे, बट 2 साल पहले एक सिग्निफिकेंट डिसीजन किया गया कि इन स्कूलों को हम 12वीं तक ले जाएंगे. एंड बिहार हैज़ ऑल्सो टेकन दैट इनिशिएटिव कि हम इन स्कूलों के जरिए अपनी बच्चों को 12वीं इंश्योर कराएंगे. There is a 1 KGBV school in per block. I think we still haven't reached the target, but that's the commitment the state has made, and I'm sure if we work on that, we will will achieve. And in new education policy that came in 2020, that has already outlined a goal for gender equality, wherein we are looking at a gender transformative school education, where focus is just not on access, focus is on completion और अचीवमेंट. जब हम शिक्षा की बात करते हैं, हम 4 इंडिकेटर देखते हैं. कितनी लड़कियां स्कूलों में आई हैं, जिसको हम इनरोलमेंट बोलते हैं, कितनी बच्चियां ठहर रही हैं, जिसको कंप्लीशन की बात बोलते हैं, और जितनी बच्चियां सीख रही हैं, जिसको हम अचीवमेंट या लर्निंग की बात बोलते हैं. सिर्फ ये कि अगर मैं लर्निंग की बात करूं, अभी बहुत सारी राज्य ने भी अपनी स्टडी किया है और बहुत सारी संस्थाओं ने किया है. स्टिल वी हैव अ गैप. Our girls are not learning as they should be learning. Boys are doing better than girls in mathematics, and girls are doing better in a language. Why it's so? Maybe there is a mental block. Why girls are not doing mathematics? क्योंकि ज़िंदगी में रोज़ गणित संभालती हैं, लेकिन गणित जब कक्षा में आता है तब वो नहीं कर पा रही. It's something to reflect on. आई थिंक ये थोड़े बैरियर्स आई वांटेड टू शेयर आपके सामने. ये बिहार स्पेसिफिक नहीं है, पर जो लगभग कुछ सालों में काम किया है, बहुत सारी स्टडी किया, उसका एक थोड़ा सा निचोड़ है. क्या कारण है जो हमारी लड़कियां सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन तक पास नहीं कर रही. एंड देयर आर लॉट ऑफ जेंडर, जो हम बाइसेस की बात करते हैं. बाइसेस का मतलब जो एक्सपेक्टेशन है एक लड़के और लड़कियों से, और एक तरह का जो व्यवहार है, जो उनके साथ काम करने का तरीका है, वो अभी तक क्यों है। कुछ जो पहले सेशन में जो बात हुई कि हमारे सोसाइटी में अपनी कुछ प्रैक्टिसेस हैं और उसके बिलीफ हैं। फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल जब हम शिक्षा पे खर्च करने की बात करते हैं, अगर पेरेंट्स गरीब हैं तो सबसे पहले चॉइस आती है किस पे खर्च करना है। सो दैट इनवेरिएबली इज़ फॉर द मेल चाइल्ड. Parents spend, and there was a study recently done, parents are spending almost 30% of their monthly income on the tuition for the male child, not for the girl child. So कहीं ना कहीं वो जो लिंक कर रहे हैं कि that's of future investment, in a way जो opportunity cost है लड़कियों की शिक्षा में वो बहुत ज़्यादा है, और उसका रिटर्न क्योंकि उनको नहीं मिलने वाला है, एंड हैंस वी मेक अ चॉइस जिसका रिटर्न हमें मिलेगा। हम दूसरे के खाते में पैसा क्यों डालें, ये हमारे खाते में नहीं आने वाला। एंड दैट रिक्वायर अ माइंड शिफ्ट why we need to invest in a future of our girls, and that's a very economic issue. It's just not a social issue. It's a purely driven by the economics, and sometimes it's hidden beneath the gender. It's not a gender in a economics, what we want for us in future. दूसरा की जो बात है कि बहुत कम मोटिवेशन है, और ख़ासकर to stay in the school for a longer time, because if you stay in the longer टाइम, आपको रोज़ जाना है, किसकी छुट्टी होगी, घर पे काम आ जाता है, किसकी जिम्मेदारी है, एंड दीज आर सम ऑफ द डिसीजन दैट ड्राइव्स हु इज़ गोइंग टू द स्कूल रेगुलरली एंड हु इज़ नॉट गोइंग, एंड उसका सीधा सा समीकरण है आपने क्या सीखा और कौन आगे जाएगा। दूसरा एक हिस्सा है जो अनसेफ लर्निंग इन्वायरमेंट है। आई थिंक बहुत सारे जेंडर बेस्ड वायलेंस की तो बात हुई है। हम लोगों ने एक स्टडी किया था, लड़कियों से बात किया, ये 3-4 राज्यों में किया। सबसे पहले लड़कियों ने कहा उनको स्कूल जाते हुए डर लगता है, और ये खासकर वो बच्चियां हैं जो मतलब 12 साल की ऊपर हैं। सो घर से स्कूल का जो रास्ता है, हम साइकिल दें, हम बस दें, हम मेट्रो में जाएं, बट दैट इज़ स्टिल very unsafe for a girl child. I think most of the women sitting in this room may have experienced some or other form of that harassment at a public place, and that's something we need to change. Why it happens? If a girl is going to school, घर से स्कूल के रास्ते में उसको कोई पीछा कर रहा है, उसकी साइकिल के पीछे चल रहा है, उसकी साइकिल को खींच रहा है, स्कूल के बाहर घेरा लगा के खड़े हैं, सो वो सिर्फ वो इंसिडेंट नहीं है, वो लाइफ लॉन्ग रहता है, वो उसकी मोटिवेशन को इम्पैक्ट करता है, वो उसकी स्टीम को इम्पैक्ट करता है, और कहीं ना कहीं बहुत सारी लड़कियां स्कूल छोड़ देती हैं बिकॉज दे कैन नॉट कोप। पेरेंट्स को नहीं बता सकती, तो कई बार लगता है कि आपने कुछ ट्रिगर किया हो, इसीलिए बॉयज़ आर आफ्टर यू। सो हाउ डू वी लुक एट दिस सेफ्टी फ्रॉम होम टू स्कूल, एंड ऑल्सो इन सम सेंस विद इन द स्कूल। स्कूल में हमने बहुत प्रोग्रेस किया है, फैसिलिटी आया है, प्रोविज़न्स आया है, बट आई थिंक ओल्डर एज ग्रुप के लिए और चीज़ें चाहिए। जो 6 घंटा वो स्कूल में बिताती हैं, इज़ इट रियली हैज़ दैट काइंड ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट? क्या हाँ वहाँ जो टॉयलेट्स हैं वो बिल्कुल क्लीन है? अगर आपको महीने में 4 दिन आपको वो टॉयलेट यूज़ करना ही करना पड़ेगा, क्या वो सेफ़ है? आप वहाँ जाके चेंज कर सकते हैं, सैनिटरी नैपकिन वहाँ थ्रो कर सकते हैं। शायद हमारे स्कूलों में वो बहुत जगह नहीं है और हमें काम करने की ज़रूरत है। एक इसी में एक मुद्दा है कि हम लड़के और लड़कियों के साथ हम कैसे इंगेज होते हैं। आई थिंक ये कोई रॉकेट साइंस या नहीं है, या मैं कोई नई बात नहीं कर रही। हम स्कूलों में वॉक इन करते हैं एंड वी सी गर्ल्स आर सिटिंग सेपरेटली एंड बॉयज़ आर सेपरेटली। आफ्टर 5th grade we have made the sections which are boys and girls. If they are going to live in the same word, why we are creating 2 words in the classroom? How do we make sure they can get to know each other, they get to know what the norms are, what the behaviors are, what the practices are? I think it needs reflection why we are creating, and when they go out of a school, then boys don't know girls and girls don't know boys. Can we think differently where girls become sensitive towards boys and boys also understand the girls' issue? And it's just not an issue of a girl. जो बॉयज़ के ऊपर जिम्मेदारी है, परिवार चलाना है, उनको कैसे बिहेव करना है. आई थिंक मैनी ऑफ द यू हु हैव वर्क, जो एक मैचो इमेज कैरी करनी है, जैसे मैस्कुलिन आइडेंटिटी की हम बात करती हैं, many of the men are also suffering from that because they have just learned from the society that they have to carry it, and school can play a significant role in even talking about it. Change will happen only when we just talk about it. When we walk into the school and talk to the boys, and invariably they have said, madam, ये दीदी सब आप आते हैं, आप लड़कियों के साथ बात करते हैं, हमसे कोई भी बात नहीं करता. So kahin na kahin they are also telling us they also want somebody to talk to them what they're going through, what their changes happening. It's a very health issue. I think my health colleagues are here. They can talk about it. It's a chemistry, it's a hormone that's going through. But we need a space for boys also to talk about. Third is we have a curriculum which is fantastic, but actually it's very gender neutral. To change gender norms, we have to go through the journey. Journey is being a gender blind, then move towards the gender neutral. Okay, सब ठीक है, मुझे पता है, पर मैं नहीं बोलूँगा. Third is a gender responsive. I know it. मैं अपनी क्लास में बात करेंगे कि अगर वहाँ पर कोई लड़की थी, घर में जिम्मेदारी थी, पढ़ना था, decision. I'm talking about it. Last stage is being a transformative. I'm helping both girls and boys. I think in that journey, we are more at a neutral, but we need to move toward a response and then being a very transformative. And that change is not because we want more doctors, we want more engineers, we want more nurses. We want a better society to live. And education has that mandate and responsibility to ensure it. So we have to really look at how our curriculums can be done differently. And also issues of gender-based violence, which have already been talked about. There are 2-3 points I also want to cover. And we have come out of COVID and the schools were closed. All of you know that. But our girls have suffered from this COVID very differently. Just 2-3 points, we did a study to sort of talk to girls, kya hua hai. And we found that 70% of girls were spending large part of their time just doing the household work, while boys had a time to work on a school, Zoom classes, या online, या TV में, पर लड़कियां घर का काम कर रही थी. उन्होंने कहा अब स्कूल खुलेंगे तो वो स्कूल नहीं जाएंगी. हमने अभी नहीं देखा है कि हमारी सारी स्कूलों में आ गई हैं, छूट गई हैं. Many of the girls indicated they may be forced to get married because school was an excuse for them. वो बोल सकती थी कि मुझे स्कूल जाना है, पढ़ना है, अभी तो स्कूल भी नहीं जा रहे, तो शादियाँ भी हो जाएंगी. और कुछ जो लर्निंग की बात की है उसमें जेंडर गैप भी है, बट जेंडर गैप में हाईलाइट नहीं हूँ. हमारे जो बच्चियाँ थे वो लगभग 2 लेवल लर्निंग लेवल पीछे आ गए हैं. सो दीज वर द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ अ कोविड ऑन एजुकेशन. सो जितना हमने पिछले 10-15 साल में एफर्ट किए थे एजुकेशन में लड़कियों को लाने के लिए, कहीं ना कहीं हम पीछे हो गए. एंड वी नीड to think about. Department of Education is really working hard on that. But I think since it's a multidimensional approach, we need maybe the parents, Panchayat and others to come in. When we talk of the gender responsive education programming and why we need it, I think it goes well with the theme. It needs a very comprehensive approach to deal with the behavior where our girls live. Just not about उनको सामान दे दिया, समझना कि उनके रिस्क क्या हैं, उस पे हम क्या करें, and how do we help them in their relationship with just not self, but family के साथ, आसपास लोग, दोस्तों के साथ. And it doesn't happen in a very linear way. Unfortunately, जितना monitoring and impact होता है, इन चीज़ों पे करना बहुत मुश्किल होता है because we can't measure it and hence we are not able to work on it. तो कैसे इन मुद्दों पे काम करें जो बहुत भारी भी नहीं लगे और जो हमारी लड़कियों को मदद करे, इस सब पे थोड़ा और सोचने की ज़रूरत है. और फोकस इज़ जस्ट नॉट ऑन गर्ल्स, हमें लड़कों के साथ भी उतनी ही काम करना है अगर हम एक लड़कियों के लिए एक इक्वल समाज की अपेक्षा कर रहे हैं. और जो बच्चियों की नीड हैं उसको हमें एक कंटिन्यूम में मैनर में एड्रेस करना पड़ेगा. एक एग्जाम्पल में शेयर करना चाहूँगी. जैसे हमारे आंगनवाड़ी में प्री स्कूल की जिम्मेदारी है कि हर बच्चे को एक प्री स्कूल मिले. एक ही प्रोविज़न है, मगर अगर हम इसको डेवलपमेंट के सेंस से देखें, हमने बच्चे को सर्वाइव करा दिया, बेटर हेल्थ केयर देके, न्यूट्रिशन बढ़ाकर उसको रिस्पॉन्सिव केयर भी हो गया, बट आवर ब्रेन एक्चुअली 0 से 8 साल की उम्र तक बढ़ता है। आई थिंक जो बहुत सारे लोग जानते होंगे, बॉडी इज़ डेवलपिंग बट द ब्रेन इज़ ऑल्सो डेवलपिंग। और ये सिर्फ खाने से इन्फ्लुएंस नहीं होता है, इट नीड्स अ डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ अ ट्रिगर, इट रिक्वायर इसके साथ काम करना होता है, इंगेज करना होता है, बट वी आर लूजिंग आउट ऑन दैट अपॉर्चुनिटी, क्योंकि जब तक हमारे बच्चियाँ स्कूलों में आ रही हैं वो 6 और 7 साल की हो जाती हैं। सो दैट्स वन एरिया प्रॉब्ली वी नीड टू पे मोर अटेंशन, बिकॉज द ब्रेन इज डेवलपिंग, सो वी आर सर्वाइविंग but we are not ensuring our child is developing because we have really lost 8 years. So how do we make sure our आंगनवाड़ी में प्री स्कूल उस तरह से हो, और जो 0 से 3 साल में हर माँ को पता हो कि अपने बाप को भी पता हो मैं बच्चे को कैसे स्टिमुलेट करूँ। उसकी बहुत टेक्निक्स हैं जो हम पहले करते हैं, बट नाउ दोज आर लॉस्ट. And that's why the gender response program has to have a 3 element: work on agency part, which is a skill, उनकी सेल्फ इस्टीम बढ़ाना, उनके पर्सनल एस्पिरेशन बढ़ाना, स्ट्रक्चर, नॉर्म्स क्या हैं, उसके इक्वल इंस्टीट्यूशंस क्या हैं, एंड रिलेशनशिप, डेवलपिंग अ वेरी पॉजिटिव रिलेशनशिप बहुत शुरू से। जब हम साथ में पढ़ रहे हैं लड़के लड़कियां, क्या हमारे बीच में एक पॉजिटिव रिलेशनशिप हो सकता है, और वो बच्चे और पेरेंट्स के साथ भी होगा. And this is the work actually I just wanted to share, and we don't have a time. We got in a partnership with the Department of School Education, jahan par we are trying to work on a foundational learning grade 1, 2, 3 in Bihar mein, and we'll be working with the department for 4 years. इसमें one of the key approaches है कि जो teacher development हो वो gender inclusive कैसे हो, और बच्चों की social emotional needs को कैसे देखें. So it has a very strong gender lens, and we just started this work with Department of School Education 1 year back. Very last, I've already covered, but I think as we are moving forward and we want to reflect, not just here, I think at a national level also, हमें और ज़्यादा अटेंशन चाहिए कि हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशनल में क्या कैपेसिटी है इन इशू पे काम करने की, इनको समझने की, क्योंकि इंडिविजुअल लेवल हम बहुत ड्राइव नहीं कर पाएंगे बहुत लंबे समय तक. जैसे मैराथन होता है, वी रन फॉर अ वेरी लॉन्ग बिकॉज वी हैव टू सस्टेन इट फॉर 4 hours and 5 hours, एंड स्प्रिंट इज लाइक यू फिनिश इन 9 seconds. हैंस वी नीड अ इंस्टीट्यूशन एट अ डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल, वो इन चीज़ों को समझे, उस काम करें. एंड आर टीचर डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम also have to be done differently. Department of School Education has already taken an initiative, but we have to work closely, and ma'am was saying they are also going to work with them. Then content and curriculum, as I've already spoken, it needs responsive, and I think having a very special program situated in the school like leadership for girls, जो उनकी voices बनाने पे काम करें, उनके emotional पे काम करें, we need those. And it's some work which has already started in the form of Udan in Bihar, I think, which made to be mainstream. And lastly, the school, we need to have a more boys champion to work with themselves and for the girls. Sorry, I've taken a longer, I've been reminded, but I just wanted to share. This is a reflect why we need to invest.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all the speakers of this session, और particularly मैं मंत्री जी, माननीय मंत्री जी को बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगी कि वो आ सके आज. अब हमारी तरफ से we would like to present a small memento. So I would request the CMD WCDC Shri Harjot Kaur ji to present the memento to Honorable Minister. Now I would request the Executive Director of WCDC to present the memento to Shri Tripurari Sharanji. I would now like to ask the Executive Director, WCDC, to present the memento to Srimati Harjot ji. Okay. So, to Dr. Seema Hando. So next, who will present? Avinash ji? Avinash ji. So I would request Avinash ji to present the memento to Dr. Geeta Verma. Yeah. So I would like to request Avinash ji to present the memento to Professor Ghosh. He is refusing to take it. So
आज के सेशन को, जो ये सेशन है जिसमें हम लोगों ने बहुत से वक्ताओं को सुना, उसको समाप्त करते हुए और बहुत से चीज़ों के ऊपर प्रकाश डाला गया कि बिहार सरकार या हम लोग एजुकेशन या हेल्थ की बात करते हैं बालिकाओं के बारे में, तो कहाँ कहाँ गैप्स हैं और वहाँ पे क्या क्या कार्रवाई की आवश्यकता है। तो उन सब के बारे में तो हमें काफ़ी जानकारी मिली, उसके बारे में मैं भी कुछ थोड़ा सा ब्रीफ करना चाहूँगी। जैसा कि मैडम ने कहा और उससे पहले हेल्थ के ऊपर बात हुई थी, तन्मय मित्रा जी ने कहा था कि बिहार में, अगर जैसे तन्मय मित्रा जी का कहना था कि अगर हम लोग नियोनेटल हेल्थ को या अर्ली चाइल्डहुड को देखते हैं तो शायद हमें जेंडर का चश्मा उतार देना चाहिए, क्योंकि स्वास्थ्य के दृष्टिकोण से अगर हम देखें तो स्वास्थ्य या हेल्थ फैसिलिटीज़ में लड़का और लड़की के बीच में कोई फ़र्क नहीं होना चाहिए। दोनों को समान फैसिलिटीज़ की ज़रूरत है और दोनों को समान फैसिलिटीज़ मिलें, दोनों अपने जो डेवलपमेंट माइलस्टोन्स हैं वो इक्वली अचीव करें और आगे बढ़ें, ये हम लोगों का ध्येय होना चाहिए था। उनके साथ साथ उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि पिछले कुछ वर्षों में, जैसा कि उन्होंने आंकड़ों से अपना स्थापित किया, कि बहुत सा बदलाव आया है। अब बहुत सी लड़कियों को माँ खुद दूध पिलाती है, ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग बढ़ गई है बिहार में। लड़कों के लिए थोड़ी कम हो गई है लेकिन लड़कियों के प्रति काफ़ी बढ़ गई है। सेफ़ इंस्टीट्यूशनल डिलीवरीज़ अगर हम लोग देखें तो उसकी संख्या में बहुत ज़्यादा इजाफा हुआ है। इम्यूनाइजेशन रेट्स काफ़ी अच्छे ऊपर आ गए हैं। इन्फेंट मोर्टालिटी रेट और मैटरनल मोर्टालिटी रेट में भी बिहार सरकार की तरफ से काफ़ी मेहनत हुई है, सभी सिविल सोसाइटी एनजीओज़ के माध्यम से भी, जिसका अच्छा फल हम लोगों को देखने को मिल रहा है। लेकिन अभी भी कुछ कुछ एरियाज़ हैं जहाँ पे हमें थोड़ा और ध्यान देने की ज़रूरत है, जैसे सेक्स रेशियो एट बर्थ। अभी भी लड़कियाँ जो हैं, जो हम लोग सब जानते हैं कि प्रकृति की तरफ से लड़कों से ज़्यादा तंदुरुस्त पैदा होती हैं या तंदुरुस्त होती हैं, उनकी एबिलिटी होती है। लेकिन अगर हम लोग अंडर 5 तक का देखेंगे तो वो आंकड़े बदल जाते हैं। तो लड़कियों का लालन पोषण भी उसी तरह से हो और पोषण की जो समस्याएं हैं वो भी सॉल्व हो। और उसके अलावा जैसे बात की गई कि नर्सिस को या जो केयर गिवर्स हैं, हमारे फ्रंटलाइन हेल्थ वर्कर्स हैं, उनको किस तरह से ट्रेन किया गया है ताकि वो इंस्टीट्यूशनल या सेफ डिलीवरी के लिए कार्य कर सकें और किस तरह से उनको लोगों के साथ बिहेव करना है। सिर्फ उनको ही नहीं, हेल्थ फैसिलिटी में कार्य करने वाले सभी जो सेवा प्रदाता हैं उनको किस तरह से बिहेव करना है। उनको ये समझ होनी चाहिए कि एक जो प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन है, गर्भवती महिला है, उसको उठने बैठने में, चलने फिरने में, इधर से उधर जाने में कितनी समस्या होती है और उसको एक्सपीरियंस करना और कैसे उन्होंने सॉफ्ट स्किल्स सीख के अपना बिहेवियरल चेंज करके भी बहुत चीज़ें अपनाई हैं और सेफ़ मदरहुड या सेफ़ डिलीवरी के लिए नर्सेज ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है और अब हम लोग काफ़ी हद तक इन सेफ़ डिलीवरी ऑफ चिल्ड्रन की तरफ तत्पर हैं। इसके अलावा जो मैडम ने बताया कि जहाँ तक जेंडर और एजुकेशन का सवाल है तो कहाँ हम लोग पीछे हो रहे हैं, कहाँ हम लोग को और काम करने की ज़रूरत है, ख़ास करके कि जो हमारे मिडिल और हायर सेकेंडरी स्कूल्स लेवल है वहाँ पर लड़कियों की तादाद और बढ़े और इसके लिए बिहार सरकार ने काफ़ी काम किया है। मैं ये भी बताना चाहूँगी कि महिला एवं बाल विकास विभाग द्वारा यूनिसेफ के तत्वाधान के साथ मिलकर हम लोगों ने एक जेंडर ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव पॉलिसी का भी निर्माण किया है, जो कि इम्प्लीमेंट भी हो रही है आज की तिथि में तकरीबन 20-21 जिलों में, और बाकी जिलों में जिलाधिकारियों के माध्यम से ये भी काम हो रहा है। उसके तहत ये बात हम लोगों को भी समझ में आई, बहुत से शोधकर्ताओं की अध्ययन से भी, और यूनिसेफ का भी यही कहना था, जिसके आलोक में हम लोग सिर्फ लड़कियों नहीं लड़कों को भी इंगेज कर रहे हैं एट द एडोलेसेंट लेवल, क्योंकि ये बात आपकी एकदम सही है। बहुत से इकोनॉमिक स्कॉलर्स, यहाँ तक कि जो नोबेल प्राइज़ विजेता हैं, उन्होंने भी कहा है कि आप जितनी जल्दी लड़के लड़कियों को सही चीज़ें सिखाना चाहिएगा, उतना आपको डिविडेंड बाद में मिलेगा। तो उसी को अपनाते हुए लड़कों को भी इंगेज किया जा रहा है, सिर्फ जेंडर के बारे में नहीं, अन्य चीज़ों के बारे में भी, क्योंकि कुछ हद तक ये बात भी आई है कि शायद हम लोग बिहार में परिवार में अपने बाल बच्चों के साथ उतना वार्ता नहीं करते हैं जितना एक अभिभावक को या पेरेंट्स को करनी चाहिए। उनके जैसे एडोलेसेंस को हम लोग मानते हैं कि सिर्फ शारीरिक बदलाव नहीं, मानसिक बदलाव भी बहुत तेज़ी से हो रहे होते हैं, भावनात्मक बदलाव हो रहे होते हैं, एक इनसिक्योरिटी का थोड़ा सा आलम होता है उस वक्त में, और उस वक्त क्या लड़का और क्या लड़की दोनों को थोड़ा सा मेंटरिंग चाहिए, उनकी जिज्ञासाओं को शांत करने वाला कोई होना चाहिए, उनको सही दिशा दिखाने वाला कोई होना चाहिए। तो उस संबंध में हम लोगों के उसी तरह के मॉड्यूल्स हैं जो यूनिसेफ, यूएनएफपीए सबके सहयोग से बने हुए हैं, जिसमें हम लोग इसी तरह का काम करते हैं। और जो हमारी जेंडर ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव पॉलिसी है, वो अभिभावकों को, बच्चों को, कम्युनिटी के स्टेक होल्डर्स को और अन्य जितने भी लोग जो बच्चों की ग्रोथ को प्रभावित करते हैं, उन सभी को उसमें हिस्सा दिया गया है, ताकि हम सभी को ले के साथ चलें और ये जो एक जेंडर ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव होने की आवश्यकता है कि हम लोग एक सही जेंडर इंक्लूसिव सोसाइटी का निर्माण करें, उसके लिए हम लोग तत्पर हैं। जहाँ तक और आंकड़ों की बात है, जैसे आपने बताया कि आज भी लड़के लड़कियों को अलग बिठाया जाता है, उतना इंटरेक्शन नहीं होता, ये सिर्फ सरकारी स्कूल तक सीमित नहीं है, ये आपको अच्छे बड़े बड़े स्कूलों में भी बिहार में मिलेगा। और इसका मुख्य कारण है कि माँ बाप भेजना तो चाहते हैं को एजुकेशन स्कूल्स में लड़के लड़कियों को, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ टैब्स भी रखते हैं कि हमारी लड़की किसी लड़के के साथ नहीं बैठे क्लास में। और मतलब बहुत से स्कूल्स में तो मैंने यहाँ तक देखा है, बड़े संपन्न स्कूलों में बिहार में, कि स्टेयरकेसेस भी अलग अलग कर दिए गए हैं कि इससे लड़कियाँ ऊपर नीचे आएंगी, इससे लड़के ऊपर नीचे आएंगे। तो ये जो है, ये एक प्रतिबिंब है समाज का। आप उसको शिक्षा के नज़रिए से देख रही हैं, लेकिन जब तक समाज में ये भेदभाव नहीं बदलेगा, तब तक स्कूल भी उसको एक तरह से केटर करने के लिए मजबूर हैं, अन्यथा उनको परेशानी होती है। लेकिन इसके साथ साथ आप ये भी देखिए कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा माँ बाप अब अपने बच्चों को कोएड में भेजने के लिए तैयार हैं, चाहे उसमें अभी भी थोड़ा बहुत किंतु परंतु है, लेकिन ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग अब भेज रहे हैं। ये मान लिया गया है कि लड़कियां अगर आगे बढ़ेंगी तो समाज में पुरुष और महिलाएं दोनों ही रहेंगी। आप ऐसा समाज नहीं बना सकते हैं जिसमें सिर्फ और सिर्फ महिलाएं हों। कोई ऑफिस, कोई जगह ऐसी नहीं मिलेगी जहां सिर्फ और सिर्फ महिलाएं होंगी। तो महिलाओं को पुरुषों के साथ कैसे डील करना है और पुरुषों को महिलाओं के साथ कैसे डील करना है, दोनों को सीखना पड़ेगा, ताकि एक समरस समाज का हम लोग निर्माण कर सकें। उसके अलावा जो एक थी लर्निंग्स की या जेंडर बायस की इन टीचर्स, तो जैसा कि आपने बताया, आपके अलावा भी बहुत से अन्य संस्थान हैं जो शिक्षा विभाग के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, और शिक्षा विभाग के अपर मुख्य सचिव आएंगे पोस्ट लंच सेशन में। आई थिंक वो इसके बारे में ज़्यादा डिटेल में बताएंगे कि शिक्षा विभाग में क्या क्या काम हो रहे हैं। लेकिन जहाँ तक गैप की बात है, तो बिहार सरकार ने पहले ही ये निर्णय ले लिया है कि हर प्रखंड स्तर पर उच्च विद्यालय खोले जा रहे हैं। इनफैक्ट पंचायत स्तर पर भी हो गया है कि हाई स्कूल्स खोले जा रहे हैं। और ये इसीलिए किया गया था कि लड़कियों को जो बाहर जाने में थोड़ी सी पाबंदियां होती हैं या परेशानियां होती हैं, उसको मिटिगेट किया जाए। तो बहुत से स्कूल्स अब अपने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ कार्यरत हैं और कुछ अभी भी उसकी तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। आप ये भी मानिएगा कि बिहार एक अच्छा खासा आबादी वाला राज्य है और कोई भी चीज़ें छोटी नहीं होती, अनुपात बहुत बड़ा है। तो इसलिए कोशिश पूरी चल रही है, लेकिन आखिरी स्कूल तक पहुंचने तक ये थोड़े से जो मिस गैप है बिटवीन गर्ल्स एंड बॉयज़ इन सेकेंडरी स्कूल एजुकेशन, वो थोड़ा बहुत रहेगा। लेकिन कुछ सालों के अंदर आपको ये अंतर वहाँ पे भी घटता हुआ बहुत तेज़ी से दिखना शुरू हो जाएगा, क्योंकि आंकड़े हमेशा थोड़े से पीछे चलते हैं। तो एक कारण वो भी है। टॉयलेट्स, शौचालय एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, जैसे बात हुई थी। शौचालय बिहार सरकार ने तकरीबन सभी स्कूलों में बनाए थे और एक आंकड़ा था कि 100% ऑक्सीजन हो गया है। लेकिन अब बात आ रही है फंक्शनल टॉयलेट्स, कि जो टॉयलेट्स बने थे वो ठीक हैं, यूजेबल हैं, साफ़ सुथरे हैं, या उनमें टूट फूट हो गई है, दरवाजे टूट गए हैं या कुछ है, तो उनको भी ठीक करने के लिए अब शिक्षा विभाग और अन्य विभाग भी प्रयासरत हैं। और जो महावारी स्वच्छता कार्यक्रम है, जो कि माननीय विकास आयुक्त तो उसके अध्यक्ष होते हैं, उसके तहत सभी डिपार्टमेंट्स आते हैं और उसके तहत ये निर्णय हुए हैं कि सभी स्कूलों के शौचालय सिर्फ अच्छे नहीं होने चाहिए, उनमें वॉश फैसिलिटीज़ भी होनी चाहिए, ताकि माहवारी और उसके प्रबंधन में लड़कियों को कोई परेशानी नहीं हो। और माहवारी के चलते भी अगर लड़कियों का ड्रॉप आउट रेट हो रहा है तो उसके ऊपर भी अंकुश लगाया जा सके। इसके अलावा राष्ट्रीय किशोर स्वास्थ्य कार्यक्रम के तहत और शिक्षा विभाग के तहत भी सैनिटरी पैड्स दिए जाते हैं, 300 रुपये दिए जाते हैं। और महिला एवं बाल विकास विभाग ने भी इस कार्यक्रम के तहत सभी 38 जिलों के सभी शहरी स्कूलों में, जो कि मिडिल और हाई स्कूल्स हैं, वहाँ पर सैनिटरी वेंडिंग मशीन्स और सैनिटरी इंसरेटर मशीन्स देने का निर्णय लिया है। और सारी राशि भी उसी हिसाब से गणना करके जिलाधिकारियों को हस्तगत कर दी गई है। तो आगामी कुछ 3-4 महीनों में हमें कम से कम फर्स्ट फेज़ में सभी शहरी स्कूलों में ये देखने को मिलेगा, और उसके बाद धीरे धीरे हम लोग सभी ग्रामीण स्कूलों की तरफ भी बढ़ रहे हैं। बिहार सरकार के अलावा बहुत से सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस भी हैं, बहुत से CRSR एक्टिविटीज़ भी हैं, जिसमें ये सब काम विभिन्न स्कूलों में हो रहे हैं। जहाँ तक करिकुलम की बात है, शिक्षा विभाग ऑलरेडी करिकुलम को चेंज कर रहा है और उसमें जेंडर सेंसिटिव एजुकेशन डाल दी गई है, ताकि आपको अब जो चित्र भी मिले वो दोनों तरह के मिले, कि माँ भी खाना बना रही है और पिताजी भी खाना बना रहे हैं, ताकि बच्चे जब देखें तो उनको ये नहीं लगे कि शायद ये काम सिर्फ माँ का है या शायद ये काम सिर्फ पिता का है। वो दोनों तरह की फ़ोटोज़ और उस तरह के लेख आ रहे हैं, ताकि बच्चों को ये समझ में आए कि जेंडर रोल्स जो हैं ये समाज तय करता है, लेकिन बायोलॉजिकली लड़का और लड़की सब काम करने के लिए सक्षम हैं। तो इन्हीं बातों पे थोड़ा सा प्रकाश डालते हुए आप सभी का मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगी, खास करके हमारे माननीय मंत्री समाज कल्याण विभाग श्री मदन सहनी साहब का, जो आज यहाँ आए और जिन्होंने बताया कि बिहार सरकार इस मुद्दे पर कितनी संवेदनशील है और क्या क्या उसके प्रयास रहे हैं। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगी श्री त्रिपुरारी शरण जी को, हम लोगों के एक्स चीफ सेक्रेटरी, जो यहाँ पर मेरे ख्याल से जो सबसे अच्छे से समझते हैं कि जेंडर और उसका वैल्यू क्या है, और इस क्षेत्र में उनका बहुत ज़्यादा अनुभव है। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगी यहाँ पर मंच पर उपस्थित सभी वक्ताओं का, जिन्होंने अपने शोध कार्य से, अपने वक्तव्य से हमें अवगत कराया कि कहाँ कहाँ कमियाँ हैं और शायद कहाँ कहाँ हमें और ज़्यादा फोकस करने की ज़रूरत है, ताकि हम लोग सब मिलकर बिहार को बालिकाओं के लिए और एक बेहतर जगह बना सकें। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
समय हो चुका है। मैं स्वेच्छा से मुझे आवंटित अध्यक्षीय समय जो है उसका त्याग करता हूं, और इसकी भरपाई मैं अगले सेशन में, जब टेक्निकल सेशन में पैनलिस्ट रहूँगा तब करूँगा। उस वक़्त मुझे बदनाम मत कीजिएगा अर्जुन।
साथ ही मैं बोलना भूल गई, आप सभी का स्वागत है लंच के लिए। लंच ब्रेक है, आइए। लंच के बाद हम लोग फिर 40 मिनट्स के बाद मिलेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू। आइए सर, लंच।
Hope you had a good lunch session and many stimulating discussions on the first half of the workshop over lunch. Now with renewed energy, we begin our next technical session, which is the role of growth, attitudes, and child rights and environment. So I would request all the people to quickly come and settle in if you're still in the other room for this session. Okay. I'd like to invite on stage chairperson of this session, Shri Deepak Kumar Singh, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Education, Government of Bihar. Sir, please come on stage and take your seat. I would also request Professor Prabhat Ghosh, Member Secretary ADRI. Okay, so we'll come later. I would request Dr. Shatarupa Mitra, IIM Bangalore, to kindly come on stage. I would request Mr. Afreen Faridi to come on stage. Request Dr. Anamika Priyadarshini, Center for Catalyzing Change, Dr. Miola Fernandez, ADRI, Dr. Veena Singh, AIMS Patna, and Dr. Deepak Kumar from ADRI, all of them to kindly come on stage and take your seat. Okay, so all your presentations are up here. So do you have a... Oh, it hasn't? Okay. So Deepak, do you have...
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will start the technical session, third technical session today, which is on role of economic growth, attitudes, child rights and environment. We have the presenters, first Dr. Shatarupa Mitra on my right, and I will just introduce and then one by one we will call. Dr. Shatarupa Mitra on my right. She is a doctoral researcher at the Economics and Social Sciences at the IIM Bangalore, and her current research focuses on the experimental inquiry of risk preferences, exponential growth bias, corruption and mental health. And then we have Mr. Afreen Faridi. He is an assistant professor at the Center for Communication and Critical Thinking at the J.K. Lakshmipat University, Jaipur. And he is a PhD candidate at the Center for the Study of Law and Governance, JNU. He has been awarded the Rosa Luxemburg grant to study shifts in work practices amongst the Bakarwal tribes of Jammu and Kashmir. On my left is Dr. Miola Fernandez. She is a public health researcher and dentist by profession. Her research interest revolves closely around using quantitative methods in population-level public health interventions, socio-economic determinants of health and dental public health. She is a research assistant at the ADRI, Bihar, and also practices as a dental public health consultant in Goa. Then we have Dr. Deepak Kumar. He has an MPhil and PhD in Law and Governance from Jawaharlal Nehru University, and his areas of interest include urban governance, human rights, and exploring the state-citizen relationship. And then we have Dr. Veena Singh. Dr. Veena Singh, she is the additional professor and HOD in the Department of Burns and Plastic Surgery at AIMS Patna. She has conducted large number of webinars for both burn specialists and general public, and she is the executive member of NABI, APSI, Treasurer, Bihar and Jharkhand Association of Plastic Surgeons. She has also been the TEDx Speaker 2021, FAMER Fellow 2021, and winner of Doctor's Pride Award and Women's Excellence Award. She has also been given the Good Samaritan Award by Department of Transport and Department of Disaster Management, Government of Bihar. And on my left, just joined Dr. Anamika Priyadarshini. She is currently working as the lead research at Center for Catalyzing Change. Her doctoral dissertation intends to retrieve the history of 19th century Bihar's women home-based worker. She has done her master's in international development from Cornell University and PhD in Global Gender Studies from the State Universities of New York. So we'll start from the right. We will have 5 to 7 minutes for each speaker, and then it will be followed by discussion, question and answer session. So first we can start with Dr. Satrupa.
This one.
Thank you everyone to give me this opportunity to invite me here and speak about our research. So आज मैं टीचर बायस और बच्चों की मेंटल हेल्थ ये दोनों कैसे रिलेटेड है, पहले तो ये क्यों इम्पोर्टेंट है और ये दोनों कैसे रिलेटेड है, हमने एक स्टडी किया था अपने लेवल पे जिसे हम बड़ी स्टडी कहेंगे, लेकिन शायद स्टेट लेवल पे एक छोटी स्टडी है। और ये आदरी और IIM बैंगलोर में मेरे प्रोफेसर्स के द्वारा जॉइंट में किया गया है, ऑफ कोर्स विद द सपोर्ट ऑफ बिहार गवर्नमेंट। तो बिना देरी किए मैं आपको सीधे ले चलती हूँ। तो एक इफ़ेक्ट है कॉल्ड पिग्मेलियन इफ़ेक्ट, जो 1968 में जिसकी बात की गई थी कि टीचर के जो अपेक्षाएं होती है वो स्टूडेंट के परसेप्शन को कैसे, उनके व्यवहार को, उनके सेल्फ फुलफिलिंग प्रोफेसी को कैसे अफेक्ट करती है। ठीक है, तो जो टीचर का एक कॉन्शियस या अनकॉन्शियस तरीके से वो जो एक बायस उनमें एक होता है, या जो उनकी जो बिलीव्स होती है अपने स्टूडेंट के लिए, ठीक है, वो कैसे उनके मानसिक स्थिति को, उनकी मानसिक स्वास्थ्य को असर कर सकता है उनके, और यही मानसिक स्वास्थ्य कैसे उनके एकेडमिक आउटकम, कैसे उनके ग्रेड्स पे, उनके मार्क्स पे कैसे असर कर सकता है। तो मुझे लगता है आफ्टर जो हमारी अभी तक की डिस्कशन हुई है, मुझे टीचर बायस के बारे में आज हमें क्यों बात करना चाहिए, इस पे मुझे आपको ज़्यादा एक्सप्लेन करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। प्रोफेसर तन्मय, गीता मैम, हरजोत मैम, सब ने ये बात पे बहुत फोकस किया कि किस तरह स्टीरियोटाइप्स और ये बायसेस टीचर में होती है। तो आज मैं थोड़ा आपको अपने द्वारा किए गए रिसर्च के कुछ रिजल्ट्स दिखाना चाहूँगी और यहाँ से हम कैसे आगे जा सकते हैं इसके बारे में बात करना चाहूँगी। तो यही मैं कह रही थी कि अब शायद मुझे इस स्लाइड की ज़रूरत नहीं है कि ये जो रूढ़िवाद है या ये मान्यतावाद है टीचर जेंडर स्टीरियोटाइप की क्यों ज़रूरी है, ये मैं आपको कन्विंस करूँ। लेकिन किस तरह से ये आता है इस पे मैं थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन करना चाहूँगी कि जैसे कभी कभी हम पाते हैं कि लड़कियों को कम बुलाया जा रहा है किसी सवाल को सॉल्व करने के लिए, या फिर उन्हें बुलाया जा रहा है तो उन्हें थोड़ा इजी टास्क दिया जा रहा है। तो ये सब बातें कहीं ना कहीं उनके जहन में बैठ जाती है, जो कि उनके सेल्फ एस्टीम पे, उनके मोटिवेशन पे, उनके क्लास में इंगेज होने पे कि हम क्यों एंगेज हो, हमें तो बुलाया नहीं जाएगा इन कठिन सवालों को करने के लिए, या तो हम क्यों एफर्ट दे, हमें तो ईजी सवाल ही पूछे जाएंगे। इस तरह के वो धारणाएं बहुत ही बचपन से उनके मन में बैठ जाती है। ठीक है, और सिर्फ बात लड़कियों की नहीं है, लड़कों में भी। मान लीजिए ऐसे लड़के हैं जिन्हें रोका जा रहा है कि नहीं तुम लड़के हो, तुम मत रो, तुम अपनी इमोशंस को क्यों एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो, तुम्हें करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। ऐसे जो स्टीरियोटाइप होते हैं वो उनके कहीं ना कहीं उनके जो एकेडमिक है, उनके एस्पिरेशंस है, वो सबको नेगेटिवली अफेक्ट कर जाते हैं। तो और ये जो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है रिसर्च में भी पाया गया है कि कहीं ना कहीं ये लो सेल्फ एस्टीम, एंजाइटी और डिप्रेशन जैसी चीज़ों में रिजल्ट करता है। और तो हम क्यों इसके बारे में बात करें, क्योंकि जो एक बच्चा मानसिक तौर से स्वस्थ है वही रोज़ स्कूल जा पाएगा, वही स्कूल जाने के लिए एक्साइटेड रहेगा और वो ड्रॉप आउट नहीं करेगा। तो जो हम एजुकेशन को जो कुछ ऐसे उससे नापते हैं कि हमारा एजुकेशन आउटकम कैसा रहा, एब्सेंटिज्म, ड्रॉप आउट रेट, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं इन सब चीज़ों से इफ़ेक्ट हो रहा है। तो हमने क्या किया, तो हमने इस दोनों चीज़ों को देखने की कोशिश की एक साथ। ठीक है, तो बहुत रिसर्च इस पे दूसरे कंट्री के एस्पेक्ट में भी हुआ है, इंडिया के एस्पेक्ट में भी हुए हैं, जहाँ पे ये देखा गया है कि टीचर का जो बायस है उनके ग्रेड्स पे कैसे असर करता है। कि ठीक है, टीचर बायस है किसी जेंडर की वजह से, कुछ कास्ट बायस है, कुछ उनके स्टीरियोटाइप है, वो उनके ग्रेड्स को कैसे इफेक्ट कर रहा है, उनके एकेडमिक आउटकम्स को कैसे इफेक्ट कर रहा है। बट हम अपनी तरह की ये पहली स्टडी है जो हम बात कर रहे हैं कि ये स्टूडेंट के मानसिक स्वास्थ्य को, मेंटल हेल्थ को कैसे अफेक्ट कर रहा है। तो इसके लिए हमने लगभग 300 स्कूल में, बिहार गवर्नमेंट के स्कूल्स में ये सर्वे किए, जहाँ पे हमने ये 4 डिस्ट्रिक्ट जमुई, शेखपुरा, वैशाली, पूर्व चंपारण में किया। हमारे पास कम से कम 260 बच्चों का डेटा है, टीचर और स्टूडेंट का मैच डेटा, जो टीचर उन बच्चों को पढ़ा रहे हैं। लगभग इसमें 200 टीचर हैं और सॉरी स्कूल 261 है, लगभग 200 टीचर है और 1200 स्टूडेंट है। स्टूडेंट की संख्या कम है क्योंकि जो हम टूल्स यूज़ कर रहे थे उनके मेंटल हेल्थ को, मानसिक स्वास्थ्य को एसेस करने के लिए, वो हम बस 12 साल के बच्चों के ऊपर ही यूज़ कर सकते थे। तो हमारे पास डेटा तो है उनसे नीचे का भी, बट वो टूल उनके लिए वैलिड नहीं होता, और ये पिछले साल फरवरी और मार्च में किया गया है। तो पहला सवाल ये है कि क्या जेंडर बायस है, क्या वो एग्जिस्ट करता है। ठीक है, अभी गीता मैम कह रही थी कि इसे हम मेजर करना हमारे लिए थोड़ा मुश्किल होता है, हम कैसे इसे मेजर करें। तो हमने इस पे ही एक छोटी सी अटेम्प्ट लिया और हमने उनसे कुछ सवाल पूछे जो कि पहले भी कुछ रिसर्चर्स के द्वारा यूज़ किए गए। हमने उन्हें थोड़ा बदला बिहार के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, और हमने इस तरह के सवाल पूछे। क्या एक वुमेन का सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल घर में एक गृहिणी की तरह एक गुड होम मेकर है? तो आप शायद ये नंबर्स बहुत छोटे हैं, बट मैं आपको बताऊं कि 60 to 65% लोग इससे एग्री करते हैं। ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे हमें बायस दिख रहा है। ऐसे कुछ और सवाल है जैसे कि गर्ल्स शुड हैव अ सिमिलर राइट टू इनहेरिट प्रॉपर्टी एज मच बॉयज़। तो 38 + 56 लगभग 90% लोग इस बात से एग्री करते हैं। तो हमें जब हम ये सर्वे करने गए, हमें लगा था कि हम शायद ये बायस पकड़ नहीं पाएंगे, बट ये बायस क्लियरली उभर के आ रहा है। तो हम अपने रिसर्च में इन्हीं सवालों को जोड़ के एक इंडेक्स बनाते हैं कि मतलब ये एक ऐसा सवाल था जिसमें शायद हमें रिजल्ट नहीं मिलता तो हम ज़्यादा खुश होते, लेकिन हमें रिजल्ट मिल रहा है। ठीक है, ये तो बात हो गई कि ठीक है बायस एग्जिस्ट करता है, टीचर में जेंडर स्टीरियोटाइप्स है, बायस एग्जिस्ट कर रहा है, और वो इसके बारे में खुल के कह भी रहे हैं हमें। ठीक है, अब है कि स्टूडेंट की मेंटल हेल्थ कैसी है। तो हमारे पास स्टूडेंट के मेंटल हेल्थ के लिए 2 मेजर्स थे, एक था डिप्रेशन और एक था परसीव स्ट्रेस। ये कुछ ऐसे बहुत सिंपल से सवाल होते हैं जो हम साइकोलॉजिस्ट यूज़ करते हैं बहुत ही इनिशियल लेवल ऑफ डिप्रेशन और स्ट्रेस चेक करने के लिए। तो हम देख रहे थे कि बोथ मेल और फीमेल दोनों में ही लगभग 50% लोगों ने डिप्रेसिव सिम्टम होने के स्कोर में हमें आंसर दिया है। वहीं जहाँ तक जब बात आई स्ट्रेस की, तो ज़्यादातर मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स हैव मॉडरेट लेवल ऑफ स्ट्रेस। और ये सर्वे जस्ट कोविड का असर थोड़ा थोड़ा रिसीड हो रहा था उस टाइम पे है, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये उस चीज़ को भी कैप्चर कर रहा है। तो क्या इन दोनों चीज़ों को जोड़ा जा सकता है? क्या ये जो स्टूडेंट की पुअर मेंटल हेल्थ है, हम कह सकते क्या कुछ हद तक इसका श्रेय हम टीचर बायस को दे सकते हैं? तो आइए देखते हैं। मेरे पास अभी इस समय इतना समय नहीं होगा कि मैं आपको इसके इकोनोमेट्रिक कॉजल एनालिसिस तक पहुंचाऊं, लेकिन मैं एक इम्पॉर्टेंट रिजल्ट पे यहाँ आपका ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूँगी कि जब एक इसका जो मैं आपको टेबल दिखा रही हूँ, इसका सीधा सीधा मतलब ये है कि जब एक फीमेल स्टूडेंट एक ऐसे टीचर के द्वारा पढ़ाया जा रहा है जिसका जेंडर बायस हाई है, तो उसका परसीव स्ट्रेस लेवल हाई होने का ज़्यादा संभावना है रैदर कि जब एक मेल स्टूडेंट उसी टीचर से पढ़ाया जाए। तो मेन रिजल्ट्स अगर मैं मोटे मोटे तरीके से बात करूं, तो पहले तो हम देख रहे हैं कि हाँ यहाँ पे जेंडर बायस्ड एग्जिस्ट कर रहा है। ठीक है, लगभग 45 से 50% लोगों में डिप्रेसिव सिम्टम्स है, 90% बच्चे मॉडरेट लेवल ऑफ स्ट्रेस रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। ठीक है, और 6 से 7% हाई लेवल ऑफ स्ट्रेस पे भी है। और कॉजल एनालिसिस हमें ये दिखा रहा है कि जब एक फीमेल टीचर जेंडर बायस्ड से पढ़ाया जा रहा है तो उन्हें हायर लेवल ऑफ स्ट्रेस और वो लोअर लेवल ऑफ मेंटल हेल्थ पे वो आ रहे हैं। ठीक है, ऐसा ही कुछ हमने कास्ट बायस के साथ भी किया। हमने कुछ कास्ट के भी क्वेश्चन पूछे और हमने ये पाया कि जब एक बैकवर्ड कास्ट स्टूडेंट एक बैकवर्ड कास्ट टीचर के द्वारा पढ़ाया जा रहा है जिससे शायद वो ज़्यादा रिलेट करे, तो वहाँ पे उसका स्ट्रेस लेवल कम है, उनकी मेंटल हेल्थ जहाँ पे आप नेगेटिव साइन देख रहे हैं, मतलब ये जो डिप्रेशन का स्कोर है उनके लिए कम है। तो दूसरे रिजल्ट्स में हमने ये देखा कि कास्ट बायस भी हाई है, और जो मैंने अभी कहा कि जब एक सेम कास्ट के टीचर दूसरे कास्ट के बच्चों को पढ़ा रहे हैं उनका स्ट्रेस कम होता है। तो ओवरऑल मैं वही बातें दोहराना चाहूँगी जो हम सुबह कर रहे थे कि एक बहुत ही ये एक मतलब ज़रूरी है कि हम जो एकेडमिक रिसर्चर्स है, एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट है, हम लोग एक्टिवली वर्क करें इस बायस को प्रिवेंट करने के लिए। ठीक है, तो कैसे इसको कर सकते हैं? ऑफ कोर्स पहला एक टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम दिया जा सकता है जिसमें हम कह सकते हैं, जिसमें ये बहुत ही नेसेसरी मॉड्यूल डाल सकते हैं कि जेंडर और कास्ट के लिए आप कैसे सेंसिटिव हो। ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम कल्चरल कॉम्पिटेंस के ऊपर हम लोग फोकस कर सकते हैं, और उन्हें खुद में भी अवेयरनेस ऐसे मेजर्स लाए कि उन्हें खुद में भी फील हो। शायद कोई बायस है, उसे पता भी नहीं है कि वो बायस है, तो उन्हें सेल्फ रिफ्लेक्शन की भी बहुत ज़रूरत है कि टीचर और स्टूडेंट की रिलेशनशिप इम्प्रूव करने में हमें वो करना पड़ेगा। और स्टूडेंट के लिए भी सपोर्ट, काउंसलर्स, मेंटल हेल्थ। मुझे पता है मैं बिहार के बहुत ही अंदरूनी स्कूल्स के बारे में बात कर रही हूँ जहाँ पे बेसिक रिसोर्सेज भी लैक कर रहे हैं, बट मेंटल हेल्थ इज़ समथिंग जो हम इस टाइम पे हम इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते हैं। हमें वहाँ पे उनके लिए भी, स्टूडेंट्स के लिए भी सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत है। तो कुछ ऐसे प्रोपोजिशन है कि हम साथ में जुड़ के ऐसे कुछ एजुकेटर्स और रिसर्चर्स जुड़ के ऐसा कुछ कर सकते हैं। मॉड्यूल डेवलप कर सकते हैं जेंडर सेंसिटिविटीज़ पे। तो जैसे कि उन्हें लड़का लड़की बोल के मत बुलाए, आप उन्हें स्टूडेंट दोस्त ऐसे करके बुलाए। मिक्स जेंडर फ्रेंडशिप आप इंकरेज करें। जैसे आप कह रहे थे कि बच्चों के लिए अलग अलग लाइनें या सीढ़ियाँ ना बनवाए जेंडर के अकॉर्डिंग। तो ये सब को करने के लिए एक्चुअली इम्पैक्ट इवेल्युएशन, RCT रैंडमाइज कंट्रोल ट्रायल एक बहुत ही गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड माना जाता है ऐसी पॉलिसियों को और इसकी इफेक्टिवनेस जांचने के लिए। तो अभी तो हमने बस एक सर्वे किया है कि हाँ स्कूल के बच्चे हैं, टीचर्स हैं, क्या रिजल्ट आ रहा है उनके पूछ लिया। बट जब हम लोग इनके लिए कुछ करना चाहेंगे, जो ऐसी कुछ प्रोग्राम लॉन्च करते हैं, तो हमें पहले क्या करना है, पहले हमें एक सर्वे करना है। फिर अगर हमारे पास 300 स्कूल है तो 100 स्कूल में बस हम टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग देंगे, 100 स्कूल में हम बस स्टूडेंट सपोर्ट करेंगे, और 100 स्कूल ऐसे होंगे जहाँ दोनों होगा। फिर जब हम आफ्टर एक साल के बाद हम जब तीनों के रिजल्ट कंपेयर करेंगे तो हमें पता चलेगा कि कौन से में हमें बेटर रिजल्ट आ रहे हैं, और फिर उससे हम फिर जो सबसे अच्छा रिजल्ट होगा हम उसे पूरे क्षेत्र के लिए उसे लॉन्च कर सकते हैं। तो हाँ, ओवरऑल मतलब हमें फर्स्ट तो इसको एक्नॉलेज करने की ज़रूरत है और फिर उस पर एक्ट करने की ज़रूरत है, और इसमें हमें साथ में आके क्लासरूम में ये बायस प्रिवेंट करने पे वर्क करना पड़ेगा। ये बहुत ही कम समय था एक बड़े रिसर्च को समराइज़ करने का, बट अगर आप इंटरेस्टेड हैं तो आप मुझे इस पे कॉन्टैक्ट कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
I was honored to be a part of it. So in this study, we took a random sample of 10 districts, 10% districts of all the districts in Bihar. And then from that, we took 30% blocks, of which we sampled 383 schools. However, due to restrictions and constraints, we could do the study only in 265 schools. So we had a sample of around 4,825 students, of which around 1,200 were adolescents. So in this survey, we questioned the parents, the teachers, and the students on school infrastructure, teacher bias, teacher evaluation, household characteristics, as well as students' health. Pertaining to menstrual health, we asked them questions on commencement of periods, access to toilets, type of sanitary items used, period problems, and impact of periods on school attendance, and about the information and knowledge they have about periods. So as you can see in the pie chart, the distribution of schools by categories, we had about 36% upper primary school, 2% secondary, and 8% high secondary. And on the lower right side are the 4 districts that we sampled. So coming to menstruation, as we all know, it's a very normal physiological process for every female. However, it's still considered taboo in some parts, where mothers are still reluctant to talk to their daughters. And often due to misinformation, it leads to myths and misconceptions. So menstrual practices, they play a very important role in women's healthcare, and due to ill practices, it can lead to unhealthy and ill health. For some girls, the first period is still a nightmare, and they have absolutely no knowledge of it when they get their first periods for the first time, and often think that they are dying when they see blood. Now, why the menstrual initiation of menstrual cycle is important? Taking context from a study done in Andhra Pradesh, if you see at the top right, the line graph, this was a study done in Andhra Pradesh for mothers and daughters. There are 2 line graphs in it. The blue one indicates the time of when periods were initiated in the mothers, and orange indicates the daughters. We can see the shift in the initiation of periods towards the left in daughters, which shows that periods have started initiating at an earlier age now among the girls. So why is this important? It's important because in some cultures, it acts as a proxy indicator for adulthood, and often a traditional announcement of girls' sexual availability. It brings on an array of negative practices, including child marriage, sexual harassment, peer pressure to take a boyfriend, etc. Coming to our Bihar study, if you see in the pie chart below, we asked adolescent girls whether their periods had started, and 57% had said yes. We also asked them about the type of sanitary items they used, and shockingly, 28% said they still use cloth. So why is this important? It's important because improperly washed and undried clothes can lead to poor hygiene and can contract reproductive tract diseases. Also, no access to water or soap can lead to neglecting to wash hands and can spread infections. The other question that we had asked the students was whether they had knowledge about the Bihar scheme of sanitary napkin Yojana, where 300 rupees are provided to girls of adolescent age to buy sanitary napkins. 58%, as you can see in the pie chart, said they had never received 300 rupees. The theories that we can come up with here, one was during COVID when we did this study, so schools were closed. The other could be lack of awareness about government schemes. The menstrual health and hygiene, why is it important? It's important because of poor menstrual hygiene can cause serious risk. But apart from availability of sanitary items, the other structural issues which pose a challenge are lack of clean water, lack of soap, toilets and the availability and the accessibility to them, as well as safe disposal of sanitary items and safe changing areas. In the Bihar study, 81% students reported schools have toilets. But 27 of adolescent girls reported they do not use the toilets in the school. This is something that we need to work on. We also asked them about the period problems they faced, and almost half of them said they face cramps. And 22% irregular periods, 15% heavy bleeding. But the most important finding here was whether they missed school, and 8% said they always miss school due to periods. Coming to period information, we asked them where they received the period information from, and more than 50% reported they did not receive information at home, but rather as 20% in school and school friends. This goes to say how important the schools are to these girls for receiving health information, and especially information and knowledge on menstrual health and hygiene. This was another study that I was part of in 2021, where we had done a dissemination of COVID-19 vaccines among women in Rajasthan. And we were a team of doctors and community workers that had done an online Q&A session for these women. But however, the lessons that we learned here was during COVID-19, the women faced lack of access to gynecologists and other healthcare workers. Girl students had no access to information on menstrual health and periods since schools were shut. And routine women's self-help group meetings were shut, and conversations on menstrual health couldn't take place. To conclude, we need to continue raising awareness about adequate and sufficient menstrual hygiene, educate for breaking these taboos and stigma surrounding it, continue providing girls with knowledge, sanitary products and facilities. But however, although separate toilets are available, we need to work more on the privacy, the cleanliness, the safety and availability of water. Last coming and repeating the same thing that Dr. Geeta Verma had said, COVID-19 has created gaps, and we need to work towards compensating these gaps created by the pandemic and working towards breaching this impact that it has caused on menstrual health education. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and co-panelists and the organizers, Madam Harjot Kaur, Tanmay, Ashmita, all the colleagues from ADRI and CARE. Thank you so much. I mean, I heard it on Sunday and I'm here, so I'm not going to present any paper today. Rather, I would like to give an overview of gender and environment, because one important issue when we talk about gender and environment is that we do not see a lot of research. I had done one research in Uttarakhand in 14 and 15. It was a project funded by Indian Council of Social Science Research, in which the topic of the research was economy, ecology, and environment, women's vision of development. And the reason behind this research was that, you know that, I mean, right now we all are aware about what is happening in Joshimath. So that was the situation when this research was conducted. So I will be invoking that experience, and my master's thesis is on Bhagalpur's silk spinners and weavers. So I'll be talking about that experience also. Coming back to gender and environment, I think this debate started, this question started back in mid-70s when, and the tendency was to naturalize the association between gender and environment, or women and environment. I wouldn't even say gender, it was actually nature is woman, woman is nature. It was like that. So that dualistic association, that women are associated with nature and men are associated with culture, and that is why women have a better understanding of gender or environment actually, and environmental issues. That was perceived. In fact, there were some people who, when associated, you know, oppression or domination of women is also deeply linked to oppression of nature or exploitation of nature. So that kind of argument was also there. Many people equated violence done to land with violence done to women's body. So land was largely seen as female body. But then, and this is largely some of the scholars were Vandana Shiva. In fact, environment, and when we talk about gender and environment, it's Indian feminist who has actually led this debate. This was the school that people like Vandana Shiva led. But then we have scholars like Veena Agrawal who tried to look at the material aspect of this debate. And their argument was that it's not natural. It's because of gender norms, we are supposed to do certain chores that brings us closer to nature. And then because of that cultural responsibility, we have this extra knowledge about nature. For instance, men may earn, but responsibility to bring fuel, wood, or fetch drinking water is women, and cook food for the family is women's responsibility. So that responsibility maybe brings them closer to nature and provides them extra or unique knowledge about environment. So in this way, they basically also kind of reinforce the argument done by women eco-feminists, but then the argument was that it is not natural, there is a material basis behind it. So if we look at gender, I mean, you won't see a lot of research specifically on gender and environment. You can see gender and water and gender and land rights, that kind of. So gender actually does not stand out as a constant or predeterminant factor of environment, but rather it emerges as a salient feature of environment. And it is also manifestation of social inequalities in the environmental issue. It is also very difficult to say what the association between gender and environment usually is deeply interdependent. In some way, gender causes environmental inequalities or environmental changes, but at the same time, environmental changes also trigger gender gap in many ways. For instance, I would here share that when I was doing this research in Uttarakhand, in this urban Uttarakhand, what we saw is that poorer people were living on relatively higher locations, whereas privileged neighborhoods were located in relatively lower land. But when we went to villages, we saw something opposite. Poorer hamlets of Dalits were located on the higher land. And then during the research, we realized that it is because lower lands are, poorer people were located on lower lands, and the reason was that lower lands were more prone to flood, and impact of natural calamity was quite prominent. So that now you can see that how caste, gender, everything is impacted. Similarly, I would talk about back in mid-2000s when I was doing my study, master's thesis, I was talking to experts in Bhagalpur Silk University, and they were like very quite clear that Bhagalpur Silk is unique and we have no competition, etc. But then when we are talking to silk spinners, they were very clear about what is happening, and their statement was, जब से ये चाइना और कोरिया आया है, हमारा काम मंदा पड़ गया है. They were clearly talking about that how because of deforestation, they have to buy cocoons from other states like Chhattisgarh, and that also affects their ability to own the kind of work they are doing. So in a way, environment, when we look at environment, it is people's relationship with nature which needs to be understood as rooted in their material reality. There are many implications of climate change. One is that deforestation, and when we see deforestation, as I just now shared, it also, we already, I mean, in 2019, we had time use data, and we saw that time poverty is an issue that women are struggling, women and girls are constantly struggling. Recently, we at C3, Center for Catalyzing Change, we completed a study on child marriage, and over 12,600 people participated. And by the way, this study was commissioned by Women Development Corporation only. So about 50% of the participants were youth, young boys in the age group of 16 to 26, and girls in the age group of 14 to 24. And we also collected time use data, and it was very clear that girls are spending more time on unpaid work. Now, this is something we have seen in time use data of 2019 also, that women are spending about 19% of their time on unpaid work, whereas men are spending only 2.5% of their time on unpaid work. And interestingly, even that 2.5% time that they spend on unpaid work is usually done for their personal grooming consumption, etc., etc. So we see then with climate change, we also see rise in food crisis and poverty. We know that anemia is rising. I mean, just now Tanmay was talking about how NFHS data, last data of 2020 is showing that anemia is on rise. So these environmental changes play a very critical role in impacting women's health, burden of unpaid work, and therefore overall status in their economy also. In many ways, forced migration is also induced because of environmental changes in many cases. Recently, we saw the impact of COVID crisis, and we know that one concern was that children are dropping out of school, and girls definitely comprised a very huge proportion of the total children who ever dropped out of school. Then we also saw that girls are getting married, child marriage was on rise, and we have enough evidence to say that it was happening. In fact, the Bandhan Tod app, which is a very promising app introduced by government of Bihar, was probably used most frequently during the COVID crisis. So all these points are there. I don't need to repeat it because of time crunch. I will just discuss about what possible approaches we can think about. One way is that in 2020 we have now the Hindu Succession Act has been revised, and daughters are now co-partners, which means they have equal right to property, but at the same time they are also responsible towards their parents like their brothers. So the law is there. The Indian Constitution has not been hesitant in providing those legal rights to women. But then when it comes to implementation, that is the real challenge. So one way would be to ensure effective implementation of these laws, and also skilling girls and women to use these resources in a judicious and sustainable manner, to utilize it, not to exploit. Because we usually, we were growing up in an era where we would say, exploit karo resources ko. That was a common terminology. But now we are back, now we have to stop and think about it. So we need to train them in that. Then Women's Collective, I'll go back to my study with elected women representative and child marriage study. In both the study, one point came very prominently that women associated with women's collectives like Jivika were they expressed more neutral, more progressive views. For instance, we had one indicator, tendency to control girls' sexuality, in which Jivika members had lowest tendency to control girls' sexuality. And you will be surprised to hear that highest was among unmarried boys in the age group of 16 to 26. And I'll go back to Dr. Veena, Dr. Rita, I think, Dr. Geeta, that we need to think about it. Who are these boys? They are children, they are our children, and what kind of society we are creating. So it's very important to be cautious and careful while, and Women's Collective has definitely, we have Chipko movement and lots of other movement that is showing that women's collectives can play a very important role. We do need to engage Panchayati Raj institution members. We have a huge force of like more than 50% local governing body members are women, and as we just now discussed, that material experience of women do enable them with this unique knowledge of nature, so maybe they should be involved in planning of such issues. We do need to promote participatory planning, and programs like Har Ghar Nalka Jal, I mean, this sounds like a overall overarching program, but I know that women are going to benefit from this program more because that is their responsibility. Similarly, Jal Jeevan Haryali is a very promising program, and it's very important if we could make it more participatory, effective. And last, I think, while I was talking about Jal Jeevan Haryali, we are seeing that how encroachment of water bodies, how we are trying to map where there was a pond. I mean, I grew up in this city and I know there were lots of ponds which has been completely appropriated. There is building over there. So that rampant commoditization and concretization needs to be regulated. And here, I mean, this is my last point. I'll just take 1 minute. I fondly remember Professor Purnima Shekhar Singh, whom we lost last week. She was heading the Center for Geographical Studies, where I also teach. And today, while I'm here, students have gathered to remember her. And she was quite passionate about it. One of her favorite, I mean, both of us discussed a lot about Kalpulani and Kalpulani's argument about defictionalizing commodity fetishism, because land, water, these are resources, these are not commodity. But how with colonialism, we have started looking at these things as commodities, and it's the fetish that needs to be defictionalized. So that type of argument and debate, I was really privileged and honored that I had that scope here in this city. And I hope we would together be able to, revive and strengthen such spaces. Thank you.
I would invite Dr. P.P. Ghosh, please, because actually I had to go for a meeting, so I would request you to chair the rest of the sessions and conclude the discussions. I would now invite Mr. Afreen Faridi for his presentation.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। मैं क्षमा चाहूँगा कि मैं हिंदी में बात नहीं कर पाऊँगा। दिस इज़ अनफॉर्चुनेटली नॉट माय फर्स्ट लैंग्वेज, पर अगर आपको कोई भी सवाल हो तो आप ज़रूर आके पूछ सकते हैं। So I was going through all these presentations and talks, so I'm really grateful to the speakers who came ahead of me, क्योंकि data काफ़ी अच्छे से thoroughly explore किया गया है, and that unburdens me. So a lot has been spoken about health and nutrition by Dr. Tanmay and Dr. Geeta, and Dr. Anamika took over about climate, caste work, so that helps me a lot. However, what I want to bring to you is analysis of the law. We have brilliant administrators and managers amongst us, पर अगर law में ही दिक्कत है, if the values within the law are problematic, implementation चाहे जितना भी आप efficient बोले हैं, वो successful नहीं रहेगा. So that is one thing which I want to focus here upon, and I will specifically focus on the Child Labor Act in this regard, क्योंकि work is an intrinsic feature of humans. We work to survive. Unfortunately, the laws shaped right now make certain people work more than others do, who just extract a lot of value from work, and this is very engendered. Care work is done 24/7, जिसमें से बहुत extraction होता है, and because of that we can a lot of wealth is transferred to the rich, a lot of work is done by men जिनका उनको burden नहीं लेना पड़ता, and that disproportionately affects in an engendered sense not just girls but also people of other genders, right? So उनका the ability to be included or excluded in their dreams and aspirations is limited. So I think this was an important preface that I wanted to give to you. So I'm glad that we have multidimensional approach mentioned right in the title, and I'll not speak much about it because it is done here. And thoda sa data set mein dikha raha tha, to, but I think I'll just point out to a few of it in terms of child workers in India. The total number of child workers in India is an astounding over 23 million, or this is as per the census 2011 data set, and which constitutes 5% of the workforce in India. So 5% काम बच्चे कर रहे हैं इस country के GDP को बढ़ावा देने के लिए, and that is worrisome, right? And the decline of children engaging in work between 5 to 14 years has only been 1% over the years when we compare the 2011 data with the 2001 data. But इसमें भी जो दिक्कत आ रही है कि the proportion of children between 5 to 9 years of age as a portion of total child workers has increased from 14% to 24%. So children as they are younger, they are increasingly participating in work. तो ये तो थोड़ा we should be worried about that, right? और इसमें सबसे ज़्यादा the kind of work that where children do is in peasant and agrarian societies, तो which is a significant part of the economy in India. हमारा काफ़ी काम agrarian sector में होता है और यहीं सबसे ज़्यादा बच्चे काम कर रहे हैं. And जब हम 5% बोल रहे हैं, इसमें भी जो डेटा में एक प्रॉब्लम है कि we are not counting migrant children and children of migrant families because they're unlikely to be included in the data set being a migratory population. So it is more than 5%. So more than 5% children are working for us in India and we are benefiting out of it, right? And unfortunately, looking at the 2011 census data, UP and Bihar are the top 2 states with the highest number of child laborers in India. That is a hard reality. And now the question is why, right? And I think there's a lot of data set over here. I will not focus too much. Abhi yahan you can come to me and take the data. I have references, to wo aap dekh lijiyega. Ab the question is that we do have a lot of institutional protections in India for the betterment of children. Law hai. So we have the basic feature is the fundamental rights hai. The central feature of our constitution, we have Article 14, right to equality, Article 15, 16, which gives a lot of leeway to the governments to essentially draft more special laws for the welfare of children. RTE 21A, Article 23, which prohibits human trafficking, and 24, which prohibits employment of children. DPSPs में भी हमारे में बात की गई है कि the states can make sure कि children of tender age, 5 to 9 and below, कि उनको जो काम दिया जा रहा है, it does not affect their life. We have the National Policy on Child Labor, we have SC/ST Preventions of Atrocities Act, we have FRAs, we have Right to Education, of course, and then the amended Child Labor Prevention and Regulation Amendment Act of 2016. So laws तो भर के हैं, right? So much so कि याद रखना मुश्किल हो जाता है. But still, there is a problem. Issue क्या है? Perspectives within the law. पहला है, as was said before, there is a colonial bias which shapes the dominant perceptions regarding child work and educational practices in India and also other developing countries, right? तो वो थोड़ी जो अमानत आई है हमें from the Britishers वो छूट नहीं पा रहे हैं हम, ठीक है? And this colonial policy discouraged at that time industrialization and sought to protect the household and local capitalist groups as the pillars on which the social edifice rests. तो हमारी सोसाइटी जो है बोले गया था कि हाउस होल्ड पे और लोकल कैपिटलिस्ट ग्रुप संभालेंगे हमारी सोसाइटी. अंग्रेज़ों ने कहा था हम अभी इंडिया में इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन होने नहीं देंगे, इनसे काम करवाओ आप. सो एसेंशियली द कंट्रोल ऑफ किन, आपके सिबलिंग्स जो हैं, वॉज प्रेज्ड एज अ फॉर्म ऑफ सोशलाइजेशन and factory work was energetically opposed and ultimately prohibited. History यही है कि British did not want India to be an industrial house, तो उस time mechanization भी नहीं होने दे रहे थे, in fact deindustrialization हो रहा था और सारी जिम्मेदारी households पे जा रहा था. This is a very important source of the problem and we will see ahead. Second, a demographic perspective. This whole habit of policy makers and economists, Malthus से आया हुआ है, again अंग्रेजी education system में, जो भी दिक्कत है population पे डाल दो. Demography is the biggest problem. Demography ज़्यादा है तो poverty होगा, social ill होगा. At the same time, they use words like human resource, पर फिर demography को भी गाली देते हैं, right? Very ironical, right? They'll use both the things in the same cause. And ये 60s, 70s का है कि this notion that population explosion is the cause of every problem, and hence if there are more children तो आप समझ लो कि government पे बहुत ज़्यादा load होगा, तो ये another reason था कि आप सारा जिम्मे चढ़ाओ बच्चों को, तो अगर बच्चे ज़्यादा है तो बच्चों से काम कराओ basically, so that they can support themselves. Government नहीं करेगी support भाई, आपने ज़्यादा, oh really, okay. And coming to that is then with this coming to a neoclassical perspective जिसने हर एक चीज़ में utility चिपका दिया. So essentially, in order to be a successful part of the society, you should have some utility. तो बच्चों को भी utility कोई दिखानी चाहिए, कैसे? कुछ काम करके. अगर आप काम नहीं कर रहे हो तो don't be part of the society. All right. So why has the law failed? I will quickly go through this. And पहले तो 1986 का जो हमारा पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंट लॉ जो था ऑन चाइल्ड लेबर, इट वाज एसेंशियली ए कॉलोनियल एक्ट. और इसमें दिक्कत क्या थी कि एसेंशियली इवन आर अनफॉर्चुनेटली कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल फ्रेमर्स, राइट, उन्होंने भी ये बोला था कि फैमिली इज़ द सेंट्रल फीचर ऑफ द सोसाइटी एंड वी शुड नॉट डू एनी चेंजेस विच शेक दिस इंस्टीट्यूशन. सो हमारे जो पॉलिसी मेकर्स हैं, इकोनॉमिस्ट हैं, वी नेवर क्रिटिकली लोकेटेड फैमिली एज ए साइट ऑफ वर्क जहाँ बच्चे सबसे ज़्यादा काम कर रहे हैं. दिस कॉन्स्टेंट नीड टू रीअफर्म कल्चर एंड फैमिली वैल्यूज़ में यहाँ बच्चे फंस गए हैं. एंड दिस इज़ व्हाट द लॉ डज एज वेल. एंड आई विल टेल यू हाउ. एसेंशियली इफ़ यू रियली सी कि आई हैव साइटेड सर्टन sections wherein the Indian government has accepted child labor as a harsh reality. This is a quote taken from representatives of the government. And also you'll see certain sections of the law, both the 83 law, which allows for exemption of work undertaken by child with aid of the family. तो आपको पता है हमारी कितनी बड़ी families होती है, तो even if it is a second, third, fourth मामा, जब तक family है तो family है, ठीक है? तो मामा काम करा रहा है तो ठीक होगा, but under that guys a lot of extractive labor is pushed onto children and especially the girl child, right? And we can see that data ki because of laws like this हमारा child labor population went from 11 to 12 million in the 2001 cycle. So I'll come directly to the current law. Again 2016 में we had become signatories to the ILO conventions on child labor. उसके बाद भी the 2016 act does not put a blanket ban on child labor, right? Even now it uses the word prohibits and regulates, right? So there is no complete prohibition of child labor. अभी भी regulation के बाद पे हम अटके हुए हैं, wherein we need to eradicate this word. And there are committees by the government in the parliament who have said कि ये word हटा दो regulation. जब तक आप seriously prohibit नहीं करोगे तब तक काम नहीं बनेगा कुछ, right? Not just that, the 2016 regulation is even worrisome because it extends the definition of family to family enterprise. अब आप immediate family members की बात नहीं कर रहे हो, उसके enterprise में अगर बाकी लोग भी हैं तो उस वजह से भी आप उसमें, I'll just quickly wrap this analysis up, right? तो उसमें so essentially you are extending the scope of children working in such units. Not just that, so leisure time becomes very important in this. हम कहते हैं कि बच्चा सुबह 8 बजे से 2 बजे या 4 बजे तक स्कूल जाएगा RTE में, और उसके बाद अगर काम कर लिया तो क्या हुआ, स्कूल तो चला गया दिन में. But leisure time is important for children to replenish their ideas, to rest and come up and again, think about their futures. However, laws like this allows children to work after school hours. तो आप दिन में पढ़ाई करोगे, शाम को काम करोगे. That is being allowed. So this is a problematic law, right? So you can't blame bureaucrats कि आप implement सही से नहीं कर रहे हो जब law में ही दिक्कत आ रही है, right? One more issue is that the limitations set for work undertaken by children over 14 years, जो hazardous का definition है, उसको एक तो number of the sectors wherein children could work has been reduced. Second, एक जो issue आ रहा है कि the definition of hazardous is being defined by adult work. तो जो factory act में hazardous का definition है, जो above 18 लोगों के लिए बनाया गया है और जो environmental concerns के लिए बनाया गया, वो आप बच्चों पे apply कर रहे हो, right? So that is another issue. And again, I've put up the reference below so you can go through this. Okay, so I'll conclude by saying ki what can be done, right? Of course, no one size fits all. I think we need to decentralize lawmaking in India. Not everything should be pushed on to the central government. We need to reclaim that federal structure, right? Which we were known for. Interdepartmental and interinstitutional approach, and I see that organizations like this are being very successful in doing that. Not just that, we should not only focus about children while having these discussions, but also adults, their parents and their families. So things like PDS, public distribution system, Manrega, which give societies, which pull them out of precarity and which stop them from pushing children into work is important. Second is that we need to devolve more finances and powers to the state so that they come with contextualized laws for their own region. It's very difficult for me to speak about Bihar because मैंने 2 साल तो काम J&K में किया है, but the context here is completely different. So I cannot in any way imagine a prescription which I can come over here. तो governments को भी वो दिक्कत है, central government एक law वहाँ का डालेगी which is like hundreds of kilometers away with a completely different topography, cultures, systems, and think कि सब जगह चलेगा, नहीं चलेगा. Right? One issue is also that this current law penalizes parents as well for pushing children into work. I think penalizing structures rarely help. We have talked about justice a lot. So ensure leisure time for children. So not just for our children, we like our own children to have playful time to play and rest. This should be for every children. Any law which makes children work during off hours is problematic. And finally, I think which has been talked about, holistic safety of children, जो better speakers than me have spoken about. So essentially, we need to move from procedural to substantive justice, and I'll leave at that. And thank you for your time, and apologies for taking a bit more time. Thank you.
No, I'll finish off before that. So a very good afternoon to everyone, including chairpersons and all the delegates. And at the outset, I would like to thank ADRI team and Dr. Tanmay Mahapatra for allowing me to come here and participating in this workshop. I also came to know about the various dimensions of this workshop. So I bring my greetings from AIIMS Patna. And as told, I am heading the Department of Burns and Plastic Surgery at AIIMS. So I was particularly told about the general perspectives in tertiary healthcare centers. So how do we perceive it and what are the problems do we face? So actually, before I was, when I was given this topic, I did some literature search. The first search which I did was that what are the objectives, why this National Girl Child Day is being celebrated. I was aware that it is being celebrated on 24th of January every year since 2008, but wasn't aware about its exact objectives. So I just came to know, like any other day, it's about the awareness, and awareness not only regarding the rights, but also what are the needs. And the 3 things which are focused by the government is the health, education, and safety. So the first thing where I lie, in the health. So in a tertiary healthcare center, whatever I'll be speaking, it is my own perception. So I perceive the gender perspective is divided into the patient perspectives and into the healthcare professionals. Because not only the patients, the doctors and the staffs, they also have few gender biased issues, maybe on the professional front or on the personal front. For the patient, it is not related to the medical problems only, but there are some social issues also, which we doctors have to handle. Many a times, it is not only the medical conditions, but the social issues. So coming to my first perspective, that is from the patient, I went through few papers. And in the Indian literature, I got this article where a study was done at a tertiary care center only regarding the gender bias in the presentation of the patients in a cardiovascular thoracic department. So just for sharing the information that the congenital heart diseases and the rheumatic heart diseases, they are more common in females. So when this survey was done, it was seen that there was a significant gender discrepancies which exist even in the behavior of the patient who seek healthcare benefits at a tertiary care center. In spite of the disease being more prevalent in the female patients, there was approximately only 37% female patients who actually presented for seeking the healthcare benefits. So this study actually intrigued me to search at my own institute. At AIIMS Patna, we run the Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram, and fortunately, I am the nodal officer leading this program at my institute. So we started this program in year 2019, and we collected a data of 3 years from January 2020 to December 2022. So you can see these are the major departments. Again, for the sharing the information, Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram, RBSK, is a national project run by Government of India. I'm thankful to the State Health Society for running it very good in the state of Bihar. Every medical institution is having this project running. In this, the congenital abnormalities, जो जन्मजात बीमारियां होती हैं, which are surgically correctable, not the medically one, the surgically correctable, they are included up to the age of 18 years. So there is a whole system, whole chain from the district. There is a district coordinator who actually sees the patient which has been brought by the ASHA worker, writes a diagnosis, and the patient brings that pre-authorization certificate to our institute. Once we see that, then we start our workup. So the major stakeholder departments are the bones and plastic surgery. In my department, we treat the cleft lip, the palate, the fusion of the fingers, many of the vascular anomalies, many of the craniofacial defects, and whatever congenital defect. In the ophthalmology, congenital cataracts are the most common type of patients which present. In pediatric surgery, the specialty which deals with the surgery of the children, they are also the major stakeholder. And the ENT is a department which deals mainly with the congenital deafness. So it was seen that only the cleft lip and palate, these are mainly common, a combination is mainly common in the male patients, but isolated cleft palate, only cleft palate, they are common in the female patient. But in spite of the common presentation, more common presentation in females, you can see the data. Out of total 568 patients, there were only 193 patients who belonged to actually this female. So even with the availability of the free treatment, out of the total patient population in RBSK for the last 3 years, we encountered only 33% patients. So that's a huge difference, even at the tertiary care center. So I do believe that the things has to start at the grassroots level, and only the type of the patient, the type of the people who are involved in the welfare of a girl child has to be more actively, because at the tertiary care center, we receive only the patients which are referred from the other centers, either from the district or the other medical colleges. And this, I personally attributed it towards the knowledge, the awareness, and the behavior of the patient attendants. So this was only a small example, because at AIIMS Patna, we do not have any formal study exactly relating to the gender perspective in tertiary healthcare center. But seeing only the RBSK data, we got to know this very important point, that still there is a gender bias. This was regarding the medical. Social biases I mainly encounter in my own department. If just for 1 or 2 examples, if a patient comes for a scar revision, they are the majority, the 90% patients belong to the female population. And the most important concern is the matrimonial. So even if you say this is a good scar, this is not a bad scar, and there are no more improvement which is possible, then also the patient and the family members, they keep on insisting you to let the scar vanish or do something to erase the scar, which is actually not possible, even for the white patches. And all these, why I'm taking social biases, because at times I have an argument with the patient attendants that instead of getting rid of that scar, who is telling you, why don't you educate your girl, your daughter, and make her so competent that people are after her for the matrimonial alliance, not you are after them. So at times, to joke with the patient attendants, I tell them, just bring me that groom or the family who is wanting to the girl to get rid of a scar, even if it is at a very, very unnoticeable area on the forehead or maybe somewhere under the chin, but they want to get rid. This goes true with the correction of the deformities and even for the cosmetic surgeries. In the cosmetic surgeries, it has been seen mostly the patient do not come, the female patients especially, they mainly come because of the family pressure, the groom's family pressure, the social pressure, not because they are very much aware and they want a correction. On the other hand, when the males, they do come for any cosmetic surgery procedure, it is mainly because they are aware of the looks. They do not do it under any pressure. I have never encountered a male patient telling me that I want to get rid of this scar because my family is saying or the bride's family is saying. So that's a very interesting example which I wanted to share with you. And the reasons which we could perceive was, these are the different which we have already discussed in the various presentations. There are social, familial, relative pressures. The parents are not convinced that they should spend enough money on the education rather than the surgical procedures or rather than seeking the medical benefits. So this was regarding the patient perspectives. And from the healthcare workers' perspective, I'll tell you, everyone would agree with me that in spite of all the changes, there has been a lot of changes. I'm in government job for the last 10 years and I have seen these changes. But the females still face bias. So I went through this article in which a female surgical resident did a survey that what are the problems which a surgical resident face at their workplace. And the most important conclusion was that a gender sensitization program is a must, which I also agree totally in 100%. It has to be done from our UG level, UG, PG, faculty, staff, nursing officer, whatever cadre of staff and the doctors are present, in the administrator, everyone. So this should be a compulsory program, maybe incorporated in the foundation course early in the education, after completion of the school. So this was my final perception. I won't take more of the time. That even as healthcare professionals, it is our responsibility to keep awareing the patient and the attendants, which I personally keep doing these things, talking to the patient and the attendants, talking to more of their relatives, trying to convince them what is required, what is not required. And still when when we say apart from the health, the second thing is the education, which is the target of the National Child Health Day. Then this education, it has come a long way, no doubt, from what way we were in the school to now, but still requires lots of improvement. And obviously we talked about the policies also. So here also, even in our policies, that whom do we offer the treatment as doctors, whom we do not offer, it should not be gender bias. So that becomes our responsibility. And just to end, I also delivered a talk on the navigation of a surgical resident in Indian scenario in general surgery. So here in this talk, I just discussed, I wanted to keep the healthcare professionals aware, even the society also, that what are the problems, what are the challenges which are being faced by a doctor itself who wants to walk on a path which is different from the other taken by. A female has to face lots of struggle. Thankfully, I have never. but it's there that a general perception is there, a female resident has to do 3 times more work as compared to a male resident to have the same value, to have the same amount of training. So with these words, thank you so much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
On the eve of National Girl Child Day, I wish everyone a happy Girl Child Day. And since morning, we have been hearing a lot of things, issues pertaining to gender in particular and gender in general and girl child in particular, globally and nationally, and various steps being taken nationally and at the state level in Bihar. So, I think several steps have been being taken. I think, and we shouldn't be complacent about that, and we should strive for a gender-inclusive society with adequate focus on the quality of the life of the girl child. And I think for achieving that, improvement and investment in social infrastructure is very crucial. So with this, I now come to the topic of my presentation, and I'll speak in Hindi and English both. So मेरा topic gender centric smart cities mission है, और मैंने basically smart cities के मिशन को जेंडर लेंस से देखने की बिहार के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कोशिश की है. सो सबसे पहले मैं संक्षेप में स्मार्ट सिटीज़ मिशन के बारे में बात करूंगा. उसके बाद मैं बिहार में जो 4 स्मार्ट सिटीज़ डेवलप किए जा रहे हैं उनके प्रपोजल्स में जेंडर एस्पेक्ट को लेकर क्या क्या मेंशन किया गया है इन जनरल एंड गर्ल चाइल्ड के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में इन पर्टिकुलर के बारे में बात करूंगा, और अंत में क्या किया जाना चाहिए उसके बारे में डिस्कस करेंगे. एंड एट द आउटसेट आई आल्सो मस्ट एडमिट दैट व्हाट आई एम गोइंग टू प्रेजेंट इज बेस्ड ऑन अ प्रिलिमिनरी फाइंडिंग्स ऑफ my ongoing research, and I think it will take further detailed analysis going forward. So Smart Cities Mission एक सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम है जिसको कि 2015 में लॉन्च किया गया था. इसके 2 कंपोनेंट्स हैं. एक एरिया बेस्ड डेवलपमेंट अप्रोच है जिसमें कि सिटी के किसी एक एरिया को आइडेंटिफाई करके डेवलप किया जाएगा. डेवलपमेंट के 3 मॉडल्स हैं बेसिकली, या तो रेट्रोफिट करके किया जाएगा, या रीडेवलप किया जाएगा, या ग्रीन फील्ड मॉडल अडॉप्ट किया जाएगा, और अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ इधर द 2. और एक पैन सिटी कंपोनेंट है जिसमें कि आईसीटी को इंटीग्रेट करके पैन सिटी लेवल डेवलपमेंट किया जाएगा. स्मार्ट सिटीज़ मिशन का बेसिक प्रीमाइस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट है और पब्लिक सर्विस डिलीवरी को इन्हांस करना है विथ टेक्नोलॉजिकल एंड इंस्टीट्यूशनल इनोवेशंस. और डिफरेंट सिलेक्शन राउंड्स में स्मार्ट सिटीज़ मिशन के अंदर 100 सिटीज़ को सिलेक्ट किया गया, और जिसमें से बिहार के 4 सिटीज़ हैं, भागलपुर, पटना, मुजफ्फरपुर और बिहार शरीफ से. अब एक एक करके हम देखेंगे भागलपुर, पटना और मुजफ्फरपुर, बिहार शरीफ की स्मार्ट सिटी प्रपोजल्स में जेंडर एस्पेक्ट और गर्ल चाइल्ड के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में क्या क्या मेंशन किया गया है. तो कमिंग टू स्मार्ट सिटी प्रपोजल ऑफ भागलपुर, तो भागलपुर के प्रपोजल में सिटी का जो स्ट्रैटेजिक फोकस और ब्लूप्रिंट है वो ये है कि जो चिल्ड्रेन हैं, ओल्डर पर्सनस एंड पर्सनस विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ हैं, उनकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ को इन्हांस करने के लिए क्वालिटी ऑफ हेल्थ, एजुकेशन एंड सेफ्टी को इम्प्रूव किया जाएगा. सिटी के विज़न में एंड गोल्स में ये मेंशन किया गया है कि प्रोजेक्ट्स के डिज़ाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट में भागलपुर के सभी सेक्शंस ऑफ सोसाइटी को ध्यान में रखा जाएगा, खास करके ओल्ड, चिल्ड्रन एंड पर्सनस विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ को. ओपन स्पेसेस के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में भी चिल्ड्रन का रेफरेंस है कि चिल्ड्रंस पार्क क्रिएट किए जाएंगे अपार्ट फ्रॉम अदर open space projects like river front, multi-purpose park, cultural and sports centers. Apart from that, public transport के context में ये mention है कि mobility को improve किया जाएगा दोनों motorized and non-motorized traffic के लिए, और pedestrians के safety को भी ध्यान में रखा जाएगा, खास करके children and older persons के लिए, और incident response time को भी इम्प्रूव किया जाएगा. और एक टारगेट स्पेसिफिक पॉइंट ये भी मेंशन किया गया है कि जो स्लम्स में बच्चे रहते हैं जो स्कूल जाते हैं, उनका जो स्कूल अटेंडेंस है वो 50% से 95% अचीव करने का टारगेट है. सो दैट दिस इज़ अबाउट द स्मार्ट सिटी प्रपोजल ऑफ भागलपुर. कमिंग टू पटना, स्मार्ट सिटीज़ मिशन का एक पैरामीटर जो था कि वो सिटीजन इंगेजमेंट को किया जाएगा, सो दैट वी सिटी के डेवलपमेंट में बॉटम अप अप्रोच को अडॉप्ट किया जाए. और इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में प्रपोजल मेकिंग प्रोसेस के टाइम पे पटना में एक स्पेशल टीम को क्रिएट किया गया ताकि स्लम्स और स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स को कवर किया जा सके, और विमेन, चिल्ड्रेन, ओल्डर पर्सनस और पर्सनस विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ से भी इंगेज किया जा सके, और उनके व्यूज़ को भी इंटीग्रेट किया जा सके सिटी डेवलपमेंट में. और बट ये कितना हुआ ये बहुत डिबेटेबल है, नॉट ओनली इन द कंटेक्स्ट ऑफ बिहार बट नेशनली. and I'm not going to getting into that debate. So और सेफ्टी एंड सिक्योरिटी के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में पटना के प्रपोजल में ये मेंशन किया गया कि 60 क्लोज सर्किट टेलीविज़न कैमराज इंस्टॉल किए जाएंगे एरिया बेस्ड डेवलपमेंट में, जहाँ की सिटी को डेवलप किया जा रहा है गांधी मैदान वाले एरिया में, ताकि प्रॉपर मॉनिटरिंग ठीक से हो सके। कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर से एक अपना पटना ऐप भी क्रिएट करने की बात है, जिसमें कि एक पैनिक बटन होगा किसी इमरजेंसी के टाइम में फैमिली से और कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर से कनेक्ट होने के लिए। महिला पुलिस स्टेशन जो गांधी मैदान में है उसको भी इंटीग्रेट किया जाएगा पेट्रोलिंग के लिए और क्विक रिस्पॉन्स टाइम के लिए। सिटी के विजन एंड गोल्स में ये भी है कि पटना फोकस करेगा स्कूल और हेल्थ के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे, खास करके गर्ल्स स्टूडेंट्स के अटेंडेंस को इंक्रीज करने के लिए, और होमलेसनेस के इश्यू को भी एड्रेस करने की बात है थ्रू बाय इम्प्रूविंग नाइट शेल्टर्स एंड हैविंग मोर शॉर्ट स्टे होम्स। की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के कंपोनेंट के रेस्पेक्ट में ये मेंशन है कि स्लम फ्री एरिया बेस्ड डेवलपमेंट होगा। करीबन 3000 हाउस होल्ड्स को जो स्लम्स में रहते हैं उनको EWS हाउसिंग प्रोवाइड की जाएंगी। स्मार्ट क्लासरूम्स क्रिएट होंगे। सैनिटरी पैड डिस्पेंसर और इंसिनरेटर्स फॉर गर्ल्स स्टूडेंट्स के लिए भी अवेलेबल किया जाएगा। आई थिंक ऑन दिस एस्पेक्ट आई थिंक एज मैम वाज सेइंग 38 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में भी बहुत सारा काम किया गया है और इस गोइंग फॉरवर्ड आई थिंक I think that in that respect some milestone has been achieved certainly. मुजफ्फरपुर के केस में ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं मिलता है जेंडर और गर्ल चाइल्ड के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, बट इतना कि इंक्लूसिव सोसाइटी को अचीव करने की बात की गई है। इन्हांस मोबिलिटी को इन्हांस करके वुमेन एंड चिल्ड्रन के लिए, ओल्डर पर्सनस के लिए भी, और स्ट्रीट क्राइम्स को भी रिड्यूस करने की बात है थ्रू इफेक्टिव सर्विलांस। नाउ कमिंग टू बिहार शरीफ, इसमें भी बहुत कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं मिलता है, बट इन टर्म्स ऑफ सिटी विजन एंड गोल्स ये मेंशन किया गया है कि डेडिकेटेड फैसिलिटीज़ क्रिएट किए जाएंगे वुमेन, चिल्ड्रन, ओल्डर पर्सनस एंड डिफरेंटली एबल्ड पीपल के लिए, और सेफ इन्वायरमेंट भी क्रिएट किया जाएगा। और वो सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी का जो बात है वो करेंगे कम्युनिटी एंड कल्चरल पॉलिसिंग के थ्रू, जिसमें कि ये भी बात की गई है कि पिंक ब्रिगेड फॉर्म करेंगे, वर्क स्क्वाड को क्रिएट करेंगे ताकि गर्ल्स की सेफ्टी और सीनियर सिटीजन्स की सेफ्टी को इंश्योर किया जाएगा। सो आई मीन टू कंक्लूड, बेसिकली हमें ज़्यादा कुछ तो मतलब जेंडर और गर्ल चाइल्ड के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में बिहार के स्मार्ट सिटीज़ में जो कि डेवलप किए जा रहे हैं उसमें नहीं दिखता है, बट एटलीस्ट इन केस ऑफ भागलपुर एंड पटना वी हैव सम इंफॉर्मेशन, बट नॉट इन केस ऑफ बिहार शरीफ एंड मुजफ्फरपुर। एंड आई थिंक गोइंग फॉरवर्ड एक तो ज़रूरत है कि जेंडर सेंट्रिसिटी का मतलब जो एक डिटेल्ड एनालिसिस हो बिहार के स्मार्ट सिटीज़ के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, और जितने भी प्रोजेक्ट्स इम्प्लीमेंट किए जा रहे हैं जिनका कि टारगेट जेंडर सेफ्टी और एम्पावरमेंट का है उसका एक इम्पैक्ट इवैल्यूएशन हो। एंड देयर इज ऑल्सो नीड टू फोकस ऑन जेंडर इंक्लूसिविटी, नॉट जस्ट एट द सिटी लेवल बट अक्रॉस द स्टेट। आई थिंक विच इज आई थिंक दिस इज हैपनिंग हियर। एंड लास्टली we need to integrate all the schemes of the state for girl child under the Smart City project implementation. With this, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thanks again for 10 minutes. And we now move to the next section.
The speakers leave. I would just like to present them with a small memento. Because they have been really sweet, and like Anamika said, some of them were told on Sunday to just come and they came, and we really appreciate that their effort, and we really thank you for that. So this is a small memento from our side. Now we have come to our final session, which is a panel discussion. We've had a very stimulating day-long discussion on various dimensions of the girl child. And the idea of this session is that together we have a brainstorming session wherein we could take away some of the things that we learned today. Of course, the takeaway cannot be immediate. All the takeaways cannot be immediate, but then we would hopefully discuss the way forward in this session. So I would like to request the panelists to kindly come on stage. I'd first like to invite Shri Tripurari Sharanji to come. Oh, sorry, sir, I didn't realize you have not finished your tea. I'd like to invite Shri Harjot Kaur ma'am to. Okay. So I'll just name the people. Please take your time. I know that this has been an extremely tiring day, but I'd like to invite Shri Tanmay Mahapatra. I'd like to invite Shri Dilip Sinha, and I'd like to invite Professor Ghosh. Yes. Hello? Yeah. So, shall we start? Yes. So, thank you everyone for coming today, and special thanks to ma'am that she conceptualized this workshop. The idea, and she went ahead with this idea that the Day of the Girl Child should be not limited to what we traditionally think. Like I said, and we saw today throughout the day that जो गर्ल चाइल्ड है वो ना सिर्फ जेंडर पे काम करने वाले लोग जो हैं वो उनको उसके बारे में बॉदर्ड होना चाहिए. वो एक मल्टी डायमेंशनल अप्रोच हमें अपनाना पड़ेगा अगर हम रियल चेंजेस चाहते हैं. तो चाहे वो हेल्थ हो, न्यूट्रिशन हो, इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट हो, लॉ हो, या फिर एटीट्यूड्स और बायसेस की बात आई, हमने सारे डायमेंशंस को देखा और उसको इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, स्मार्ट सिटीज़, चाइल्ड राइट्स, सब कुछ आज हमने बात की. और यही इस वर्कशॉप का पर्पस था कि सब लोग आएँ और अभी at the end of the day, when some people would be still soaking in all the information that we got throughout the day. Here we are in this panel where we thought that this would be the right way that we end it by putting forward some of the major learnings that we learned today and how do we move forward in future. So one of the ideas that we had right at the beginning, that not only we had to celebrate Girl Child Day, we did a workshop and then we forget about it. We hope that this effort would be something concrete in the field where we have a multidimensional approach to learning about the girl child. So one of the factors that came out in all the presentations in technical session 1 and 2 were that there is a need of awareness programs about different policies, and because most of the people found that there is a gap between what the policy is trying to achieve and what it should be in the field. So in order to do that, one of the recommendations was that there should be awareness programs We also heard that there are various awareness programs that are running in the field. So I'd like to know from you, ma'am, in terms of the awareness programs, what are the challenges that sorry, the government faces in implementing those or running those, and how can researchers come together with the government in order to make the awareness programs better?
Thank you, Ashmita. And I would also like to compliment you for organizing such a wonderful multidimensional approach workshop on the gender issues. Thank you so much, especially ADRI and especially Ashmita. Coming to the communication strategies that we have adopted as part of WCDC, there are a large number of issues, as we've been discussing today, on which we need to spread social awareness, dissemination of what the government is doing. And we have an IEC campaign which we generally are conducting at all levels, but as the stakeholders are very high, and we have to reach to each and every person in the village, to each and every household, to different stakeholders, right from teachers to students to adolescent girls to college students to parents, especially boys, and then fathers and community leaders, faith level leaders, frontline health workers, other members of society, government officials down the line from district to the village level, Panchayat Mukhyas, Sarpanches, ward members. So it's a huge task, and we have many partners who are helping us with this. But we found that the most effective way of doing it is through the collectorate, the district collector, because initially we were doing it through our multimedia agencies and various partners. But we find that the social campaign works best through the collector. If you give him the money and if you give him the campaign, you give him the creatives, you give him the films, then you suddenly find that they are showing those films at school levels, in Anganwadis, in PSCs, in Panchayats, in many other places where we don't seem to be very eagerly going at places, because the quantum itself is huge. Even if you want to do some kind of a, say, campaign on just putting some hoardings at each and every school about, say, domestic violence or 181 or immunization or gender biases or things like that, the sheer number is huge. So thanks to this campaign which we launched recently about the Gender Violence Elimination Week, the UN week that we made. So we tried to change our model, and we gave a lot of money to collectors, gave them a free hand, and they basically only wanted those audio visuals from us and different kinds of things. And suddenly the reach increased very many-fold. I can show it on my mobile. I have it, if I can plug it in, the number of activities which are happening in each and every district at various levels is mind-boggling. And all the various stakeholders are suddenly into the picture, and there seems to be a mass movement about one particular issue in one particular week, and they are driving it down, this thing. So I think unless or until we can have a mass movement kind of a campaign where we are touching the lives of each and every household, I think our message gets lost somewhere. So we are trying to do that. We're also coming up with a new campaign which basically is now focusing on the men folk, right from boys to the male folk of the society, as to saying ki how gender sensitive aap hain, aap kitne gender sensitive hain. We are also coming up with, we've just pioneered with GAD, and we are trying to get a online posh course for all our employees, government servants, government workers, both in Hindi and English, so that they do it annually, regarding what is sexual harassment and what kind of things constitute sexual harassment, both in Hindi and English, so that down the line we are able to disseminate कि gender क्या है सबसे पहले, और आपको अगर आपके ऑफिस में कुछ महिलाएं या लड़कियां काम करती हैं तो आपका उनके साथ किस तरह का बिहेवियर होना चाहिए, क्या चीज़ें जायज़ हैं और क्या नहीं हैं, और ख़ास करके इस बात को कि आपकी इंटेंशन को नहीं देखा जाएगा, ये देखा जाएगा कि आपके किए गए कृत्य का इम्पैक्ट दूसरे सेक्स पर क्या पड़ा या दूसरे जेंडर पे क्या पड़ा। तो ये जानकारी का भी अभाव है, खास करके अब जब बिहार सरकार ने दरवाजे खोल दिए हैं रिजर्वेशंस करके महिलाओं के लिए, और काफ़ी तादाद में अब महिलाएं आ रही हैं सरकार में। तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि सरकारी ऑफिसेज भी उनके लिए कंड्यूसिव हो जाएं और सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट के बारे में सब सरकारी कर्मी जानकारी ले सकें। इसके अलावा अगर आप देखिएगा तो महिला एवं बाल विकास निगम का सबसे बड़ा कार्य ही सोशल डिसेमिनेशन है, चाहे जेंडर हो, चाहे चाइल्ड मैरिज हो, चाहे डाउरी प्रोहिबिशन हो, चाहे डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस हो, 181 हो, हेल्पलाइंस हो, या PCPND एक्ट जो कि मतलब हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट भी करता है और बाकी सब भी करते हैं। तो एक हम लोगों की अब एक कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी भी बन रही है जिसमें सारे डिपार्टमेंट्स आएँ और अपने अपने क्रिएटिव्स या जो जो उनके कैंपेन्स इन मुद्दों पे चल रहे हैं एक्सचेंज करें, ताकि कोई अगर कैंपेन मान लीजिए हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट कर रहा है तो वो सिर्फ हेल्थ ही के माध्यम से ही नहीं निकले, अगर वो कैंपेन है तो WDC भी उसको प्रमोट कर देगा। सिमिलरली मतलब हम सब डिपार्टमेंट्स ने कुछ ना कुछ कैंपेन्स किसी न किसी विषय पर शुरू किए हैं, बट वो हम लोग कन्वर्ज नहीं करते। तो उसको कुछ फिल्मों के बारे में भी हमने देखा है कि कई बारी आप कितना भी लिख के या वैसे करिए, चित्र बोलते हैं, आपको उनसे ज़्यादा अच्छा समझ में आता है, चाहे एनिमेटेड फिल्म्स हो या चाहे कोई और तरह की फिल्म्स हो। दूसरा रेडियो जो कि जन जागरण में काफ़ी भूमिका अपनाता है, और ख़ास करके रीजनल रेडियोज़ जो उन्हीं की भाषा में समझाते हैं। तो जैसे अभी हम लोगों ने पार्टनर किया हुआ है दरभंगा में, लोकल कम्युनिटी रेडियोज़ हैं जो मैथिली भाषा में ही बोलते हैं। तो लोकल भाषा में उसी लैंग्वेज में आप वो सब चीज़ें समझाते हैं तो और अच्छे से लोगों को समझ में आता है। तो हम लोगों की कोशिश यही है, और हम लोग हमेशा अपने पार्टनर एसोसिएशंस CCC और यूनिसेफ के साथ इन मुद्दों पे काम करते रहते हैं। अभी तक तो हम लोग इतना ही कर पाए। आई थिंक somebody else would like to.
Thank you, ma'am. Right. So apart from this, the thing is कि वो जो प्रश्न था कि हम इतने सारे चीज़ें तो सरकार करती हैं, पर फिर भी हमारे कुछ कैंपेन्स काम करते हैं, कुछ नहीं करते हैं। तो वो अगर हम उसको एक सिस्टमैटिक इंस्टीट्यूशनल तरीके से करें कि उसको एक इवैल्यूएशन करें, जैसा कि एक उठ के आया था मुद्दा कि जो स्टैंडर्ड प्रैक्टिसेस हैं टू टेस्ट आउट व्हाट वर्क्स and doing it in an experimental way is probably what we can think about going forward. So abhi madam ne chitra ki baat ki, to I would just take this opportunity to go to Tripurari sir, because your passion is in filmmaking, I know that. So so in terms of this policy, and you have also been a very senior policy maker with more than, I mean, about 40 years of experience in policy making. And we are talking about this multidimensional approach to not only discuss the girl child in particular, but gender also. So how do you think the role of films and the role of dissemination in dealing with this kind of information can be done in a way that has not been done before? Like if you kind of bring your two passions together, how, is there something that we can do in this direction?
Thank you, Ashmita. First of all, let me take a leaf out of what Harjot had said earlier. This will, I mean, this whole approach, this multidimensional approach, for it to become successful, or to be able to yield, for it to be able to yield substantive results, it will really need to be converted into a mass movement. And conversion of something like this into a mass movement is obviously not a very easy thing to do. It is not within an individual or a unit of the government, their, within their ability to be able to do it. It needs a far more exhaustive and a far wider effort, as well as various dimensions in the involved in that approach. Now, there are two things which I would like to point out here before I come to cinema. And it is not my passion. I am a filmmaker, and my films have been shown all over the world, not in big cinema houses, but well, we'll keep that aside. Let me focus on what we are talking about right now. So, two things. First is, we've talked about various dimensions of the problem, and people have, presented their papers and everything, and all of it has been by way of, field studies and statistical evidence and so on and so forth. So before I get on to the medium of cinema and everything, let me tell you, Ashmita, that beyond the point, beyond the threshold, statistical evidence begins to, the effectiveness of statistical evidence, begins to fall. It begins to falter. Okay? So therefore, we have to, and I know in the course of time people would be doing, I'm sure they are doing, anecdotal evidence. Anecdotal evidence will make so much more impact on your target audience. Second thing that I want to say is that what we are doing here right now, I would like to see a microscopic version of this, and maybe not as sophisticated a version as this, but a microscopic version of this at the Panchayat level. Conducted in a language which is intelligible to the audience, which is available at the Panchayat level. And that is something which, if you do, and do it in greater numbers, that is something which will convert it into a mass movement. Because this is something which is politics neutral. This is an area which is politics neutral, however deep the gender biases might be, but remember that at the end of the day, nobody wants his or her child, boy or girl, to fall victim to the vagaries of social, oppression or whatever. So this is a politics neutral area. So therefore, it is so much easier to convert it into a mass movement, but the prerequisites are that your idioms will have to be framed in that fashion, in that easily intelligible and convertible fashion. It will have to be broken down in a way that you can take it right till the last man in the queue. And the second thing that apart from anecdotal evidence and everything, second most important thing I want to stress on is that, there is something called public policy, and there is something called public discourse. In fact, later in the month of March, I have to do a public lecture on public policy and public discourse, the interconnections. Okay? Now, public policy, Harjot sitting with a minister and in her secretariat, you can come up with public policy. We all are sort of endowed enough to be able to cogitate and think of the logical building blocks in a public policy. But for public policy to be really effective and to be really relevant, it has to be very intimately connected with public discourse. And public discourse is something which we talk about very loosely, but we do not understand its intricate dimensions. And one of the determinants, remember, of public discourse is not just your literacy, higher literacy levels, and your books of literature, and so on and so forth. But one of the major determinants today in India for public discourse is cinema. Cinema is a far more effective medium for dissemination of elements of public discourse than anything else that you can think of. I don't know how much work your machinery may have done in the field, but tell me, has all of that collectively been able to equal the kind of impact that one film called Padman did, for the masses? So that is the kind of reach that cinema has, provided it is framed and scripted in the right way. So that is a big if. That is a big if. In fact, when I was the director of the Film Institute, this was something which I used to say ad nauseum at all forums, that the biggest bane of Indian cinema has been its script writing. And after all those 30, 40 years of its existence, I actually introduced a course in script writing at the Film Institute. The first course in script writing. And today, students who have trained there at the Film Institute, they are amongst the biggest script writers today in Bombay cinema. And you have seen there has been a qualitative change in the not just the content, but the way that content has been presented in Indian cinema, be it Hindi or Bengali or Marathi cinema. There has been a change. There's been a domino effect, so to say. So that is another thing, where, and this is where anecdotal evidence really counts, because I'm very fond of saying that numbers tell a story. Numbers do tell a story. It's a question of joining the dots, but all stories also will yield numbers to you eventually. All stories will yield numbers to you eventually. And to conclude, I'll just give you one small anecdote picked up from my own village, my own personal experience. तो वो हमारे गांव में हमारे एक बंधु हैं, वो BA इकोनॉमिक्स ऑनर्स उन्होंने लोकल यूनिवर्सिटी से किया और MA इकोनॉमिक्स ऑनर्स किया. उनकी शादी हो गई, वो 21 साल के हुए उसके पहले. तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि वो उनकी पत्नी जो है वो तो 16-17 साल की थी या 15 साल की, जो भी था. शादी हो गई, पढ़े लिखे थे, ये राम नारायण भाई उनका नाम था. तो एक पहली बेटी हुई, उसके बाद कुछ सालों बाद फिर बेटी हुई, फिर उसके बाद तीसरी बेटी हुई. इस बीच में राम नारायण भाई ने BA के बाद MA इकोनॉमिक्स किया, कोई नौकरी वोकरी मिली नहीं. फिर B.Ed किया उन्होंने. B.Ed करने पर उस वक्त था कि B.Ed करने पर तो मास्टर की नौकरी मिल ही जानी है, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली उनकी किस्मत ऐसी थी कि जिस दौरान उन्होंने B.Ed किया उसी समय मास्टरों की बहाली बंद हो गई. तो 3 बेटियां हो गई. अब बेटे के चक्कर में 3 बेटियां हो गई, और सबसे छोटी बेटी के बाद कई साल बाद एक बेटा हुआ. अब ये बेटियां बड़ी होने लगी. मिडिल स्कूल तक तो ठीक है, चली जाती थी पैदल. हाई स्कूल उससे थोड़ा सा दूर था, और कॉलेज जाने की तो सोच भी नहीं सकते थे जब वो बच्चे थे. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट दे आर ग्रोइंग अप इन द अर्ली पार्ट ऑफ the 90s of last decade, early part of the decade before the last one. Okay, I'm talking about 2001, 2002. Fortunately, by the time they were of an age for going to college, the cycle scheme came, and despite the protest from the parents कि नहीं कॉलेज क्या जाना है. अब पिताजी को तो डर था कि कॉलेज में पढ़ गई तो ज़्यादा तिलक देना पड़ेगा. That was the biggest thing. But these girls, they all protested against they rose up against their parents, and I'm very proud to say, and I of course used to provoke them every now and then. I'm very proud, I can very proudly tell you, they all went to do their graduation from the local college because cycle se chal ke jate the, or one of them became a bank officer, one of them became a circle officer, matlab officer in the Bihar government, and the third one got married, and after her marriage, she finished this teacher's training and became a teacher in a high school. All three of them. और उनके पुत्र जिनके ऊपर इतनी इन्वेस्टमेंट की गई थी, अभी भी मुझे पता नहीं कि कहाँ हैं, कोई नौकरी कर रहे हैं, नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन eventually in the ultimate analysis, it's that cycle which really gave that confidence to them to be able to cycle all the way to college, 12 kilometers every day, up and down. So this is the result of some of these small elements that you infuse in your public policy. And it's a kind of mutually dependent interaction between public policy and public discourse. That for me is one of the important takeaways for a program like this. And as I said, you have to launch or mount a program of this kind at a micro level and at a fairly dense, in fairly dense numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this working? Yeah. So thank you, sir, for this stimulating discussion. I completely agree with you. I agree with you, sir, that statistics, वो वाला point मैं एक बार वापस आना चाहूँगी. Anecdotal evidence is extremely important, and I realized that after when I started to do some work in public health, because many times we are dealing with such complex and multidimensional issues. Importance of qualitative research comes up there, because many times इसमें data नहीं है, and running statistical surveys is extremely expensive. So sometimes we do have to make educated guesses, talking to a few people, उसमें से निकालना. And I do know this because my father was also, he had very interesting observations by talking to people and giving anecdotal evidence. But I think while this is important, we should also recognize that statistical evidence is equally important. Yeah. I'm No, I completely understand that. And yes, exactly. We need a complementarity between the two. And sometimes, yeah. And also, like some people, like we know, right, like say some वो भ्रष्ट साधु वगैरह होते हैं, they have a very eloquent way of speaking. Sometimes people get misguided by what they are saying. So how do you counter them? You counter them by statistics, and because you cannot counter religion and emotions by like उसमें आप emotional उसमें पढ़ेंगे तो फिर बात बिगड़ जाएगी. तो तब हमें statistics दिखाना पड़ता है कि see, this is how it is. So since we are talking about statistics, I will come to Professor Ghosh and just ask him to elaborate on his experiences of how statistics, what are the gaps in statistics that are there, in which needs to be fulfilled in policy making, and how from his experience, what he thinks how we can bridge some of these gaps.
Thank you, Asmita. Working? No. ये जो statistics है, yes. आके बताओ कि so far as statistics is concerned, how does it help? Statistics is divided into two parts. A huge part of what we call statistics is actually collection of data, simple collection of data. You don't have a statistician for that. Anyone could do that, you know. And then you prepare a report, etc., etc. And the second part of statistics, what formally called inferential statistics, that's another job. Let me tell you what is the importance of statistical data. My own idea is that one of the first thing that statistical data does is to sensitize people about the intensity of the problem. Even without knowing the extent of poverty in India, you know, 12% or 15% and 18%, I can make out there is huge poverty in India. A policy doesn't differ if it is 15% or 25%. The same policy has to be taken. 15% level of poverty or 25% level of poverty. The same policy has to be taken. But even then, we have been using this below poverty line data for how many, half a century practically, from 70s onwards. Because of the fact that every 5 years, a data is published, people become aware of the problem, okay, of which he is not a victim. I am not a victim of poverty, although I am one of the, you know, not policy makers, but I contribute to that process. So that's the most important part of collecting statistics. Second, it is true that we have poverty, but unless you have some data on poverty, it is not possible to decide what is the reason behind that poverty. Okay? So if you want to do a little analysis of poverty, then you have to go, what is the reason behind poverty, which class of people more affected, and which class of people relatively less affected. So basically all these things together is a information process. And the second important aspect of politics is what I was saying, informational politics, is not so much needed in social affairs. But there are many other fields like medicine, there is agronomy, and there are a few other physical processes where what statistics does is that when you collect statistics, you get a huge number of numbers. 10, 5,000 नहीं, लाख, 2 लाख, 10 लाख का number मिलता है. If you have to draw some inference from that 10,000 numbers, those 10,000 numbers have to be condensed. Okay? Those 10,000 numbers have to be condensed, and then you have some techniques by which relation can be done. All those things are done by statistics, which is of course very important and very many fields there. But I presume in social statistics, it is not that important, not altogether unimportant. But most important part of statistics is that they tell you repeatedly what is the state of affairs, and once the things are going down, you become very, very cautious. For example, the last NFH data has indicated several indicators where things are worse than what it was before, which is not expected. You know? We are spending so much resources on nutrition, so much resources on health, so much doctor, yet things are going down. I can understand our being poor because of historical reasons, but I cannot understand why should be more poor today than I was yesterday. उससे थोड़ा सा improve होना चाहिए. If things go down, it becomes a matter of concern, and it is the business of statistics to aware people in general and the policy particulars in whatever about the process.
Thank you, Gustav. Yeah, moving on to Shri Dilip Sinha. You have been a diplomat and a policy maker with the government, and you have a wide experience from various other countries that
you have worked. So from your experience, and also, so when we look at India, it is almost like, it would be almost like Bihar being part of India is like in many of the research studies, when we are putting forward why we are working in Bihar or explaining Bihar to the outsiders, we say that although in general, on average, India is in a certain level, within India, Bihar is at a level where we can compare it to sub-Saharan African countries. It is one of the poorest states, and so on. However, like there are also, I think, various dimensions in Bihar about gender that are much better than the relatively much developed parts. So, from your experiences from working in India, in other states, and also outside the country, how do you see the gender practices in Bihar from everyday life, and also in policy making? What is your experience? Where do you feel we are from where we were and where we are heading to?
And thank you for having me here. And also congratulations to ADRI for organizing this conference at such short notice, as you yourself mentioned. As you mentioned, I have some experience of living in different countries. Some of them much more advanced than India in terms of gender awareness and gender fairness, and some behind India as well. Within India, as you mentioned, Bihar is not really very far behind, although in economic terms, Bihar has become a drag on the economy. It is, in economic terms, per capita income, etc., is fairly low. But as you mentioned, in terms of gender awareness, I'm not sure if Bihar is at the bottom, but the very fact that it is economically poor changes perceptions, and perceptions are more important than statistics, and I'm sure you would have more statistics on this. But from my experience of living outside in different countries, I have felt that some factors are extremely important in ensuring that women play a much more prominent role in the economy, in society. And one of them is security. Security is extremely important. And if there's insecurity, a lack of safety outside while going out, then obviously women do not go out. And the other factor that I find inhibits women from going out in India is the absence of toilets, which is a major inhibition. I know, for example, from what I've read in papers, that very often girls don't go to school because toilets are not there. Or even if toilets are there, they're not hygienic. So these two factors, I think, are extremely important. When you live in Europe, you realize that you can go anywhere absolutely, and yet you will find clean toilets, which is extremely important for women to go out. And security, of course, is extremely important. Women working late have to have security when they're going back. And that is something where I suppose India is not too bad, although there's a greater degree of feeling of insecurity in India. I think violence in some of the American countries, meaning North America, South America, is much more than here in India, even including gender violence and gender molestation. But the perception generally in India is that there is greater insecurity, and which is what when tourists come to India, and women tourists come to India, they get the feeling that India is insecure and they have to be very careful. And we ourselves would also advise people when coming to India to be careful, because they are coming to an unfamiliar country. But by and large, I think India is, in terms of women's safety, certainly better off than many other countries in the world. But nevertheless, there are perceptions that it's unsafe. And in Bihar, again, this feeling of insecurity is there, which inhibits people from going out. So I think these two are some of the factors, and of course, public discourse is extremely important. But mentality or mansikta is very difficult to change, and that can only change over a period of time by work of people like our Jyoti and others who are creating awareness, and of course, seminars like this, and cinemas, as Mr. Tripurari Sharan mentioned. Thank you.
Just remembered when he was speaking, I had never been there, but I am told that in Southeast Asia, many countries, there is a vegetable market, just that you have it here. When the market is over by 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, the owners go, but they don't lock their vegetable counters. It is left open, in an open area. So that's the level of security, We have a trust among themselves that everything need not be locked, or in every place there should not be a police to look after whether things are okay or not. And that's a cultural difference, I think, which has existed in many places.
Yes, but then, at times, even in India, many village vendors, not vendors in cities, they don't take their vegetables stall back home. Yeah. They just cover it up with cloth, tie it up with rope, and they go back. And many of them have women vendors over there who will go back very late. Of course, they don't go very far. They'll probably go a kilometer or two and stay home. So there is security, obviously, because they feel secure in their own mohalla. But outside the mohalla, they feel insecure. And that is institutional security that's extremely important, which perhaps people in India do not have. That when I'm moving around in my own locality, I feel safe, but I'm moving another locality, I don't feel safe. So that is something that's there perhaps especially in Europe, where security is much more than in.
I would also just like to say a few things on that. When you talk about security for women, I think many times the narrative has been made by somebody else. And the narrative's main purpose is to dissuade women from coming out from their houses, to make them stay in their houses, to make them scared that coming out has consequences and you're better safe at home. And I think there is a narrative to that aspect also. When you look at the papers, you generally find that the reporting of negative incidents is very high, but the positive ones are unreported majority of the time. Accidents can happen anywhere, we must accept that. And accidents is not the general rule, it is an exception. आप अपने घर में भी सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, वहाँ पे भी आपके साथ कुछ अनहोनी हो सकती है, और आप घर के बाहर भी सुरक्षित हैं, वहाँ पे भी आपको ये नहीं सोचना है कि मेरे साथ अनहोनी होनी ही है. हम लोग सब इतने सालों से नौकरी कर रहे हैं, and I'm not talking about the fact कि when you come into the service you believe it. But I think अगर आपने बचपन से किसी लड़की के मन में बहुत ज़्यादा डर डाल रखा है, हमेशा उसकी कैपेसिटीज़ या उसकी कैपेबिलिटीज़ पर प्रश्न चिन्ह लगाया है, उसको बाहर जाने से रोका गया है. जैसे कभी कभी अगर आप देखिएगा बाहर की फ़िल्मों को अगर आप देखिएगा और हिंदुस्तानी फ़िल्मों को देखिएगा, तो कई बार हम लोग भी बाहर की फ़िल्में देख के कहते हैं कि ये भगवान इसको डर नहीं लगता है, ऐसे ही जा रही है, पता है कि इस जंगल में कुछ है फिर भी आराम से जा रही है, इसको डर क्यों नहीं लगता है. और हम हिंदुस्तानियों को बचपन से ही डरा दिया जाता है, भूत है, पुलिस अंकल मार लेंगे, ये कर देंगे, मतलब हर चीज़ में हमको डराया बहुत जाता है बचपन से कि तुम बात नहीं मानोगे तो उसके बहुत कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस हो सकते हैं. तो हम लोग एक तरह से डर के आदी हैं, और अगर ये डर लड़कियों को आप पहले से ही डाल दीजिएगा तो एक जैसा हम लोग इंसिडेंट बोलते हैं ना कि आपको किसी गाय को कुछ दिनों तक खूंटे से बांध के रखना होता है, उसके बाद वो रस्सी खुली हुई है या बंधी हुई है, वो चुपचाप खड़ी रहती है ये सोच के कि मैं तो बंधी हुई हूँ, मैं कैसे जा सकती हूँ. बहुत हद तक जब हम लोग महिलाओं की बात करते हैं या ऐसे तबकों की बात करते हैं जो दबाए गए हैं या शोषित हैं या कुचले गए हैं, वहाँ की मानसिकता इस चीज़ से भी बहुत हद तक निर्भर होती है. अब जैसे मैं इसलिए बोल रही हूँ कि एक महिला होने के नाते दिल्ली में पली बड़ी हूँ, जिस तरह से मेरी परवरिश हुई है, अगर मुझे कोई कुछ कहता है तो मेरा मन करता है कि उसको लड़ूं और उसका मुंह तोड़ दूं। मतलब घर की सिखाई हुई बात यही है। मतलब डर किस चीज़ का नाम है, ये मतलब हमारे उसमें है नहीं है। ठीक है, जब डर लगता है, मान लीजिए जान पे बन आती है, तो क्या पुरुषों को क्या कम डर लगता है? जान तो सबको प्यारी है। आई थिंक उस वक्त आप देखिएगा, और ये बात भी मेरे ख्याल से नैरेटिव्स में अगर आप देखिएगा, और ये बात सत्य है कि जब कोई अनहोनी होती है घरों में, तो आप पाइएगा कि महिलाओं में ही पहाड़ों जैसी शक्ति होती है कि पूरे परिवार को वो उस वक्त ढाढ़स दे देती हैं, और इस तरह की अनहोनी में पुरुष बिखर जाते हैं। ऐसा मैंने अपने घरों में भी देखा है। तो ये जो पूरा नैरेटिव है महिला को डराने का, महिला को अबला बनाने का, महिला को किसी न किसी प्रकरण घर के अंदर रखने का, ये कुछ हद तक जो पूर्वी हिस्सा है हिंदुस्तान का, यहाँ कुछ ज़्यादा है कंपेयर टू मेनी अदर एरियाज। और आप मानेंगे, अगर कल्चरल एस्पेक्ट्स की ही बात करते हैं हम लोग, तो वी टॉक अबाउट डेवलपमेंट, वी टॉक अबाउट हाउ रिफॉर्मिस्ट कैपिटलिज्म was part of the Catholic reformist movement, how those religious changes or the changes in the way people thought about economic activities helped the Western world to go in for industrial revolution and things like that. उसी तरह कल्चर का बहुत बड़ा, संस्कृति का एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान है इन सब नैरेटिव्स में, जो हम लोग शायद पीछे छोड़ देते हैं। और बिहार वालों को, हम लोगों को शायद ज़्यादा अच्छे से समझ में आता है, क्योंकि हिंदी फिल्मों में हम सब बिहारियों को फूहड़, बेवकूफ़, बात करने की अकल नहीं, या साथ में बंदूक लेके चलने वाले ही दिखाते हैं, जैसे हम लोग तो पढ़े लिखे हैं ही नहीं, हम लोगों को तो कुछ भी नहीं आता है। जबकि नरेटिव सही में ये है कि ज़्यादातर सभी कलेक्टर, एसपीज़ पूरे देश में बिहार के हैं ब्यूरोक्रेट्स। तो बिना पढ़े लिखे कैसे हो गए कि आपके खुद के कलेक्टर वैसे बिहेव करते हैं जैसे आपने बिहारियों को देखा है फिल्मों में देखने के लिए। तो मगर आप अगर आम हिंदुस्तानी से पूछिएगा, तो जो बिहार नहीं आया है या बिहार को नहीं देखा, उसको लगता है कि शायद बिहारी ऐसे ही है। तो ये जो नरेटिव्स हैं, जो कल्चरल इम्पैक्ट ऑफ स्टोरीज़ है, इसका बहुत दूर तक असर होता है, जो शायद हम लोग एज पॉलिसी मेकर्स निगेट कर देते हैं। बिकॉज कल्चरली इन्फ्लुएंस करना, जैसे सर बोल रहे थे कि एक पिक्चर का इम्पैक्ट बहुत ज़्यादा होता है, एक दंगल का इम्पैक्ट शायद बहुत ज़्यादा होता है, जिसमें वो फाइनली उसको समझ में आता है कि लड़कियां भी लड़ सकती हैं, पहलवानी कर सकती हैं, पीट सकती हैं। तो नहीं तो उसको यही लगता है कि मेरा शायद छोरा नहीं है तो छोरी तो नहीं लड़ पाएगी, पर उसकी छोरियां यही दिखाती हैं कि लड़ना तो हमें आता है, मौका मिल दो तो हम अच्छे अच्छे को पटक के मार देंगे। तो वो वाली बात है। शायद उस तरह की फिल्म बिहार में नहीं बनती कि लड़कियां पीट रही हैं किसी को। हालांकि यहाँ पे भी है, आप अगर देखिएगा, छपरा का ही इंसिडेंट मुझे अच्छे से याद है, हम लोगों ने अपने नायिका में उसका उदाहरण भी दिया है कि एक परिवार है, उसकी 6 लड़कियाँ हुई, वही शायद लड़के की आस में, लड़का तो नहीं हुआ, 6 लड़कियाँ हुई, लेकिन वो 6 की 6 लड़कियाँ पुलिस में हैं। कोई सीआरपीएफ में है, कोई बीएसएफ में है, कोई बिहार पुलिस में है, कोई सीमा सशस्त्र बल में है, जो है एक लड़की बड़ी और सबकी सब 6 की 6 अब पुलिस में है। तो इसलिए मतलब ये कहना, और जो जिस हिसाब से बढ़ चढ़कर अब लड़कियां पुलिस में आ रही हैं बिहार में, तो आई थिंक ये भी बताता है कि कहीं ना कहीं लड़कियां अंदर से निडर हैं, समाज उनको डरपोक बनाने पे पता नहीं क्यों इमादा है। थैंक यू।
Just a few reflections on what we discussed. It's been a long day. I can understand people are also tired. तो कुछ reflections. मैं जिस दिन पहली बार पटना आया था 2013 में, पटना आया था मतलब पटना के अंदर आया था, पटना स्टेशन से गए हैं उससे पहले। 2013 में मैं पहली बार पटना आया, एंड एक्चुअली उसके बाद और गया नहीं। आई अल्टीमेटली स्टेड हियर। ये जो अपने परसेप्शंस का बात कहा एंड ये जो नैरेटिव्स का बात कहा, नैरेटिव्स तो पढ़ाया जाता है। लज्जा ही नारीनंग भूषणम पढ़े हैं हम संस्कृत में, इसीलिए हिंदी खराब था क्योंकि संस्कृत लिया था क्लास 7 में। और उसके बाद वहाँ से लेके आज हम लोग वहाँ पर आए हैं जहाँ पर दंगल मूवी देख के लगता है कि ऐसे मूवी भी बन रहा है। नाउ द प्रॉब्लम इज हम बात कैसे करते हैं। आज देखा ना, एक ऑटो एक लड़की चला रही थी, कितना तेज लड़की है। As if I'm actually putting a different narrative into it, as if it is an exception. A girl of our family doing something outwards is something to be praised with a certain level of reservation, bringing us in the back foot. आज गर्ल चाइल्ड डे है तो बाकी कल गर्ल चाइल्ड डे है तो बाकी 364 दिन क्या बॉयज चाइल्ड डे है। We need to have Child's Day and we need to have be in a population where every day is a Child's Day. We don't have to worry whether it is a boy or girl. इसमें एक क्वेश्चन भी आपके पास था मैडम, हम लोग कन्वर्जेंट कैसे हो जाए। आज कोई बच्चा, हम लोग कुछ भी, हम रिसर्चर हैं तो उसको कभी न्यूट्रिशनल टूल से, कभी हेल्थ के टूल से, कभी एडुकेशन के टूल से नाप रहे हैं। सर जैसे बोले इन्फरेंशियल स्टैटिस्टिक्स से डिस्क्रिप्टिव स्टैटिस्टिक्स के, डिफरेंट स्टैटिस्टिक्स के उसको अप्रोच कर रहे हैं। रश्मिता जैसे बोली क्वालिटेटिव क्वांटिटेटिव एविडेंस का अमलगमेट करके वी आर ट्राइंग टू गेट इनटू दोस 50 शेड्स ऑफ ग्रे। नाउ हाउ वी एक्शन ऑन देम इन ए कॉन्सर्टेड अप्रोच, बिकॉज आपका वो जो 3 साल की जो बच्ची आज एक आंगनबाड़ी बलवाटिका में जा रही है, वो कोलोकेटेड अगर है तो वो वहाँ से बहुत आसानी से चली जाएगी प्राइमरी स्कूल में। उसको खेलने के लिए डॉल्स दिया जा रहा है और उसका दोस्त को बॉल्स दिया जा रहा है, खेलने के लिए गन दिया जा रहा है। कि ऐसे टाइप का जो पेडागॉगी है हम उससे कैसे बाहर आए और कैसे हम ICDS, एडुकेशन, हेल्थ, जीविका सारे प्लेटफॉर्म से वो हर दिन चाइल्ड्स डे में जा सकते हैं। या and I think it's time to get some questions from audience also.
Yeah, I was just about to say that particularly this audience, I would assume that they are very dedicated audience, that you care to stay back till the very end. So I would invite either specific questions or in general if you have any reflections about this issue, or you would have some suggestions, I'd be very happy to invite you to come up and just give reflections. I'm just taking the liberty to take a little, I know we are running out of time, but we are not that far ahead. So, yeah.
एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन बिहार जो है सो काफ़ी ऊंचाइयों पर है और जा रहा है। हमारा एक बड़ा सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन है, आखिर ये सारे कार्यक्रम को हमें लागू कहाँ करना है? हमें लागू करना है गांव में। गांव में कौन प्रधान है? पंचायती राज इंस्टीट्यूशन में एक वार्ड है, एक पंच है और रिलेटेड वहाँ का सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप है जो गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा शक्तिकरण किया गया उनको। लेकिन आश्चर्यजनक ये है कि पूरे औरंगाबाद ज़िले में जब वार्ड और पंच से हम बात करते हैं तो उनको ये मालूम ही नहीं है कि गवर्नमेंट के इफ़ेक्टिव प्रोग्राम्स क्या हैं और गवर्नमेंट के ये महिलाओं को सशक्त करने के लिए, गर्ल्स चाइल्ड को सशक्त करने के लिए, गर्ल्स चाइल्ड को सिक्योरिटी प्रदान करने के लिए, चाइल्ड लेबर के अंतर्गत वो सारे जो रजिस्टर्स वगैरह आदि मेंटेन करें, ये अवेयर नहीं है। तो आखिर ये कमी हम कैसे दूर करेंगे? कौन सी पॉलिसी अडॉप्ट करेंगे? क्यों नहीं कार्यक्रमों को उन तक पहुंचा जाता है या उनको सशक्त करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा ऐसे कोई सर्कुलर्स नहीं है? मुखिया के लिए हैं, ये बाकी सारी चीज़ों के लिए है, लेकिन जो सीधे इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं वार्ड लेवल पर, गांव लेवल पर, उनके अंतर्गत ये स्ट्रेंथन उनको सशक्तिकरण के लिए और उनको डायरेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का अपने वार्ड में या गांव में करने के लिए वार्ड सचिव भी बनाए गए हैं। लेकिन ये सारे बिल्कुल मतलब आश्चर्यजनक है कि यहाँ तक सरकार की नज़र पूर्णतया जानी चाहिए। और ये जो इंटीग्रेटेड जो प्रोग्राम है, मतलब समेकित प्रोग्राम या समेकित कार्यक्रम निर्णायक और कार्यक्रम क्रियान्वयन की जो शक्तियां हैं वहां तक पहुंचनी चाहिए। इसके बहुत कारण हैं, मैं इसमें नहीं जाना चाहता कि क्या है क्या नहीं है, वो सारी चीज़ें हैं, लेकिन खास करके जो इसमें इच्छा शक्ति और राजनीतिक जो ये हैं क्या कहते हैं निर्णय, इस हेतु लिए जाने चाहिए और प्रशासनिक निर्णय भी वहाँ तक जाने चाहिए, जो क्योंकि आखिर हमें वहीं जाना है, उन गरीबों तक। शहरीकरण की हम बात नहीं, शहरों में बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं, अवेयर हैं महिलाएं, सारी चीज़ें हैं, लेकिन ख़ास करके जहाँ हम जिस गांव में और जिस वो लेवल पर हम बात कर रहे हैं, उस लेवल पर हमारा आप समूह से अनुरोध होगा कि एक ऐसा मतलब खास करके निर्णय लिया जाना चाहिए सरकार के द्वारा कि वो कैसे सशक्त हों और कैसे वहाँ पे उस लेवल पर आखिर हम फिल्म कहाँ दिखाएंगे, आखिर हम जो अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम है कहाँ दिखाएंगे, ये सारी चीज़ें हैं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपके सुझाव के लिए। आपने एकदम सही बात कही है कि बिहार आज भी अधिकतर ग्रामीण है। शहरीकरण की अगर हम स्थिति देखेंगे बिहार में, तो अन्य राज्यों की तुलना में सबसे कम शहरीकरण हमारे राज्य में है। और पंचायतें अगर सशक्त होंगी, खास करके महिला सशक्तिकरण के मुद्दों से अवगत होंगी, तो डेफिनेटली उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा फ़र्क पड़ेगा। लेकिन मैं ये भी बताना चाहूँगी कि पंचायतों के साथ पंचायती राज डिपार्टमेंट भी काम करता है और एक हमारी अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है UNFP, और उसके अलावा भी मेरे ख्याल से कई ऐसे सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस और NGOs हैं जो काम कर रहे हैं इस बारे में। और सरकार की योजनाएं भी हैं जिनके माध्यम से हम लोग उनको अवेयर करते हैं। ये ज़रूर बात आपकी सही है कि हाँ, उसमें थोड़ा सा हम लोग पीछे हैं। कारण ये भी है कि 5 साल में आप एक सेट ऑफ पर्सन्स को जब एम्पावर कर लेते हैं या कम से कम प्रशिक्षित कर लेते हैं, तो 5 साल बाद चुनाव में वो सेट बदल जाता है, तो आपको फिर से वो काम करना पड़ता है। तो अभी जो रिसेंट इलेक्शंस हुए हैं उसके बाद हम लोग फिर से कमर कस रहे हैं कि हमें सभी वार्ड मेंबर्स को, सभी सरपंचेस को, सभी पंचायत के मुखियाओं को और बाकी सदस्यों को इन सब चीज़ों के बारे में अवेयर करना है। और ख़ास करके अगर हमें बाल विवाह का अंत करना है तो उसमें पंचायतों की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है, ताकि पंचायतें, जैसे हम लोग कहते हैं कि ODF हो गया कि टॉयलेट सब जगह है, तो वैसे ही क्योंकि पंचायतों के पास ही जन्म मृत्यु रजिस्ट्रेशन और मैरिज रजिस्ट्रेशन का भी पावर है, तो बाल विवाह मुक्त पंचायतें होनी चाहिए या जेंडर सेंसिटिव पंचायतें होनी चाहिए, जो फ़ख्र से कहें कि भाई हमारी पंचायत में ये सब चीज़ें नहीं होती हैं। तो हम लोग उसके लिए प्रयासरत हैं और हम लोगों ने काम भी शुरू किया है, जिसमें हम लोग जिला स्तर पर जाके मुखियाओं को भी बुलाते हैं और उनको उन्मुखीकरण कर रहे हैं। तो आपका सुझाव बहुत अच्छा है और हम इसको रेलेवेंट पंचायती राज विभाग के पास भी पहुंचा देंगे। लेकिन उसके साथ साथ हम लोग स्वयं भी इस मुद्दों पे काम कर रहे हैं, खास करके जेंडर अवेयरनेस पे, जीविका के साथ, पंचायतों के साथ, जितने भी फ्रंट लाइन वर्कर्स हैं डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स के, महादलित मिशन के साथ और SC/ST डिपार्टमेंट के साथ, ताकि हम लोग कहीं ना कहीं से, जैसा कि बात हुई शुरू में, कि जब तक ये मास मूवमेंट नहीं बनेगा, हर एक आदमी के कान में ये बात नहीं पड़ेगी, तब तक शायद हम लोग धरती पर उतना बदलाव की रफ्तार को नहीं देख पाएंगे, जैसा आपने कहा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
हुआ है उस बीच में एक बड़ा ही रोचक चीज़ लगा कि पब्लिक डिस्कोर्स में मास मूवमेंट के रूप में कम्युनिकेशन का उपयोग करने की ज़रूरत है। तो अभी तुरंत जब हम अभी रोहतास से कल आए हैं अपने कार्यक्रम सर्वे को कंप्लीट करके, तो वहाँ एक बात उभर करके आई है कि जैसे अगर हम कहते हैं कि पैडमैन का एक सोशल इम्पैक्ट है जिससे लोग अवेयर होते हैं और लोग कनेक्ट करते हैं, कुछ सोचते हैं, लेकिन जब बिहार की बात आती है तो यहाँ जो स्थानीय भाषाओं में फिल्में बनती हैं उनमें जो शब्दों का प्रयोग होता है, और ये पटना को अगर छोड़ दे तो बाकी जो अन्य ज़िला है उनके सिनेमा हॉल हैं या पोस्टर्स हैं, आप देखेंगे, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल आप देखेंगे कि अगर किसी मूवी का टाइटल हो जाता है दुल्हनिया लाएंगे पाकिस्तान से, सो आई मीन इट टेल्स अ लॉट। आई मीन आप, हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि इसके काउंटर में आप ये कहिए कि हम दुल्हा लाएंगे जापान से या समथिंग लाइक दैट, बट जो हो रहा है, या भाषाओं में जो देखेंगे भोजपुरी संगीत में, तो हमारा जो एक एफर्ट हो रहा है जो कम्युनिकेशन इम्प्रूव करके और एम्पावरमेंट का, उसको निगेट करता हुआ भी एक चैनल एक्टिवेटेड है। और वो चैनल ऐसा है जिसको कंट्रोल या कुछ किसी तरह से ठीक करने का कोई एफर्ट पब्लिक लेवल पे दिख नहीं रहा है। तो कोई ऐसा कोई पब्लिक पॉलिसी डिज़ाइन किया जा सकता है जिससे कि हम काइंड ऑफ अवेयरनेस हो कि भाषाई चैन, जैसे प्रसून जोशी को हम सुन रहे थे रेखता फाउंडेशन के सर्वे में, तो वो बोलते थे कि वहाँ भी ये बात उठी थी कि जैसे गाना है बहुत सारा, जैसे एक गाना आता है कमरिया लचके इस टाइप का, तो वो बोलते थे कि ये गाना बना और हम बोल रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं हम बाहर में बोलते हैं खराब है, हमारे घर में ये सुना जा रहा है। जब चीज़ें सुनी जा रही हैं उसको हम बाहर आकर के कहते हैं कि ये चीज़ें ख़राब हो रही हैं, तो इन चीज़ों का नहीं होना चाहिए। तो इसके बीच में समाधान निकालना जो हमारे कम्युनिकेशन स्ट्रेटजी को स्ट्रेंथन करे बड़ा ही चैलेंजिंग होगा। तो उस पर आप लोगों का विचार कि इसका कैसे कुछ ऐसा निकले जो पटना के बाहर का जो माहौल है उसमें जो कुछ किया जाए। थैंक यू।
कल्चर, अगर आप थोड़ा भी मार्क्सिज्म के बारे में समझते हैं तो मार्क्स ने यही कहा था कि जो सुपर स्ट्रक्चर होता है, आइडियोलॉजिकल सुपर स्ट्रक्चर, उसको हटाना सबसे ज़्यादा मुश्किल होता है, क्योंकि वो आपकी हर चीज़ में रचा बसा होता है, आपके नैरेटिव्स में, आपकी शिक्षा में, आपके कल्चर में, आपकी बातचीत में, आपके पुरानी कहानियों में, आपको माँ दादा की जो कहानियाँ आती हैं उसमें, आपके गीतों में, आपके लोकगीतों में। तो बहुत सी चीज़ों पे आपको उसके ऊपर लड़ाई लड़नी चाहिए और लड़ने की हम लोग कोशिश भी करते हैं। कभी कभी हम लोगों के साथ भी ये एक विडंबना हो जाती है कि आप जब महिला सशक्तिकरण या इन सब मुद्दों पे काम करना चाहते हैं, तो जैसा सर ने, त्रिपुरारी शरण जी ने कहा था कि स्क्रिप्ट राइटिंग, अब जैसे कई बार हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं, जैसे अगर आपको पब्लिक अवेयरनेस में यही समझाना हो कि भाई हिंसा गलत चीज़ है और घरेलू हिंसा गलत चीज़ है, तो आप कई बार अपनी एजेंसीज़ को या बहुत से मीडिया हाउसेस को बोलिए कि भाई आप एक कैंपेन डिसाइड करिए, तो 9 में से 10 लोग ऐसा कैंपेन आपके पास लेके आएंगे जिसमें वो बड़े अच्छे से दिखाएंगे कि एक महिला है, उसको एक पुरुष ने कस के थप्पड़ मारा और उसके बाद नीचे लिखा आता है कि घरेलू हिंसा प्रतिबंधित है, ये नहीं करना चाहिए। तो हमारी कई बार यही जिरह होती है कि अच्छा इसको दूसरी तरह से दिखाते हैं कि एक महिला ने झराटेदार थप्पड़ मारा किसी पुरुष को और उसके बाद हम लिखें कि घरेलू हिंसा वैसे भी खराब है, मतलब हिंसा अपने आप में खराब है, चाहे इधर हो चाहे उधर हो। लेकिन ये सोच आप जब स्क्रिप्ट भी लिखते हैं या जब आप कोई फिल्म भी बनाना चाहते हैं, तब आपको सही में अपने अंदर की बातें समझ में आती हैं कि आपके अंदर में ही बहुत कचरा भरा हुआ है जिसको शायद निकालने की ज़रूरत है। हम लोग खुद जब अपने आप को ही कई पहलुओं पर, कसौटियों पर अपने को एग्ज़ामिन करते हैं तो पाते हैं कि हमारे अंदर, मतलब मेरे अंदर भी कहीं ना कहीं वो जो घुट्टी में हम लोगों को सिखाया गया है महिला पुरुष का रिश्ता, वो आज तक घूमता है। भोजपुरी फिल्में हों या कोई भी लैंग्वेज की फिल्में हों, ऐसा नहीं है कि हम लोग नहीं बना सकते। आप कल कोई कहिए कि कोई एक अच्छी स्क्रिप्ट आए, कुछ अच्छा इस तरह का निर्देशन या कोई लोग उसका बीड़ा उठाएं, तो हो सकता है महिला एवं बाल विकास निगम उसको प्रोड्यूस कर दे। लेकिन अब आप हम लोगों से एक्सपेक्ट करिए, मतलब मैं तो एक करियर ब्यूरोक्रेट हूँ, मतलब हम लोग वैसे ही इतनी चीज़ें देखते हैं। आज आप महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण पर भेजिएगा, कल हमें दूध बेचना है, परसों हमें कुछ और चीज़ को देखना है, परसों किसी और चीज़ को देखना है। हम लोग भी एक हद तक ही काम कर सकते हैं, हर विधा में और हर चीज़ में हम लोग निपुण हों। ये मतलब हम लोग कोई देवी देवता नहीं है, इंसान हैं, हमारी भी अपनी बहुत सी जिसको कहते हैं लिमिटेशंस हैं। लेकिन अभी जैसे त्रिपुरारी शरण साहब ने कहा और उससे हम लोग जानकार हुए, तो अब हम लोग निकट भविष्य में सर के तत्वाधान में ही स्क्रिप्ट राइटिंग वर्कशॉप्स करेंगे विद रीजनल जो फिल्म मेकर्स हैं, उनको बुला के करेंगे और ये कोशिश करेंगे कि जितनी भी मीडिया एजेंसीज आएँ, हम लोग उस तरह की स्क्रिप्ट्स को लिख पाएँ जो आम जनमानस की ज़िंदगी से जुड़ी भी हों और उनको अवेयर भी कर पाएँ ये छोटी छोटी बारीकियों के बारे में जो ज़िंदगी की हैं, ताकि हम लोग समझ पाएँ और अश्लील गानों का या अश्लील डायलॉग्स का लोगों के ऊपर क्या असर होता है उसको हम समझ सकें। लेकिन एक सवाल मैं भी आपसे पूछूंगी, महिला होने के नाते छोड़ूंगी नहीं, आई एम सॉरी, मेरा नेचर है। अगर आप इसके ऊपर इतना आहत होते हैं तो हम महिलाएं कितना आहत होती हैं। आज तक हिंदुस्तान में कोई गाली बनी है जो कि लड़की या माँ से संबंधित ना हो या महिला से संबंधित ना हो। तेरी माँ की, तेरी बहन की, तेरी फलाने की। हम लोगों को भी बड़ा मन करता है कि कभी बोल सकें तेरे बाप की, तेरे भाई की, तेरे उसकी। पर आप सोचिए ये गालियाँ किन्होंने बनाई? क्यों ये गालियाँ भी महिला सेंट्रिक हैं? क्यों आप किसी की माँ को या किसी के बर्थ को या किसी को उन सब चीज़ों के ऊपर क्वेश्चन मार्क लगाते हैं जो महिला से संबंधित है? क्यों? तो अगर आप संस्कृति के बारे में कहिएगा तो कहीं ना कहीं विश्लेषण शायद हम सबको करना है। और मैं तो इस मंच से अनुरोध करूंगी जितने भी हमारे बुद्धिजीवी हैं, सांस्कृतिक लोग हैं, चाहे नाटक लिखते हों, चाहे फिल्में लिखते हों, कहानियाँ लिखते हों, लेखककार हों, कहीं ना कहीं ये दायित्व आपके ऊपर भी है कि आप समाज को एक नया नैरेटिव दें, एक नई कहानी दें, एक नई सोच दें, एक नया गीत दें, एक नई फिल्म दें, ताकि आप और हम सब मिलकर इस समाज को बदल सकें। बिकॉज समाज सिर्फ सरकार का नहीं है, समाज में आप और हम सब हिस्सा हैं और हम सबको कहीं ना कहीं धीरे धीरे बदलना पड़ेगा, तभी समाज भी हमारा बदल पाएगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
गाना सुना होगा आफरीन आफरीन, ओरिजिनल जो है नुसरत फ़तेह अली खान साहब का। आप देखेंगे 6 साल में उसको लगभग 6 मिलियन लाइक मिले हैं। लॉलीपॉप लागेलू को 210 मिलियन लाइक मिले हैं। वो लाइक देता कौन है, पहले ये तय करना होगा। इस सवाल का जवाब यही है कि ये लाइक आते कहाँ से हैं, ये जिस दिन तय कर लेंगे हम लोग, शायद इसका सॉल्यूशन उसी दिन मिल जाएगा हम सबको।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैडम, आपने जो बोला उसके पीछे जो, अगर हम एसेंट ऑफ मैन जो किताब है या इसका जो जेंडर थ्योरीज है उसको लें, जब तक बार्टर सिस्टम तक था तब तक पावर का जरूरत नहीं था रिसोर्सेस इकट्ठा करने के लिए। उससे पहले एवरी सोसाइटी वाज मैट्रियार्कल। तब जाके अगर हमारे पास कोई टाइम मशीन हो और गालियां तब से कहाँ से आ रहा है देखे, शायद उल्टा होने का चांसेस भी था। हो क्या गया उसके बाद से, जब सोसाइटीज अल्टीमेटली पावर सेंट्रिक होने लगा। जब मैं पावर बोल रहा हूँ तो मसल पावर भी बोल रहा हूँ और सोचने का पावर भी बोल रहा हूँ, और उसके साथ सोसाइटल पावर ग्रेजुअली इकट्ठा होने लगा। तब जाके एक इनसिक्योरिटी, आप जो डर की बात बोल रहे हैं, उसके साथ हमारा गर्ल्स, हमारा वुमेनहुड को पहले से ही एक टैग किया दिया जा रहा है और सारे गालियाँ वहाँ से ही ओरिजिनेट कर रहा है। नाउ सुधांशु ने जो क्वेश्चन पूछा उसमें मेरे को एक चीज़ लगता है, आइडियाज कैसे चलते हैं, साइंस कैसे एडवांस्ड होते हैं। 1000 कॉन्जेक्चर्स एक रिफ्यूटेशंस में खत्म हो जाता है। साइंस एडवांसेस बाय कॉन्जेक्चर्स एंड रिफ्यूटेशंस। ऐसे क्वेश्चन, ऐसे आइडियाज हमारे सबके अंदर है। हम क्यों नुक्कड़ नाटक बना नहीं सकते जिसमें इसके उसी लैंग्वेज में, सूर्यपुरी हो, मैथिली हो, भोजपुरी हो, उसी लैंग्वेज में हम लोग वो मैसेजेस सेल करें। आई एम यूजिंग द वर्ड सेल, entertaining way में, acceptable way में, intuitive way में, so that ultimately there is a counter productiveness। तब मेरे को लगता है लाइक देने का आइडिया एक दिन बदलेगा।
To add to this, actually these techniques were used by the government, but increasingly they are being stopped by, because from what I hear, that ADRI used to do this massive Nukkad Natak program to promote literacy, and then from the government's level now all those things have been stopped, and I was trying to do some work on public health, so I was told that abhi ye sab bahut expensive ho gaya hai, and the focus has moved on.
किसी ने शराब के ऊपर बहुत अच्छा एक डाल दिया कि शराब तो अमृत के समान है, और इसको मतलब कहीं गलत नज़रिए से शायद हमने उसको वो कर दिया। लेकिन अगर आप देखिएगा सोच के थोड़ा सा, तो शराब का हम लोग नैरेटिव जानते हैं कि मतलब घर तोड़ता है। आप देखिए ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जो महिलाओं के प्रति क्राइम होता है वो इंटॉक्सिकेशन में आता है कि शराब पिया हुआ था इसलिए इस तरह की हरकत हुई। अभी दिल्ली में जो उस दिन एक घटना हुई कि एक व्यक्ति शराब पी के जो दिल्ली की राज्य महिला आयोग की जो अध्यक्षा है उन्हीं के साथ भिड़ गया और बाद में उसको बेल भी हो गई कि नहीं ये तो शराब के इन्फ्लुएंस में था। इतने बच्चों के साथ घिनौनी हरकतें होती हैं जो हम लोग पेपर्स में पढ़ते हैं। उस सब में भी देखेंगे कि 4-5 लड़के थे, शराब पी रखी थी और ये हो रहा था। तो शराब जो है, अच्छा, और दूसरा ये जो नैरेटिव आता है कि ठंड लग रही है तो सिगरेट पी लीजिए और ये हो रहा है तो वो ले लीजिए। हम महिलाएं पता नहीं कौन सी मिट्टी की बनी है, ना हमें ठंड लगती है, ना हमको दुख होता है, ना हमको स्ट्रेस होता है। हम लोग तो नहीं सोचती कि भाई आज बहुत थक गई हैं, तुम जानो घर संभालो, बाल बच्चा संभालो, हम बोतल लेके खोले बैठे। ऐसा आप नहीं देखिएगा। सिगरेट्स के लिए भी वही है। ये जितने भी आप सो कॉल्ड सोच लीजिए इस तरह के चीज़ें हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं अगर आप इस नैरेटिव को सीधा मानते हैं तो बायोलॉजिकली शायद पुरुष बहुत ही कमज़ोर है, उसको पता नहीं कितनी चीज़ें चाहिए खड़े होने के लिए। और हम महिलाएं देखिए, मार खा के भी, ये खा के भी बुलंद खड़ी हैं, ना दारू चाहिए, ना सिगरेट चाहिए, ना कुछ और चाहिए। बस चाहिए क्या, थोड़ा सा प्यार चाहिए, थोड़ा सा अप्रिसिएशन चाहिए और थोड़ा सा जीने का हक चाहिए, बस इतना ही है। मगर नरेटिव्स आप देखिए क्या बने हैं। तो जब हम लोग वो पढ़ते हैं तब हम लोगों को ये क्वेश्चन क्यों नहीं आता दिमाग में कि इस व्हाट्सएप को कम से कम मैं तो नहीं फॉरवर्ड करूं, या मेरे ग्रुप में ये व्हाट्सएप आया है तो मैं इसका विरोध करूं। जैसे अभी मैडम ने कहा टेड टॉक्स पे मैडम थी, तो अगर आप टेड टॉक्स पे जाइएगा तो अक्सर वहाँ आता है कि जब पुरुषों की बात होती है, कि जब भी आप महिलाओं की बात करें तो 50% पुरुष तो वैसे ही स्विच ऑफ हो जाते हैं कि ये तो महिलाओं का मुद्दा है, इस पर हमको क्या करना है, वो जाने, उनका काम जाने। और ज़्यादातर अगर कोई लड़का देखता भी है कि किसी लड़की के साथ गलत हो रहा है और प्रोटेस्ट करने का उसको लगता है कि ये गलत है, तो वो चुप रहता है, ये सोच के कि मेरा जो पीयर है वो शायद मुझे कहेगा कि अच्छा तू तो बड़ा लड़की टाइप है, तू तो अच्छा तेरी बहन लगती है। जैसे हिंदी फिल्मों में कहते हैं कि तेरी बहन लगती है, अगर तेरी बहन लगती है तो तू बचा ले, अगर तेरी बहन नहीं लगती तो तू भी आ जा। ये कौन सा नैरेटिव? हम लोग जानवर हैं या हम लोग इंसान हैं? आप महिलाओं में तो ये नैरेटिव नहीं देखेंगे कि तेरा पति लगता है, पति नहीं लगता तो आ जा। कभी सुनते हैं आप? नहीं। तो लिखता कौन है, सोचता कौन है और फॉरवर्ड कौन करता है? कभी ये भी सोचिएगा अगली बार व्हाट्सएप आप लोग देखिएगा तो।
Good evening all ma'ams and all members who are presented here. My question from all members that why government and society take too much time to solve these types of Nirvaya and Sarda like cases after misbehave like rapes with someone girls, no community or society accept that girl individually in their family. So what are the messages for the society and government?
बहुत से देखिए मुद्दों में जब हम लोग एफआईआर के बाद अनुसंधान करते हैं, अनुसंधान कौन कर रहा है, उसके कितने पहलू हैं, उसमें वो सब चीज़ों का सही रूपेण अनुसंधान हुआ है कि नहीं। कभी कभी अगर आप देखिएगा कि हम लोगों का कन्विक्शन रेट पे, जैसे अभी किसी वक्ता ने कहा था कि हमारे कन्विक्शन रेट्स बहुत लो हैं रेप में या उसमें, तो उसमें बहुत सी चीज़ें हैं कि आपने उस वक्त क्या स्टेशन हाउस डायरी में क्या लिखा, आपने क्या बाकी सर्कमस्टांशियल एविडेंसेस लिखे या क्या किए। हालांकि अब तो कानून में बहुत सुधार हो गया है, जिसमें हो गया है कि ओनर्स दूसरे व्यक्ति के ऊपर हो गया है कि आप प्रूव करिए कि आपने क्राइम किया है या नहीं किया है। लेकिन नरेटिव्स फिर वैसे ही चलते हैं। मतलब रेप के लिए कभी ये नरेटिव चलता है कि एकदम गोली ही मार दो, अगर वो लड़के ने किया है तो बिना पूछे पाछे कि सही में वही लड़का दोषी है या कोई और दोषी है, उसको गोली मार दीजिए। कभी कभी ऐसा भी होता है, और जब पता चलता है कि वो लड़का आपका भाई था और निर्दोष था तो बुरा लगता है। इसीलिए कानून जो व्यवस्था बनी है वो सभ्य समाज का एक अंग है। अगर इसका पालन नहीं हम करेंगे तो सड़क पे कोई भी कभी भी मारा जा सकता है, चाहे लड़का हो या लड़की हो। उस व्यक्ति ने क्राइम किया है या नहीं, उसको भी एक फेयर चांस तो मिलना ही चाहिए ये प्रूव करने का कि उसने किया था या वो कहीं और था। हमारी कभी कभी कानून व्यवस्था में जिसने एक्चुअली काम किया हो उसकी जगह कोई और व्यक्ति पिस जाता है, जैसा कि हम लोग कई बार देखते हैं। तो इसलिए जब हम लोग कोई चीज़ को बहुत जल्दी में चाहते हैं कि आज रेप हुआ कल उसको फांसी कानून चल जाए, तो कहीं ना कहीं हम अपने मौलिक फंडामेंटल राइट्स का विरोध कर रहे हैं। और आज बहुत अच्छा लगता है सुन के कि हाँ देखिए कल परसों में ही पकड़ के उसको फांसी लटका दी, लेकिन यही कहानी है जो बताती है कि आज तेरी बारी है तो कल मेरी बारी है, मेरे ऊपर भी यही बात आएगी और मुझे मौका तक नहीं मिलेगा अपनी इनोसेंस बताने का। इसलिए सबसे समाज में कानून जो है उसको एक लिमिट में अपने हिसाब से चलना चाहिए और थोड़ा सोच समझ के चलना चाहिए। किसी की भी जान, चाहे आपको और हमको लगता है कि उसने ये जघन्य अपराध भी किया हो, आप और हम जानते नहीं कि उसी ने किया है या नहीं किया, लेकिन उसको भी ये मौका ज़रूर मिलना चाहिए कि वो अपनी जान बचा सके और प्रूव कर सके कि वही था या नहीं था। आई थिंक ये तो ज़रूरी है।
Okay, so I think we can carry these discussions forward. Apne se, yeah. And ma'am has been talking since morning, so it's the right time to end. I'm supposed to give the vote of thanks. So I'm really thankful for everyone, all the speakers who could take such a short notice and come and present their work and make this a success. But particularly the most important stimulant for this conference was Srimati Harjot Kaur ma'am, because and Avinash ji, who reached out to us. And since at ADRI we have been doing these kinds of conferences over the years, it is this is what we are really passionate about, and we think that these kind of events should happen not only at regular intervals, but which have content and which can be carried out and made, and there could be actually social impacts on policy, and we'll keep striving to make that happen in future in the ways that we can help scientifically in whatever way possible. And of course, these are great ways to bring various partners together. Some of them are government, some of them are researchers, some of them are members of the media or members of the civil society. So it is in forums like this when all our well-wishers and partners come together and we do such stimulating discussions throughout the day, and we hope that we make some small changes out of this. Then we think that there is a reason for our existence, and so this is what I wanted to thank Srimati Harjot Kaur that she made this happen, and hope that we will have a continued partnership in future as well.
The WCDC would also like to request ADRI that there used to be an IGC program going on along with the ADRI, and there were a lot of gender-specific research going on in those programs. So just like the Center for Financial Research and things like that, I think maybe we can also have a collaborative effort on gender research so that we are more focused about different nuances of gender and how to go about it, because there are, I think, so many small pieces which in that jigsaw puzzle which we are trying to make. So sometimes those pieces are just not in our horizon as such. So together we can, if we really think about it, and if we can collaborate on that, and also have an elaborative NGO network in Bihar, having more civil society partners so that we can all partner together and try to make this more of a mass movement and bring it to each and every household or in each every person's ear. I think we'll be able to achieve that target. Thank you so much, Ashmita, and thanks to you also. You've done a great work. Thank you so much.